India, and you have some training in the philosophy and the culture. But what made you interested in Srila Prabhupada? Why I say this, because you're already coming from that background. Why were you attracted to his divine grace?
Prabhu, basically, one moment, Prabhu.
Yeah.
So, Prabhu, basically, my touch to ISKCON was in the year 1999.
Okay.
And that was, fortunately, by Krishna's mercy, I got in touch with the Ritvik temple. And the most important thing, which, because 1999, I wasn't aware that Srila Prabhupada had already taken Samadhi.
Oh.
So, when I had been to ISKCON and I was seeing so many photographs of Prabhupada, so I was actually thinking somewhere down the line, some desire, some connect, kind of. I felt it was something I was already connected, and I was thinking that I should meet this person. Who is he? Where is he? When is he coming to Bangalore? So that was a desire, Prabhu. So slowly, with the desire of meeting. Anyway, little difficult for me to narrate, Prabhu. So
it's okay. Do your best. Do your best.
yeah. So anyway, that was something which brought me to ISKCON, and so I started practicing, and somewhere. So almost up. Anyway, Prabhu, I am unable to describe. Probably I'll send you a conversation in chat.
Acha, that's fine. No problem, Prabhu. That's fine. So are you available to answer some questions about Shruti and Smriti? Can you?
Yes, Prabhu, I can, Prabhu. I can handle.
Shruti, Smriti, what's the difference? What is more important? What does Prabhupada say about it?
Prabhupada, actually, out of Shruti and Smriti, Prabhu, it is Smriti which is the most important thing which Prabhupada mentions, because for the reason that Shruti is not 100% available with us. And Shruti is more like resonating and more like it's more connected to the deity worship, Archana Paddhati, pleasing the Lord by chanting of the Vedic mantras, and it could be anything with so prayers and mantras and all. So the more importance in Shruti is not given to the meaning, but more importance in Shruti is given to the originality of chanting of these mantras. But Smriti is something which we have to be more bothered about, because it was Vyasadeva who had written down everything, and the whole fact that he wrote down everything is for the advancement of the human life. So Prabhupada also ensured that we follow this Smriti part and ensure that we get expert into philosophy. So that's why Prabhupada chose Srimad Bhagavatam, in the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam itself, Prabhupada writes that Srimad Bhagavatam is something which is actually filling the gap of the entire Smriti. So Smriti was more concentrated upon the Purusharthas and the Karma Kanda and things like that, but not on devotional service to Lord Krishna. So when Prabhupada translated Bhagavatam's first few, if you read the purports of Srimad Bhagavatam, the first few purports, especially of the first and second chapter, it's so evident that how Srimad Bhagavatam became the summary of the entire Vedic literature. And it is very important that we understand Srimad Bhagavatam in order to understand the Vedic literature. So when Prabhupada translated Bhagavatam's first few, you read the purpose of Srimad Bhagavatam.
So Prabhupada covers the whole basis.
Yes, Prabhu.
For the Srimad Bhagavatam.
Yes, Prabhu. Actually, the commentary of Srimad Bhagavatam, what Srila Prabhupada has mentioned, Coming to see one part, Srila Prabhupada says in one of his letters, saying that in one of the lectures that I read my own books because they are not, because Krishna has dictated them to me and I have written the dictation. And of course, this is one aspect which Srila Prabhupada reveals out of a great humble position of an Acharya. However, when Prabhupada has written these purports of Srimad Bhagavatam, he has actually done the manthana. So Manthana is like he has churned out all the Vedic literature. If we read Srimad Bhagavatam purports and commentaries of Srila Prabhupada, we find that Prabhupada has given so much of connection and so much of references from various other commentaries, like commentaries of Sridhara Swami, commentaries of Madhvacharya, commentaries of Ramanujacharya, commentaries of and the references from other Puranas. So the knowledge of Srila Prabhupada was so much, and it is not possible for one ordinary person to summarize, to remember so much in one place and writing a purport of a particular verse. So if Prabhupada is actually writing a commentary on a particular verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is actually so much of knowledge in his head. He was like Vedanta personified, and only such an extraordinary person can write such apt commentaries to the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam. Not possible for an ordinary person at all. And if you read Srimad Bhagavatam closely, you will figure it out how Srila Prabhupada has actually kept his commentaries, and he has not, he has just referred the previous acharyas. So I have seen many commentaries from Srimad Bhagavatam Prabhu. In fact, we have a book wherein every verse we have the commentary of 12 acharyas. So we have compiled a book wherein 12 acharyas commentaries on every verse have been compiled into one place. And if you read all that, you see that how Srila Prabhupada's purports have brought out the essence of all the previous acharyas.
Wow. Hare Krishna.
John, that is amazing.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Can I make a small intervention?
Yes, why not?
Yeah, thank you. Agrani Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. You were just saying that, the Shrutis were more about what recitation of some mantras and all that. Maybe I can add a little bit. Well, the Shrutis, it has got two sections. The one is the what is called as the Karma Kand, and the other most important is the Gnana Kand. Only in the Karma Kand you find too much of these, rituals and recitations and all that. Gnana Kand is full of absolute knowledge, nothing else. In fact, if you look into Chandogya Upanishad and places like that, you find the sages there mocking these rituals, saying, oh, any amount of these ritualistic practices will not evolve you. Like you even find some jokes there. So the whole essence why we call Srila Prabhupada as Bhakti Vedanti, because he has given a bhakti tilt to the Vedantic truths present in the Gnana Kanda, that is in the Upanishads. This is my small posit here. Thank you.
Prabhu, Upanishads are actually not part of Shrutis, Prabhu. Upanishads, they become the part of the Smritis. Especially, I'll tell you explain the entire Vedic literature tree, which actually corresponds even with Srila Prabhupada teachings that first there are four Vedas, and these four Vedas are basically divided into various sections. So we call them as Aranyakas, we call them as Samhitas, we called as Brahmanas, and we also call and the Upanishads. So every Upanishad, what we see, the 108 Upanishads, all the Upanishads are part of various Vedas. So every Veda has got the Upanishads attached to it, Samhitas attached to it, Aranyakas attached to it, and Brahmanas attached to it. So these are the structure of the Vedic literature. Now, as we were discussing yesterday on the other part, the Vedic literatures have got something called as the Upavedas or the Vedangas. So Vedangas are nothing but that there are 6 Vedangas. So all the Vedic literature, the entire tree of the Vedic literatures, which include the Upanishads and which include the Vedas, Samhitas, and all these 4 categories of literatures, are have to be understood. To easily understand them, there are the Upavedas, even the rituals. So we have a Upaveda which actually talks about the rituals, which is called as Kalpa. So this Kalpa is actually helping us to understand Vedic literature, the rituals like yajnas and the paraphernalia required to acquire them. And and further these literatures are dividing, are evolving, or are divided into like Vaikhanasas, and we have the Agamas, Vaikhanasas, Pancharatrika, and all such kind of category of literature will come. Then later on, such complicated Vedic literature came, from them comes the Puranas. So Puranas were further nothing but as to understand Vedic literature much better. The Puranas were noted down, and that's how we have the Ashtadasha Mahapuranas, then we have Ashtadashas Upapuranas also. And then after that, we had the most important thing is the Itihasas. So Itihasas, they are all part of the Mahabharata and Ramayana, and Mahabharata was further written down to further understand the purport of the Vedic literature, the understanding what they are actually promoting. And that's why even if you see Mahabharata, it actually begins with the shloka which says that Lord Narayana is the Supreme Lord. And the whole purpose of reading this literature is to ensure that Lord Narayana is glorified in his pure position as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Even
Sorry, Prabhu, sorry. Here, you are taking a little tilt, this glorification of Narayana or Shiva, it went to such an extent that it started creating cults, instead of remaining true to the highest knowledge, people started building cults. And for the same reason, Vyasadeva, for the same reason, in the Mahabharata itself, he had to say, there is no difference between Vishnu and Shiva. They are both one and the same.
No, Prabhu. No, Prabhu. I beg to differ on this particular point.
No,
That all
one second, please.
Prabhu, let
I'm
me
not.
complete. Let me
Okay,
complete.
sure.
So
Thank you. Sure.
all these Vedic literatures are actually organized in this manner. Now, what was Shruti? See, before Smriti, Shruti was there. So what was Shruti? Shruti was nothing but as the handing down the Vedic literature in the form of an oral reception. But that Shruti was remaining only until Vyasadeva. So Vyasadeva kept the Shruti and he converted that into Smriti. That is, he wrote down all the literatures which were coming down through the oral reception. Everything was written down. And further to preserve that also, he assigned it to the various proponents. Like for example, each Veda was assigned to one particular sage, and these sages, they further divided these Vedic literatures into various segments, and they divided into their systems of gurus, means sages. So like that, Vedas actually went on dividing, and the whole Vedic literature was spread across all the country, all throughout Bharatavarsha, wherein one particular sage was in charge of a one particular segment. Like for example, I belong to the Krishna Yajurveda Shakha, and in that also I belong to the Taittiriya Upanishad. So Taittiriya Upanishad was actually from the sages who, for that, anyway, the Taittiriyas were all sages. So my branch of the Vedic literature to which I belong came down through that. So we follow Krishna Yajurveda. So even when Shruti is concerned, so Shruti is also depending, Shruti are also changing as per the Vedic literature. So what Shruti was handed down to me from my guru, or what is coming in our family tradition, and what I am actually handing over to my children. So that Shruti is based on the Krishna Yajurveda. Even like, for example, we have differences wherein we chant if you see the chanting of the Purusha Sukta is differing from various Vedic branches. So Purusha Sukta is chanted in a different manner in the Rig Veda, different manner in the Atharva Veda, different manner in the Sama Veda, and different manner in the Yajur Veda. So in that way, we cannot say that, okay, Yajur Veda chanting is not right and Rig Veda chanting is wrong. No, Shrutis are actually handed down through Vedic literature, and they are all right. But why Shrutis are not given importance at this stage is only because that Shrutis were nothing but as pre-existence of the Smritis. So Shrutis are just now what is remaining of Shruti as of now, what we understand is actually a wrong understanding. So Shruti is currently nothing but as the chanting of the meters as of now. So this is what is coming down. And this will remain constant. So as long as especially in South India, so in North India, we have actually almost lost this entire Shrutis are lost. But only in South India, especially as of now, all the Shrutis are still remaining and are still handed down from one person to the other person. So this is how the entire Vedic literature is organized. And even Srila Prabhupada gives all this knowledge in his books about that how the Vedic literatures are very beautifully organized. Even in Bhagavatam itself, he gives the entire knowledge. And somebody was actually mentioning about the Sanskrit not being an evolved language. So one of the purports of Srila Prabhupada in one place mentions that the letters, like for example, the Kanthavya, Talavya, Dantavya, Oshtya, and all these, and Murdhanya. So all these letters are nothing but as they are all transcendental. They are actually evolving from the Supreme Lord Himself. So Sanskrit is actually not an evolved language. Sanskrit is a language which was given as it is to hand it down to us. So just that later on people have added their mundane commentaries into Sanskrit language. For example, even if you see now in Shruti in the Sanskrit language, we don't have chanting of the Mangalam. So we do that La is gone and now it has become Mangalam because La has come. Only because people cannot twist their tongue. So this is totally now mundane interpretations have come into picture, but actually Sanskrit is a very beautiful language. The language handed over as it is. There is no evolvement of the language required at all because it is a already evolved and highly advanced language. It's like Sanskrit, if you see, we have 46 sounds in Sanskrit, and more than that, we have lakhs and lakhs of words in Sanskrit, which no other language even can even come up to. So that is how the Vedic literature is very clearly defined. And for a student who is actually wanting to learn all this Vedic literature, of course, learning all these things is like a big tapasya. So, however, the essence of the entire Vedic literature is present in one literature, which is called as Bhagavad Gita, which even Vyasadeva himself very clearly, he has nutshelled it in the Mahabharata of the Bhishma Parva, that Bhagavad Gita and the entire essence he has given in this Bhagavad Gita. For us, this much, if we understand, that is more than sufficient. And if we want to understand more better the position and practice devotional service, we have a beautiful literature called Srimad Bhagavatam, which even Vyasadeva also gives the superiority of Srimad Bhagavatam as to be the topmost, where he says Nigama Kalpataror Galitam Phalam. The Vedic literature's ripened fruit is Srimad Bhagavatam. So this is how the entire Vedic literature is actually structured.
Joy.
Joy, indeed. That is brilliant. A pucka understanding.
Srila Prabhu, do you want to comment? If you have anything to say, Prabhu, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Prabhuji. Well, to my best understanding, and also if we make a very objective assessment, we can see a gradual evolution in religion itself, not just in the language, in the religion of India. For example, if you source through the entire Rig Veda, you don't find the concept of reincarnation. You know what these scholars and historians, or even explorers of truth, what they find is there were two parallel sects, in fact, one relying entirely on these rituals, and the other people who wanted more. These ritual people, they just wanted to go into some heavenly abode and again relish. But these other people, they thought just this much is not what life is all about. There has to be something more, and that quest began. And that quest people is what resulted in Upanishads, and that became our Gnana Kand, or what is called as the knowledge portion. And we exactly do not know when this knowledge portion and the ritual portion got integrated. So that's why the very meaning of the name Vyasa is compiler. He's an editor. He collected together all this Vedic literature, which was of transcendental nature, and gave it as one compendium. And that became the Vedic literature. He's a compiler, he's not the author. And it is for this reason, in the Rig Veda, we find so many verses which are agnostic in nature. What this indicates is there was a quest in people to know that these boundaries that we have put for ourselves, these themselves are not the end of it all. There is something beyond. Like in the Nasadiya Sukta, they even wonder why this creation has come into place and why did the Lord even create. And they even say maybe even he does not know, because they find this whole universe just so purposeless. But over in the Brahma Sutra, as things evolved, we see that this whole universe is simply a Lord's play. So this is the evolution we see. And also, the Gnanakand, which I'm saying as the Upanishads, they were just so intense. They were like PhD theses, and people could not, grapple with it, come to terms with it. It was for highly intellectuals, and for that reason, the Smritis were developed, the Puranas were developed. So to give these people an handle to truth. And where do we find evidence for this? In the Bhagavatam itself. In the Bhagavatam itself, it is said, because people are so chattery in nature, they simply want to talk. We want to make them talk about the Lord. And for that reason, Vyasadeva says, I developed the literature of Mahabharata specifically for the Sudra people. This is mentioned in the Bhagavatam, even in the Bhagavatam published by Srila Prabhupada himself. So it's
Sri
all
Sudra Dvijabandhu.
sorry.
Sri Sudra Dvijabandhu. The Mahabharata.
Yeah, that is perfectly fine. Everybody at birth is a Sudra. Sudra, I mean somebody who is
Sudra, women as well as unqualified members of the Dvija.
Yeah,
Actually,
Prabhu.
Mahabharata, what you are saying about it is mentioned for the Shudras, the literary meaning of that. See, one thing is we have to actually understand what it actually means. Such a transcendental. Actually, do you know how many verses Mahabharata actually has? Can you tell me?
Yeah, there are lakhs of verses. In fact, I have those 42 volumes or something published.
Lakhs it has. How many lakhs it has?
No, I don't have the number here, but there are some 30 volumes of.
Yeah, 30 volumes. The one you have, it has got somewhere around 1 lakh verses. Okay,
Uh-huh.
approximately 60,000 to 1 lakh verses. But the Mahabharata's last shloka, wherein the entire Mahabharata was narrated in the presence of Janamaya by Vyasadeva in the Sarpayagna. Okay. In the last, Vyasadeva is telling that entire Mahabharata is actually of the 60 lakh verses. Okay. 60 lakh verses. That is the actual. And even if you see the Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana, there is a proof of this Valmiki Ramayana being how many? It is not currently Valmiki Ramayana is only 24,000 verses, but actually Ramayana has 100 crore verses. It says Charitram Raghunathasya Shatakoti Pavitsaram Ekaik Pumsa Mahapataka Nashakam. That means the Charitra of Raghunatha is actually spread across 100 crore verses. 100 crore. 60 lakh. See, 60 lakh verses, it's not possible for a less intelligent person to understand 60 lakh verses. Mahabharata is a Satta treatise. Okay. So the
Prabhuji,
literature,
I see.
what I'm trying to say is that please don't understand that okay, Mahabharata was meant for the Shudras, means that does not that actually demeans the position of the literature itself. So Mahabharata is actually meant to understand the Vedic literature for a low intelligent person who cannot understand philosophical understanding of such complicated philosophical truths. May it be Brahman or may it be so-called Jnanakandas and everything. For such people, Mahabharata is there that through the dharma, artha, kama and moksha, through all these principles, they are able to understand what Vedic literature is and they can evolve themselves further. So Mahabharata is not the end for such people. After Mahabharata, they understand, they move on to the next part of the Vedic literature.
Jai.
Fantastic. Brilliant analysis. I have 100% agreement.
Kaushal Prabhu, go ahead, Prabhu. You wanted to say something? Now is your chance to ask Prabhu's the question. So it's being archived and recorded so people can see it online. So this is a wonderful discussion that devotees are having here.
Yes, yes, Prabhuji. See, we cannot gauge anything based on the what how voluminous a novel or a literature is, because in the what do you call post-Vedic era of India, when these Puranas were being developed, um, people's only occupation was what association with godly thoughts, with divine thoughts, and for that reason, every aspect of our life got integrated with divine thinking. And for this reason, they brought out so much of literature which unfortunately were not up to the mark. For example, in the Bhagavatam, we see the description of distance of
Prabhu, I beg to correct you there that Puranas evolved. This is wrong. Actually, Puranas have not evolved. Puranas have been there. That is why the Vedic literature are called as Aparosheya or Amanushya. That means they are never created by any human beings. May it be Veda Vyasa or Brahma
I will
himself.
show you, Prabhuji, I will show you why it is not
Let me tell you.
divine. But
Let me tell you, Prabhu.
Prabhuji,
I'll be
please allow me to show
the
why
matter
is
there,
it.
Prabhu. I'll tell the matter there that how this first of all that understanding of yours that the Puranas were developed. Now you take for example, Brahma creates the entire universe at the end of the kalpa. Okay, every kalpa the universe is recreated. Is it not? Do you agree that, Prabhu?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Now,
Prabhuji.
on what basis Brahma is creating the universe? There should be something manual, right, for him to create the entire universe. So, Brahma basically, when at the end of every kalpa, that is partial dissolution, even or the partial dissolution or the complete annihilation, he actually refers the Puranas or the Vedic literature and then creates according to that. And that manual has been given by the Lord. So if this manual was created later, how is it possible for the creation to even come exist in structure? It is not that what Brahma did and that got recorded in the Puranas. No, it is what recorded in the Puranas is what Brahma did. This is the very clear understanding in all the Vedic literature. If you see the Padma Purana, the Padma Puranas, the Srishti Khanda of Padma Purana very, very clearly brings out that how Brahma refers the Puranas and then creates the creation. Because every Purana has the Srishti Khanda. Every Purana speaks about how the creation is done. Every Purana is speaking about how different things. So these are all nothing but as manuals. Manuals given by whom? The Supreme Lord, and whom Brahma will simply follow.
What you are saying is very wonderful. Could I please, as a non-educated person from the Western world, offer a few distinctions that I simply received from Prabhupada that may help us see the order of what we're talking about? Because everyone is speaking so intelligently, yet there are a few factors involved. May I speak for 2 seconds, for 2 minutes?
Yes.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. First of all, when we talk about Brahma, we must take into account our Brahma has 4 heads. There are innumerable universes that are exhaled from the body and the nostrils and eyes and ears of Lord Mahavishnu, and some of them have thousands of heads, millions of heads. It depends on the size of the universe. So we're in a reasonably small universe with a Brahma with only 4 heads. The whole thing is described by Brahma himself in the Brahma Samhita. Now, I'd like to move to another area. This, I would say we are in the post, you're talking about the Varnashram Dharma of the Bharatvarsya. That ended 5,000 years ago with the Rajasuya sacrifice performed by Maharaj Yudhisthira in order to establish Krishna as the worshipable deity for the entirety of the next yuga, which happens to be this one, Kali Yuga. Okay, moving rapidly. The Vedic culture continued to go on throughout the early stages, the first 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years of Kali Yuga. We're now 5,000 years into Kali Yuga. This Vedic culture existed, and I would put a demarcation line until the Vedic culture could no longer protect itself from the non-Vedic Rajas and kings and Moguls in particular. When that all happened, we can forget the Vedic culture. The Moguls turned the Indian Sanatana Dharma into the term Hindu because to insult them, just as in America, black people are insulted also by calling them the N word. It was an insult, and it's caught on for some reason, and it's arranged to split up the entire Varnashram Dharma of the Dwapara Yuga into little bits and pieces where people are worshiping this deity or that deity. Now, I don't want to take more time. I want to move on. Lord Chaitanya appeared 500 years ago, not as an extra avatar, but to create the Dharma for Kali Yuga. And this Kali Yuga Dharma is called the Golden Age of Kali, and it is based on the personality of Radharani. And Lord Chaitanya came in a golden color in the mood of Radharani, simply to understand the nature of Radharani's devotion for him, the one thing that he could not understand, even though he is Krishna. Now, I will just add a little note. We are operating from the ultimate reality, or what I believe to have accepted to be the ultimate reality, which is that Krishna Loka, and there's innumerable Vishnu planets also, various types, with their arms in different positions, that but they're worshipped in awe and reverence. That the Krishna consciousness movement means that Lord Krishna and Radharani came down, and Lord Chaitanya entered into the mood of Radharani, and throughout the golden age of Kali, she through him, or him through she, or they together are gathering up all the bhakti of those who hear the holy name of Krishna. Now, these analysis, I thought this analysis you gave Prabhuji, Sadhuji, Panditji, of these, how the Vedas are constructed and how it interfaces with Srila Prabhupada's teaching was brilliant and wonderful. And I want to thank you for it. It has enlightened me to some degree, even though I'm in the darkness of ignorance. So what happens next is that in this, I would like to just, the last thing I'd like to distinguish, because we're talking about the Bhagavatam, and there's no reason not to, it is everything you've said it is. Not more, not less. It's everything you've said it is. This is so perfect. And Prabhupada, if he heard you say that, he would be delighted, because I heard him translate, I heard him tape recording the passages for the Srimad Bhagavatam at certain times when I was able to hide behind the door of his bedroom where he would not sleep, but would translate all night long. So I'd like to just mention, we have the iṣṭa-Upanishad. There's so many Upanishads, but there's the iṣṭa-Upanishad, and the only thing I want to say about it, it is for the purpose, Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnamidachyate Purnamsi Purna Adaya Purnam Evas Vasishyate. It establishes that God exists to those who don't know that fact. Then the entire iṣṭa-Upanishad progresses through 18 shlokas to the end where the new devotee of Krishna cries out, "Oh, please take away this effulgence from in front of me. I want to see your form." That's the end of the Iṣṭa-Upanishad. Why do I mention it? Because it leads, in Prabhupada's world, Prabhupada's Uv, or pantheon of teaching, it goes straight to the introduction of the Bhagavad Gita as it is, that he translated, which is one chapter out of the one part of the Mahabharata, with so many crores of lakhs of verses. He came there in the introduction, he said the difference between Bhagavad Gita, and remember, he's addressing ignorant malachas of the West, as was Lord Chaitanya. You are brilliant Brahminical wunderkinds. Will your grandchildren be as good? I hope they are good as you are. I hope maybe better, but that's a lot to say. But let me just say here that to the ignorant Westerner, who is, as you can tell, ignorant and Western, he has said that the Bhagavad Gita is different from any other Western Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, who have taken up too much space already in the pantheon of the world, that unlike those, the scripture is not spoken by prophets, but is spoken to by Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to his disciple friend, but in this role, disciple Arjuna. Now I don't want to take up more than a few more minutes of your valuable and illuminating and enlightening time. And I'd like to say only that the Bhagavad Gita established to teach you who is God. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Not this one, not that one, not this, nothing Hindu about it, nothing about Durga or Shiva or anything. We have to put that all in place when we read the Srimad Bhagavatam and like that. That fully fills out our expectation. But in the Bhagavad Gita, you find out who is God. You stand back and say, how wonderful, now I know who is God. But surely, God doesn't just stand around forever on the battlefield, on a chariot, talking to his best friend who is now acting like a disciple. What is he doing? Well, who is God? Then we go from the Bhagavad Gita to what you have honored, quite rightfully, the Srimad Bhagavatam. When you go to the Srimad Bhagavatam, you say, I want to know who God is from start to finish. Well, start, he's a baby. Finish, he's a king of in Dwarka. So you keep on looking through the Srimad Bhagavatam, it will tell you everything about Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, plus, so many things. Then you say, I have read the Srimad Bhagavatam. I now glorify Krishna. I am so happy to have heard everything about Krishna so that I can hardly stop myself from chanting the Hare Krishna mantra day and night without sleeping even. I'm so ecstatically happy. But there's one piece missing. And this piece may or may not be on your topmost agenda from Vrindavan. And that is the Chaitanya Charitamrita. This is an astonishing work because it describes the one thing which you don't get from the Srimad Bhagavatam. You don't get it from the Iṣṭa-Upanishad for sure. You don't get it from the Bhagavad Gita. All you do is find out who God is and what the various ways of worshiping him are. And then you get to the Srimad Bhagavatam and you're given a wealth of transcendental pastimious activities, just like ghee and honey and milk and butter being taken from Surabi cows and given to you on a platter. It is too wonderful. Then after that, you say, I'm totally swept away by Lord Krishna. Now I want to know one other thing. I want to know, how do I worship Krishna? That takes you to Radharani. Who is Radharani? Krishna's second half. You cannot, Prabhupada said, you cannot have love just by one person. Love means two. Radha and Krishna is two. In Krishna Loka, that's the boat. And so Radharani comes, Lord Krishna comes as Radharani, though in apparently male form, but golden like Radharani. And goes through the process of taking us, not just those who are exalted like yourselves, Vrindavan Acharyas, no, not just at Vrindavan Prabhus, but ignorant people off the streets of everywhere. People, the Prabhupada said, the hippies that were smoking ganja, that their next lifetime they would become cockroaches. But look, now they're going to take higher births simply by becoming the Kanista Adhikari in the ISKCON movement. By becoming Kanista Adhikari, Prabhupada saved pretty much everyone on earth single-handedly. But we have yet the task ahead of us to chant everywhere and make sure even the plants, the trees, the animals all hear the holy name of Krishna, so that by the end of the golden age of Kali, another 9,450 years or so from now, not just 10% will go back to Godhead, 100% will go back to Godhead. I have given that as my personal vow, and Prabhupada actually, interestingly, confirmed my vow in 1974, where he told me to chant, and then 100% could go back to Godhead. Because of that, that's why I'm on this Zoom call right now, to interface with you. So there's nothing more for me to say, except that in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, you'll find out the residents of Krishna Loka and other wonderful places came down, like in costume, to entertain themselves, ourselves, and to deliver us all in the form of Rupa Goswami, is Rupa Manjari, the account keeper in Krishna Loka. And you have Sanatana Goswami, you have Haridas Thakur, a skinny little humble Brahmin, not Brahmin, Muslim. Skinny little, so humble he was, he refused to come within 3 kilometers of the Jagannath temple because he was a Muslim and he didn't feel worthy of coming closer. And who is Haridas Thakur? We were talking about Brahma. He is Brahma, 4-headed Brahma, author of Brahma Samhita, the creator of everything, the one who engendered the Prajapatis, the 7 sages, the one that did everything in this universe. He came as a humble Muslim. Can you imagine? And then with Lord Chaitanya came Gadadhar, who is a form of Radharani. He came Lord Nityananda. He is Balaram, Krishna's first expansion and the head of our entire Vaishnava Sampradaya. He came to chant in the streets of the dust of Navadvip. So we should not think that Lord Chaitanya is just an extra acharya of some sort to entertain us or to educate us or anything. No, he's the Yuga avatar and the first, because the Vaishnava culture is dead, the Vedic culture is dead, it was wiped out by the Muslims. The Hindu religion was dead as soon as the people were called Hindu, because Hindu, they're Sanatana Dharma as they're called, but they can't call themselves Sanatana Dharma because they pick this deity or that deity and worship. No, we have to worship all the deities as part of serving Krishna. That was the Vedic culture. So we've come down to the destruction of everything, including the caste system as it was. The Varnas, everything finished because there's no way to maintain it. The Brahmins are coming to America and becoming ET specialists and smoking cigarettes. That's not quite the role of the Brahmin, even though he gets more money that way. So taking down, now this is the absolute finish of what I'm saying, coming down to Lord Chaitanya, we must accept as the Yuga Avatar Prabhupada, through Thakur Bhaktivinoda Gaura Babaji, who made everything possible by himself, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, then Prabhupada came and did strange and mysterious and anti-Vaishnava practices of initiating women and making malachas into Brahmins and initiating uninitiatable people. He had the power, thanks to Gaura Kishore, the contrarian, he had the power to do that. And he did it. And now, even though he was untimely left the planet, the movement can and will go on. And the League for 10K, 10,000 years of the Golden Age of Kali, of which I have the honor of being part and parcel of, including to worship your lotus feet, this will restore ISKCON so that temples will come up. Every city will have hundreds or even thousands of temples as soon as the GBC is once again representing the temples, not dominating them. So that's the last that I would like to say. I could answer questions, but I'd rather you go on having heard what I said so that you will be protected by the truth of Lord Chaitanya being the Yuga avatar. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you so much for the understanding, Prabhu. Really loved it, Prabhu.
Was that okay?
Yes, Prabhu, perfectly fine, Prabhu. This is how our entire sampradaya actually it is. This is the disciplic conclusion, what you said.
There's confusion?
Disciplic conclusion.
Oh, yes. So I've tried to give you the conclusion, not from the historic Vedic culture coming down to the present Brahmins of Vrindavan, etc., but from Srila Prabhupada's astonishing dereliction of Vaishnava tradition to lift up malachas, as did Lord Chaitanya, lifting up Jagai and Madhai, and so many other people who had become untouchables, malachas. And that's what I've come to do, and to bring us all together with Lord Chaitanya through Prabhupada, who is the last Sampradaya Acharya, because by chanting the holy name, which it turns out happens to be the holy name, shall I say the holy names, they are Shaktivesh Avatar, Prabhupada says. So the holy names, they are Shaktivesh Avatar. Therefore, you do not require anyone to give it to you, but you can hear it from the pure devotee. And if you have a cell phone, iPhone, you can listen to Prabhupada chanting the holy names. Therefore, you're hearing Lord Chaitanya chanting, who is Krishna, Radha and Krishna in one. So whoever hears Prabhupada chanting is hearing the combined voices of Radha and Krishna presenting the path of deliverance for each and every soul on planet Earth. Now, please continue, because I want to learn from you, not constantly say things.
Prabhu, there is nothing that you should learn from us, Prabhu. It is we who have to learn from you.
You will automatically learn from me, but I want to learn from you first.
No, Prabhu. It is my great honor to be learning from you, Prabhu. Actually, whatever you, that is the most important thing. It's
Let's remember properly. You are Prabhu, I am your eternal servant.
That's Prabhu. That's
I cannot be anything else other than servant. Therefore, I am asking you, please, as servant, can you enlighten me?
So whatever I had to speak, I spoke, Prabhu, about the organization of the Vedic literature and how Srila Prabhupada also brought in the summary of the entire Vedic literature into these beautiful literatures, Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Yes, and you get that the Bhagavatam leads directly. The Bhagavad Gita leads directly to the Bhagavatam. Now I know who God is. What was God's life? Is that the only thing he ever did was talk to Arjuna? No? Okay, let's read Bhagavatam. First canto, baby. 10th canto, dancing with gopis. And after that, he said, I want to worship Krishna. So all the greatest devotees, look at Rupa Manjari, like Lalita and Vishaka. Rupa Manjari in the spiritual sky is one of the final, she's the note taker of Krishna's pastimes. She came down as Rupa Goswami and taught us how to surrender to Krishna. Can you imagine how fortunate, separated only by 450 years or 550 years, 550 years, separated from Rupa Manjari coming down as the greatest filter, the record keeper. She keeps notes. The record keeper of all the bhakti in Krishna Loka. And she came down as Rupa Goswami. We should fall flat on the ground in our faces and weep to think that she came to planet Earth to Navadvip. That's our lucky position right now. So we should not think Lord Chaitanya is an extra avatar. He is the avatar for this age, the golden age of Kali. Just like there was Buddha, then Shankaracharya, and Lord Chaitanya defeated, converted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and now there's Lord Chaitanya. This is what takes us into Kali Yuga, the horrible age of Kali, where after 10,000 years, everyone will become cannibals, eating each other. The fruits will have no fruit. It'll just be skin, and you pick a mango. It'll have a big seed, it'll have skin, but no flesh. This is Kali Yuga. And then at the end of Kali Yuga, when all the evil people have done as much evil as they could possibly conjure up in their minds and bodies, and guided by Paramatma to do these evil things, because Paramatma guides you to do whatever you want, because you're part and parcel of Krishna and cannot be denied. At the end of this Kali Yuga, then Kalki comes, and everyone will be killed by the Lord himself, and thereby delivered. This is the mercy of Krishna and his incarnations. Kalki will come and kill those who are not worthy to live, yet they are still living in their wretched cannibalistic bodies. He will kill them, and they will become liberated by being killed. So there's no bad ending to the story, particularly since after Kali Yuga, then comes Satya Yuga, where people are nice and have good memories. Haribol.
Yeah, Agrani Prabhuji, if you're there. Yeah.
Oh, may I say one comment about Vedavyas?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhupada.
He's the father of Sukadev Goswami, as you know.
Yes.
And Sukadev Goswami came to Maharaj Pariksit, the 16-year-old boy who had just come out of the womb. He was 16 years in the womb because he couldn't stand what was outside of the womb. So he stayed there in his mother's womb until he was 16. When he came out, he started running. He appeared to be crazy, ignorant, and out of control, totally psychotic. He was running along, he'd get tangled up in the bushes. So when he finally arrived, and people thought he was crazy, so men would come and throw rocks at him and walk at him and hit him with sticks, which he didn't notice. And the boys would pee on him, urinate on him, which he didn't notice either. He'd fall into the ditches, he'd climb out, and he came to the point of where Maharaj Pariksit was speaking. And everybody stood up. Who was there? Brahma, Shiva, everyone was there. The greatest personalities in existence were there. This is in the Srimad Bhagavatam. They all stood up to honor this boy coming in with tangles in his hair, mostly naked and covered with urine and bruises from being thrown stones at. They all came in. Only one person did not stand up. And you know who that was, of course. Who it was? They did not stand?
Probably Vyasadeva.
It was Vyasadeva. And why Vyasadeva? Because the father does not stand to honor the son. The son stands to honor the father. So that goes on. But the Bhagavatam came out of that conversation between Sukadev Goswami and Maharaj Pariksit for us, because we're in Kali Yuga, and they were barely in Kali Yuga. So what did Vedavyas do? When he wrote he wrote Shastras for everybody, but he did not repeat Shastras from the Dwapara Yuga. He wrote only for the people of Kali Yuga, which means Srimad Bhagavatam and it means the everything that he wrote, including the Mahabharata. And what did he write? Mahabharata: Stri, women; Sudra, working class; Dvijabandhu, those people from Kshatriya or Brahmin families who were not qualified by some accident of miscalculated conception when they were conceived to become Dvija, or initiated into the path of their Dharma, family Dharma. So Sri Sudra Dvijabandhu, that's why he wrote the Mahabharata. I mean, yes, the Mahabharata, and of course from the Sri Sudra Dvijabandhu, then out of that is the Bhagavad Gita, which the greatest scholars on earth, until Prabhupada wrote Bhagavad Gita as it is, the greatest scholars on earth cannot even begin to comprehend. What to speak of Sri Sudra Dvijabandhu? These greatest scholars on earth are not even Dvijabandhu. They can't even understand the Bhagavad Gita. So anyhow, that's the whole purpose there. So we don't have to worry about it. It's meant for us, and we can study. But the main thing for us is the teaching of Lord Chaitanya, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, which you take the entire Vedic culture, including the iṣṭa-goṣṭhī, the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, you come to the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and you learn that after studying all of these things, there's only one thing left to do: chant the holy name of Krishna, and to engage wherever you go, whomever you meet. Make sure that everyone chants the holy name of Krishna. This is the compilation of the entire Vedas of the universe into the Hare Krishna mantra, which is designed to deliver everyone, not just the worthy people like yourselves who are so far beyond me, it's not measurable. You see? So anyhow, once again, I let go of the conversation, but you can ask any question you like if you do have one, or continue to expound, because what you were saying was brilliant.
Yes, Prabhuji, can I just intervene? See, I was talking about why Srimad Bhagavatam was a man-made scripture, and in its entirety is not given by God. One example for that, am I being heard, Prabhu?
What?
Yes, we can hear you. You're talking about Srimad Bhagavatam being a man-made scripture. So can
But
you?
how it can be? Which man made it?
Yes,
It was
yes.
Krishna is not a
I'm
man,
explaining it.
and he's transcendentally the source
Yes, please.
of the.
Yes,
Without
please, I'm
Krishna, there is no
explaining
Srimad
I'm explaining
Bhagavatam,
it to you,
and
please.
Krishna is not a man.
Okay,
When
Prabhu,
Krishna is present, it becomes God's
Prabhu, sir.
words, not man's words.
Prabhu, I have to attend to my household duties now. Can you please excuse me?
one last thing, Agrani Prabhuji.
No, I don't want to excuse you.
Tell you.
I wish you could stay with us for two
I
more
will give you
hours.
a small reference, if possible.
Next time, because I have to attend to my household duties and I have to be in office. I have to do puja and everything. It will take some time.
Well,
Prabhuji,
can we beg you? Can we beg your promise? We come back on Wednesday, and I will say nothing. You will say everything.
No, Prabhu. No, Prabhu. I will hear you, Prabhu. I just wanted to attend. I have to do puja and I
Can you
have to
come
work.
back at 8 o'clock United States, California time on Wednesday?
Yes.
And I will say nothing, and you say everything, okay?
I'll come, Prabhu. I'll come, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
We want to hear your voice and
Hare
your
Krishna.
wisdom.
All right, Agrani Krishna Prabhu has left. So let's continue.
What is his name? Namki?
Agrani.
Adrani?
Yes.
No, a very intelligent man. But
yes, Prabhuji, if I can see,
but we have left. He is not from Vrindavan, right?
No, he's in Bangalore, but he's from Vrindavan. His family is from Vrindavan.
But our other Prabhu is in Vrindavan, correct?
Who? Which one?
Who was speaking first?
Oh, Kaushal Prabhu is not in Vrindavan. Kaushal Prabhu, are you in Vrindavan?
No, no. I am also in Bangalore.
Oh, Bangalore. Yes, he's also in
So,
Bangalore.
so does that mean you're with the Akshaya Patra?
Yes, yes. I do chant the mantra. I am very much associated with ISKCON Bangalore, but I do have
Well,
some.
which is gone Bangalore? Madhu Pandit or the other one?
Yeah, I'm associated with Madhu Pandit's ISKCON.
Yes, I am a I am very happy with Madhu Pandit. I came in 2016 and stayed there for a month with Madhu Pandit, and we had many deep conversations.
Yes, they're really penetrating very deep into what we call as materialistic caves, materialist dens, where all these intoxicated people and meat eaters are there. Many of the volunteers from that ISKCON actually venture there and they hold discussions. And it has really done a tremendous effect. And for that reason, he was actually honored with the Gandhi Peace Prize by the central government of India.
That's
So,
wonderful.
yes, and not only that, the midday meal scheme that which Madhu Pandita Prabhuji is spearheading has brought great improvement in attendances at schools, because earlier students would not turn up to schools, instead they would go to work as child laborers. Now parents find that okay, Madhu Pandita is offering food at schools themselves, so they are all attending schools, and it has brought tremendous social changes.
It's
and
wonderful.
and
He is
more importantly more importantly, Prabhuji, what food or prasadam that he serves is free from onion, garlic, everything. And he in fact fought with many government people, saying that no, I am not going to offer any other food except Krishna Prasad.
Yes.
And uh, that's really a very great work of him.
He's done a wonderful work. I first met Madhu Pandit in Los Angeles in 1967. We had a gigantic Istagosthi with hundreds of people in New Dwarka in Los Angeles.
1997 or 1967?
No, 77.
Okay, okay, 1997. Okay,
Yeah, we have that Istagosthi paper on the green Istagosthi paper, right?
right.
So Madhu Pandit was there. He was skinny back then, young, very young, skinny guy. And I immediately was attracted to his ideas, his intelligence, etc. It was all there to help Krishna Kant create the Back to Prabhupada magazine, etc. in the final order. That's what the goal was, and of the meeting. And it was very well, it was very successful, but then Madhu Pandit was shown. So I have been in touch with him through the internet over the years, but I wanted to go and see him once again. So in 2016, January, I did. And I stayed there for a couple of months in India, but mostly with Madhu Pandit.
Yes, and also if I can share, one more thing, they have brought out a very new concept called folk hostels, folk dormitories, kind of. They're like a community living for students and young people. So they're very strict, what you call disciplines are practiced, that every inmate should wake up at 4:30 a.m. and attend Arati, and then for 2 hours he has to indulge in spiritual practices of reading Srimad Bhagavatam, hearing to the lecture of Srila Prabhupada's rendition of Srimad Bhagavatam, and then do chanting, and then do Tulsi Puja. So
Did you say, that's incredible. Did you say folk, F-O-L-K?
Yes, Friends of Lord Krishna, it is.
Yeah, Friends of Lord Krishna. When I was in Bangalore, I bought a backpack that said Friends of Lord Krishna on it, F-O-L-K. But in a million years, you will never guess who co-founded FOLK in California, in Santa Barbara, to support the devotees and the devotees' children when they were being attacked by people trying to force them out of the movement.
Yes, yes. In fact, I am myself a great beneficiary of that because I
Do
was
you
also.
know who co-created it? There was a woman named Rose Forkosh and her husband that created it, but my mother became a major factor in that organization
Oh,
before she
thank you.
passed on.
Thank you.
So when I came to Bangalore and saw what they had created now is prominently displayed in Bangalore, I was overwhelmed with happiness and satisfaction.
It's not just in Bangalore now; it has spread all across India, and lot of youth are so much attracted to this hostel, and that's how they are getting introduced to Krishna consciousness.
That's wonderful. I
Yes,
wish if my mother had not passed away, I would be able to tell her that.
yes, Prabhuji. Millions of youth are indebted to the service of your mother and of the other devotees.
Yeah,
Thank
I shouldn't have said anything, but I couldn't resist because that's wonderful. So this has gone from Santa Barbara, California, and it has traveled to Bangalore and from Bangalore all over India. I'm so happy and honored to know that this is going on.
Yes, because it's more important because every dormitory, every student hostel that we find serves meat, and these devotees just cannot live there. And the kind of ambience you find in those hostels are horrible to live. So these folk hostels, are like oasis in the desert, and it's creating tremendous impact on the youth, especially, and it's making devotees. In fact, I am calling it as factories of monks because a lot of monks are actually coming out of these folk hostels. Yeah, thank you, Prabhuji.
It's so absolutely wonderful, spectacular. You know, if you can attract one child, meaning 6 to 15 years old, to Krishna consciousness, it's worth 100 adults who have to unlearn everything they learned somewhere else. Give them that education at a young age, and it will be of great value to the world,
Yes, Prabhuji. Thank
right?
you.
Are you working with that program?
Yes, I am also volunteering for the same, Prabhuji.
Then I offer you my most prostrated obeisances. Please accept my obeisances for your great service to Lord Krishna and Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Prabhuji, actually, the other day you were explaining the verse from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Aham Brahmasmi, that we are not this body, we are spiritual beings. Actually,
Yes,
that impacted me a lot. That's how I actually understood the real purport of that verse. Uh, that the way you explained was
it's the
amazing.
most important thing. And I know, like in Los Angeles, devotees that have been there for 40 years, they still think they're a body. Or their body is getting purified, but they're getting old and creaky, and they're worried about dying from COVID, but they have not yet fully grasped the Aham Brahmasmi. The one thing you should have the minute you enter in this temple is Aham Brahmasmi.
Yes,
And this is being done. This is wonderful. I'm completely enlivened.
thank you, Prabhu. Thank you.
And if you see Madhu Pandit, please offer him my obeisances 10,000 times. Tell him Naro Narayan Das, Vishwakarma, offers his obeisances to the great Madhu Pandit.
Sure, Prabhu, sure. Thank you.
This is amazing. So
All right.
continue. You were speaking so wonderfully.
Yes, please continue, Kaushal Prabhu. You were making some philosophical points, and
Yes, the
you were
reason
asking
I
questions.
interjected is I felt that you were being unfairly, unfairly argued against. So you began to try to defend the truth, and I didn't want you to have to defend the truth because you were speaking the truth. So I interfered so that you would not be interfered with. So now please go on without any interference. But we will continue our debates openly throughout Thursday, Saturday, Sunday for the rest of the golden age of Kali. Take care. Go ahead.
No, Prabhuji, actually, this debating and all will only clutter the mind. It will actually not help in the spiritual advancement, as you were yesterday instructing me. Can I just have a moment time, please?
Enjoy.
Yes, so it's about what, 9:20 now? So 9:20 p.m. California time. So anyone who's watching on Facebook and YouTube, if they'd like to join, please join the WhatsApp group in the description. And then once you're in the WhatsApp group, then the link is posted there. So you can get links, the Zoom links every time we go live on Wednesdays, 8 p.m. and Saturdays and Sundays at 8 p.m. California, USA time. So everyone is welcome to join.
Yes, Prabhuji, I'm back. Do you have 2 more minutes of time?
Sure, Prabhu, go ahead. Yes, go
You
ahead.
have as much time as you like. And Ramachandra is the chairman of the board. He guides the whole meeting.
Yes, thank you, Prabhuji. Actually, I am totally wowed by this movement. Actually, it has actually delivered me when I was in total depression. It has helped me. But what I find a little difficulty is when it becomes extreme. Like sometimes they criticize too much of Shiva devotees or the other paths and all that. This becomes a little unsettling. So this is where the problem. If this one little obstacle is removed for me, I think uh, I can have a great immersion in this bhakti movement or the bhakti wave, which is sweeping the world. Started by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and further emboldened by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada.
So Ramachandra, can you respond? He says obstacle. I'm not sure what the obstacle is.
No, he didn't say obstacle. He said he's very appreciative of the Krishna consciousness movement, the bhakti movement, but there's some criticism of the Shaivites or the Vaishnavas from the Lord Shiva Sampradaya. So that is what is a little troubling for him. Right, Kaushal Prabhu?
Exactly, exactly.
Oh, so it's just a simple matter. In the golden age of Kali, the people that are different sampradayas used to be part of the Varnashram Dharma. They used to be part, but when the Mughals were able to defeat the Vaishnava kings, it got broken up, and then they got to be insulted by calling them Hindus, which means a Shiva Hindu, a Durga Hindu, a Lakshmi Hindu, somebody else Hindu, so many little Hindu cults. They're all meant to be part of the original Vedic culture. So in this day and age, really all of the so-called Hindu belief systems are dissolved. We have nothing against Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva is an expansion of Vishnu, a partial expansion of Vishnu. He's partial expansion. Prabhupada says like yogurt. You can take milk and turn it into yogurt, but you cannot take yogurt and turn it back into milk. So Shiva is in between the spiritual and material because he's married to the material goddess. And Vishnu, who is also becomes Shiva when required, he is only with Lakshmi. So Shiva is part of the universal, he destroys, Vishnu maintains, Brahma creates. That's the almost atheistic understanding of the universe. But we're not interested in anything except delivering the fallen souls by chanting in the mood of Radharani. So that should be satisfactory. ISKCON has no business criticizing anyone, but at the same time, we don't adhere to any Shiva Sampradaya or Durga Sampradaya or anything like that, because it's no longer effective. It doesn't do anybody any good. We're not here to belong to a religion. We're here to escape from the bodily conception of life altogether. Aham Brahmasmi. I'm not this body. If I'm not this body, how I can be worshiping in a group of Hindu or in a group of Shiva worshippers? No, I'm the pure spirit soul. I don't worship in any group. I simply worship Krishna.
Okay, Prabhuji. Thank you.
I don't know if that helps them all, but maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, definitely, Prabhuji. Thank you.
But we have nothing against anybody. Durga worship, Kali worship. I have nothing against anybody.
Yes, in the Indian context, it becomes more important. The harmony of other sects, it becomes more important, especially because, we have a long tradition of very bloody fights, very violent past between these sects. For example, even if you go to the Kumbh Mela, they have, for the same reason, allotted special time for Vaishnavas, and after their services are done, then a time is allotted for Shaivas. Why this separation had to be made? Because if they are both allowed at the same time to serve Mother Ganga, they would start fighting over this supremacy.
They'll kill each other.
Yes, they will kill each other, and we have got a very violent past, and that's why it is very much important to bring harmony between these sects. That's what all I want.
I was at the Kumbh Mela in 1986. And at that time, everyone was terrified because there were Nagas on the opposite side of the Ganges, naked Nagas. They looked like young men. And it occurred to me, they may be 1,000 years old. That's the thing. They're not young 20-year-old men. It is, Prabhupada said that they sometimes 900,000 years old Nagas. And Nanda Kumar asked Prabhupada, oh, do they look very old and shriveled up? Prabhupada sat up straight, his eyes shot out. He said, no. He said, no, they look young. So I was looking at them, I realized they could be that old, even though they looked like young, virile young men in their early 20s, or 18 to 24 years old. So, but fortunately, there was no such incident. But what happened at that time is that the Vaishnavas made the mistake of bathing first before the Nagas. The Nagas came over and killed 700 Hindus some years ago, way before 1986. And I was in Hardwar, so and that's not where most of the action. I think it's mostly in central India that the main activity takes place. But where I was, there were 4 million people standing in line to bathe. But I got to bathe for 2 hours without any interruption in the Ganges at the exact moment when the drop of Dhanvantari's liquid hit the water. It went from peaceful river to churning water, like foamy, like Perrier. And, like soda water. It was so powerful and charged. There was a guard there in his military uniform with a lathi, bamboo lathi. And he warned, anybody who spends more than a minute in the water, I will beat them until they get out so everyone will have a chance to bathe. But as soon as the moment occurred, the guard went insane. His eyes rolled into his head and he started screaming and dancing around in circles, waving his lathi over his head. So I figured, well, I'll give it a try. And I went into the Ganges and stayed there for 2 hours. He never came out of his trance. And nobody else tried to get into the water. They were all sitting there. I was at the very front of 4 million people. I was brought there by Swarup Damodar, who knew some tricks. And because of it, I got to bathe for 2 hours, which was fortunate because I was trying to recover from Parkinson's disease. I was very, very ill at the time, and I recovered fully afterwards. So anyhow, that's what happened. So I'm supporting your view about how the Nagas, the Shiva worshippers, will come. And nobody sees them come and nobody sees them go. You don't see a bunch of naked people on the trains or airplanes. They disappear, then they vanish. And no one knows how.
The Nagas should take some action against the Kanishta Adhikari false imposter gurus.
They could care less. In a thousand years of looking 20 years old, they've seen a lot of things.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We have Gregory Prabhu from Greg Prabhu, Hare Krishna Prabhu. Nice to see you.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Jai, please accept my humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
It's
Oh,
my
yeah.
obeisance.
Yeah. So, what's the subject today?
Oh, we've discussed many things. So just like our discussions, we had some devotees from Bangalore. They were discussing about the Vedas and all, how it's a, it was a very philosophical discussion.
The Srila Bhagavatam,
Yeah,
wonderful scholarly understanding of the Bhagavatam.
yeah. So so that's so now Prabhu, Greg Prabhu, you can take the floor now, Prabhu. Well, we got about 30 minutes. So
Oh, okay.
yes.
I don't really have anything to say.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
What time is it there in where
It's in the UK. Yeah, it's about I think it's about 10 to 6.
10 to 6?
Half five.
Okay,
maybe.
okay. Try.
Welcome.
Jai, thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
But you may not want to say, well, why not ask a good question that has been preying on you for years?
Oh, good question. I had one there now. You see, you put me on the spot, so it's gone.
I
But,
scared you out of your question. No.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
hide behind a chair and you can come out in the open. You won't see me anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yesterday I was reading something and I had a good question. And I was thinking to ask somebody this, but it's gone now. Maybe it'll come back to me, but perhaps we can move on and maybe someone else can ignite the discussion with something.
Okay. Jai.
So could I ask what part of England you're in?
Yeah, sure. Middle of it.
Middle?
Yeah. Midlands.
Near Midlands. What city are you near?
Birmingham.
Birmingham. Yeah, I have a son and his girlfriend, his wife are living in Yorkshire. Not Yorkshire. In Worcester.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, that's quite close. Yeah.
He's been there since he was 18. Now he's in his 50s.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll start the discussion since there's nothing going on right now. So I'll share the screen. So this is a post by Garga Muni here, and is dated July 25th, 2020. So let me look it up in the Bhakti Vedanta database. Srila Prabhupada says, okay, let's see if it's a verifiable quote. So this is the quote, and now let me go find it. Let's see. All right, yeah, it's a bona fide quote. So let me share the screen. Where is it? Here we go. All right, so this is from a room conversation, May 30th, 1976 in Honolulu. So I'll read it and then we can have a discussion on this. Craig Prabhu, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Srila Prabhupada, the tendency for becoming a guru is there, but after all, every one of you should become a guru. But why immature attempt? That is my question. Everyone will become guru when he is expert disciple. But why this immature attempt? Guru is not a thing, imitation. When one is mature, he becomes guru automatically. What is the answer to this? They're making some attempt to become a guru? I'm training you all to become guru in the future. Now the Krishna consciousness movement, the properties and everything, I will not take with me. They will remain. They will remain where they are. It requires very mature treatment, but there has been some attempt to become guru immediately. Am I correct or not? We are also acting as guru. My other god brothers, they're also doing that, but we never attempted during the lifetime of our Guru Maharaj. That is not the etiquette. It is immature. It is an immature attempt, and it is not the thing that by artificial attempt one becomes guru. That it is not the thing that by artificial attempt one becomes a guru. Guru is accepted by etiquette, not by artificial attempt. Amara Agya Guru had. Follow my orders and become guru, not that you become guru.
That's an interesting point.
Let's have a discussion on this proposal.
Yeah, this actually brings up my question, which I was thinking about. Yeah, the interesting point on this is on the Ritvik philosophy, right? Like when I read Prabhupada's order, I was reading it there the other day, the July 9th letter, and it appears to me that he's saying this point of henceforward, people will be his disciples. But a lot of people say, okay, there is no scope for anyone ever becoming a guru again. Like a lot of people are saying, nobody will ever become a guru again. And they say that because it's on my order, like Prabhupada says, on my order, you become guru. And people are saying that Prabhupada is not going to give the order or something like this. So nobody can ever become a guru again, or no Uttama Adhikari can ever give Diksha again. And but here it says, when one is mature, he becomes guru automatically. So is this a refutation of that? Because it's is this a refutation because it is saying that one can become a guru automatically? Yeah, it's an interesting thing to raise.
So
Well, why not define guru?
Yes. Yeah, so that was what I wanted to ask you. I mean, some guy who's been a bhakta for 30 days, he learns from Srila Prabhupada's books, and someone goes onto the street and distributes a book, and he convinces that person, they should surrender to. So, by reading Prabhupada's books, he made a devotee. So he is a guru, right?
You just made the point there at the beginning of your question, is that he's only been around for 30 days. And this is saying when one is mature, he becomes guru automatically.
Okay, so let's...
You said he was immature at the beginning.
Yeah. So now he's instructing people. So he is a guru. So immature attempt. So immature attempts means what? A liberated soul?
No, it means what you were talking about before. Kanishta Adhikari, Madhyama Adhikari can initiate, but they are not mature. Mature as a guru means Uttama Adhikari, because it's proper. Like it's proper.
Yes. So
this is what I was raising. The point was, if someone became an Uttama Adhikari and then they gave Diksha, both are, becoming an Uttama Adhikari is possible for people, and hopefully people would there would be Madhyama Adhikaris there to recognize them if this did happen. So then if this occurred, they wouldn't be like, the only reason they would be wrong for giving Diksha, according to most people who follow the Ritvik philosophy, is that they would be wrong for giving Diksha because they would be wrong because they don't have their guru's order to do it. That's the reason they say that Uttama Adhikaris would be wrong to give Diksha. But it does say in the scripture that an Uttama Adhikari can and should, I don't know if it says should, but it says can give Diksha. So probably should as well. But I don't know that quote. Shouldn't speculate. But this says automatically. This says when one is mature, he becomes guru automatically. So where's the question?
What is mature? What
Uttama is mature, no? Uttama is mature. Uttama, no?
Well, yeah. How do you become Uttama Adhikari? Is it easy?
Is it easy? No, I'm not suggesting it's easy. But I'm saying it's possible for somebody.
But is it necessary?
Is it? Well, yeah, that's what I said. If someone is Uttama Adhikari, they can become a guru, but because the scripture says they can. But is it necessary? It might not. Yeah, you're right. It might not be necessary because, as Prabhupada said,
what would an Uttama Adhikari offer that Prabhupada has not offered already?
Yeah, that's a good point. This was the question that came to my mind was in the July 9th letter. In the July 9th letter, Prabhupada says that there will be grand disciples. So he says to them, they will be initiated and they will be my disciples. But he says to people, but you will be their guru. So there is gurus, right?
Well,
Like,
yes, but you take into account the July 9th letter was written to include 11 people who were busy poisoning Prabhupada, were actively homosexual, and were child molesters. Why would Prabhupada pick those 11 to be the candidates for guru when he had so many disciples that were following the regulative principles, that were not poisoning him, that were not child molesters? Why those 11? See, I have a disagreement with the final order, or the what you call it, the July 9th letter, because obviously Tamal came up with it. He created the whole concept, and he also introduced the word Ritvik. Prabhupada's used the word Ritvik in his writing, but he never introduced the word Ritvik there. He said representative of the Acharya, I think, something to that effect.
Officiating Acharya.
Yeah.
Officiating Acharya.
When he used the word officiating Acharya, then he effectively did use the word Ritvik in a sense, because
he didn't use the word. Tamal asked him at that point,
is it called Ritvik?
The same thing as Ritvik? And Prabhupada said yes.
But what he said, officiating Acharya. So and somebody said to him before that, they said, specifically when you are not with us, how would initiations proceed? Like it'd be a very confusing thing for him to give that order if it's not meant to happen. So
what would you do if you were being poisoned? Did you not try to save the movement in spite of itself?
How does it save?
But
how does it save the movement?
Do you think Prabhupada was so blind, spiritually blind, that he didn't know that they were angling to become successor gurus? The 11? They did become. Why did they become? And why did Prabhupada not simply say, you guys are a bunch of criminals and you're poisoning me with arsenic and whatnot, get out of here? But that would have destroyed the movement, wouldn't it?
But how does it save it? That would have, they would have divided up the movement somehow or done something.
Yeah, that's what the Gaudiya Math did.
They already had.
Yeah.
They had 11, count the number, 11 Ritviks, 11 Ritviks associating acharyas. They had already divided up the movement into 11 GBC zones. And if to think that they were not planning ahead for Prabhupada's disappearance was ridiculous.
Yeah, here Prabhupada is saying.
Prabhupada wanted to bring all those 11 zones into one ISKCON, which they would then co-manage. And how could he do that if he didn't create this illusion of Ritvik? And I say illusion of Ritvik for the simple reason that Ritvik was going on, if you want to use that stupid term. Well, I say stupid term because it has a specific meaning, which is not what it was used for. A Ritvik means a representative that, like when Prabhupada took initiation, a Ritvik performed the fire sacrifice for Keshava Maharaj, for Prabhupada's sannyas initiation. So what had been going on since 1970 or so? It was, if you want to call it, Ritvik initiations. Every temple president was doing the fire sacrifice. Whoever does the fire sacrifice is the Ritvik. So that was all he had to do, is say, continue what we were doing from 1970 onward. Except I won't come up. Already he had them chanting on the beads, others chanting on the beads. Except the only thing they would do is come up with the name. But that's easy. You get a big book of Hindu names or Vedic names and pull one out and give it to that person. Usually with the same first letter being the same letter as their name.
But they
Like
have
I'm
to.
Narayan Das,
But they have
and
to
my
approach.
karma name
they
is
have-
Nathan. So he gave me the
but it's
same
not that
first
anybody
letter.
can. Well, any
Huh?
temple president. He said any temple president. They can approach any temple president. So there has to be that
Yeah.
also. That they must.
Yeah,
they
they
must
didn't need
approach.
those 11. Prabhupada created the 11 Ritviks so that they would become successor gurus in their own calculation and plot. They were not poisoning Prabhupada for fun. They were poisoning him so they could succeed him while they were young and lusty and healthy.
What did you say? Young, lusty, and healthy?
Young, lusty, Lusty, and
Okay.
healthy. Well, look what they did.
Yes. Yeah, look what they did, right? Damn
Yeah.
right.
So what was the advantage? So did Prabhupada know? Was Prabhupada spiritually blind? Let's say, for the sake of the argument, no. Everyone is spiritually blind except Prabhupada. So why did he empower 11 men to become quote unquote Ritviks when he knew that they would immediately declare themselves regular gurus as successors to Prabhupada, even though they had no qualifications, even though they were poisoning their spiritual master, a slight aparad, and slight aparad for a year poisoning, and also that they were, like Bhavananda was a practicing homosexual, Kirtananda was a practicing pedophile. Why them? There were tons of devotees in the movement that were pure. What about Jayananda? What about Bhanu? What about so many others that were actually super strict people?
Right. Yes.
This is a
Why not
question that
them?
people have asked a lot of the time. Like I've heard this question many times. Like, why did he do this? What was the like? There must be some.
Because what would have happened if he hadn't?
Mm.
Yeah, these were all leading men. Kirtanananda Prabhupada says he was crazy. He belongs in a lunatic asylum, and he gave him this huge responsibility of, so
Yeah.
I found
Prabhupada
an
gave-
interesting.
When people committed horrible offenses, Prabhupada gave them a step upward. When the 5 intimate disciples of Prabhupada said Prabhupada is God because they were bewitched by a curse of a Brahmabhuta from a evil Brahmin that was being paid for by the Gaudiya Nath, when they were said Prabhupada is God, Prabhupada didn't kick them out of the movement. He made them into sannyasis. When Kirtanananda came back in 1967 and was committing all sorts of offenses, telling the devotees to cut off their sikas and to not wear dhotis and kurtas, and that was Prabhupada's order, Prabhupada gave him sannyas. When he gave Kirtananda sannyas, everyone said, oh, look at this, Kirtananda must be so advanced. Prabhupada's a sannyasi. That means he's practically God. So here's Kirtananda next door to someone who's practically God. We have to completely pay attention to him. When people paid attention to Kirtananda, he couldn't tell them nonsense anymore. When the 5 people said that 4 sannyasis said that Prabhupada is God, the entire focus of the entire movement was on them when they took sannyas. They're saying, he gave them sannyas. They're saying he's God and he gave him sannyas. Something big is going on here. And it went on until we were in New Vrindavan and we beat them with sticks and shoes and we kicked them out of New Vrindavan, cutting up their sikas and their neck beads.
What happened?
That's what we did.
Oh,
the Ramananda Gargamuni, we cut off their sikas and their neck beads and beat them, took away their beads, just drove them out.
What year was that?
That was 1970.
Oh. Because they had committed some offense against Prabhupada?
Yes, they were saying Prabhupada is God.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't you call that an offense?
Yeah, I remember that was, I've heard that spoken about before.
Yeah. Well, it was, one of the shadowy, ISKCON is practically, has more shadowy events than anything else. But Prabhupada nonetheless used these shadowy characters to to
Yeah.
build his movement.
Yeah.
Later on, Brahmananda and Gargamuni, who were two of his absolute favorite disciples, having fallen into the trap of saying Prabhupada is God. Later on, when I was in Bombay, they came into Bombay, and I was sitting with Prabhupada, and Prabhupada sent them one to Brahmananda to Pakistan and Gargamuni to Bangladesh during the war. And Hindus were being killed right and left during the war. Why did he send his two of his oldest disciples to Bangladesh and to Pakistan during a war? You know, for Pakistan, when Bangladesh was going for the independence, and Mujibur Rahman became the president after the war. Why did he send them there? Because their lives would be in danger. What happens when a Vaishnav's life is in danger? Can you give me a hint?
He remembers Krishna.
Yes. Consider Prahlad Maharaj. His father tried to kill him so many ways, but because he remembered Krishna properly,
Yeah.
he was spared. The elephant wouldn't crush him. He floated like a leaf off the cliff when they threw him off the cliff. When he put in poisonous snakes, the poisonous snakes didn't bite him. All of these things were there. So that's what Prabhupada did. And the funny thing is, he gave the order for them to go. I was sitting there on Ekadasi.
You were there at that time?
Yes, in Bombay.
Wow.
Well, that's just when he gave the order for them to go. They were both in the room. And the Prabhupada cried out to the cook some chapatis, and now cook some puris in ghee. And the cook said, but Prabhupada, it's Ekadasi. He said, never mind, this is an emergency. So he cooked chapatis, puris in ghee, and had Gargamuni and Brahmananda eat them. He said, why are we giving us? Because you need the strength from the ghee and the puri to make your next move. Well, what Prabhupada was doing was showing them that this was more important than one of the most important instructions he'd ever given, which is to not eat grains on Ekadasi. So Prabhupada dramatized the event. So when you're talking about these 11 gurus being written about by a neophyte, Krishna Kant, who didn't know much about the movement at all, but he's very intelligent. I put on that whole festival just for Krishna Kant. And he spoke there. And in 1977, what happened is that, let's fast forward to the July 9th letter. Prabhupada did the exact same trick he did with Kirtananda, with the four sannyasis. He promoted them to keep them from rebelling against him. So here he takes Kirtananda, who tried to destroy everything Prabhupada was doing. He and Hayagriva left, taking Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita that Hayagriva had been editing to New Vrindavan, and they were trying to go to different publishers to publish Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is under their own name, saying that they had translated and edited it. Well, Hayagriva did edit it. He was a PhD in English literature, back when a PhD counted. And they tried to do it, but nobody believed that they had written it themselves, so they wouldn't publish it.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. They
So
stole the
I was there in 1969,
Huh.
and every morning we would read from the Bhagavad Gita. Well, every evening we'd read from the Bhagavad Gita from Hayagriva's manuscript.
Hayagriva's manuscript, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, it was the transliteration with Hayagriva's editing in between the lines.
Acha.
We were there, and Prabhupada came in April. I got there before April. Prabhupada came in April. They were holding class with Prabhupada's stolen Gita, giving the class in the temple, in the old farmhouse at the top of the hill. And can you imagine? Prabhupada didn't bat an eye.
That's crazy.
No, Prabhupada is not crazy.
No, Prabhupada not crazy. These other people are crazy doing that right in front of Prabhupada.
Of course they were.
Yeah.
They were so puffed up. But Prabhupada came there alone, defenseless. Of course, there was a few of us. There were Petit Pavana, Petit Udaran was there, I was there, and a few others.
Acha.
Not Devotee. A few other devotees were there, but what were we against a murderous gang of people trying to destroy Prabhupada? Did it bother Prabhupada? No. Even one day, I found him by the side of the road in the sunlight on a cloth, sleeping on the side of the road in the sunlight.
Wow, he was sleeping just like that?
Just wearing a gamcha.
Wow.
Can you imagine people trying to destroy him and he's sleeping amongst his enemies?
Wow.
That's very much like Prahlad, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we have to understand the context of the July 9th letter. If Prabhupada was going to gather together the most qualified people to be the successor guru or the Ritvik, he could have picked so many people. Why pick people, the majority of whom were poisoning him? I mean, wouldn't that be a stupid thing to do?
Yeah.
I mean, look at it, common sense.
Okay,
you could say
but
that was totally stupid. Would you say?
well,
So Prabhupada did it. We have to
No.
decide: was it stupid or was it transcendental?
yeah, but like, okay, here, yeah. Well, I'm not saying it's stupid, but at all. But
Well, thank
the
you.
spiritual master, actually,
Don't say that my spiritual master was stupid. I don't.
I won't.
allow it.
What I'm saying is, a different thing, completely. Is it not? Or I mean, it seems to me that the spiritual masters should leave the correct instruction, whether people follow it or not. And then if they follow it,
He spent the whole time
no, I
from
mean for the
1965 onwards giving the right instruction. He told the GBC that they should be elected by the temple presidents for 3-year terms. They refused. So he had a choice: to get rid of the GBC or let them do their damned best to destroy the movement, which they're still trying to do. What did he do? He left it to you and me, Prabhu. Nobody other than me and you and you and me and Ramachandra and everybody else on the Zoom call. He left it to all of us to correct the situation in due time. I say that the decades after Prabhupada's disappearance, this is due time, if there ever was any.
So, okay.
So can I give you the final nail in the coffin of the Prabhupada knowing they were going to become gurus?
Yeah, sure. I have one other thing to say as well. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. The one other thing to say is so should we then take the July 9th letter and continue the system where Prabhupada is the guru and other people are gurus? So when a person gives Ritvik initiation, it seems to say in the July 9th letter that person should be a guru of the person who is initiated and should treat them as their disciple. Though Prabhupada is
really
the Diksha guru.
like that. I don't have it in front of me, but if you read it carefully, it doesn't say that. I would tell you for sure. But all that needs to be done is what was done until the July 9th letter, which was a temple president sends a letter to Prabhupada saying such and so person wants to become a devotee. Well, at that time, they could send a letter to themselves saying, this person wants to be a devotee. I think he's following everything nicely. I will initiate him with an Agnihotra as Prabhupada's disciple. Why does there have to be anything fancy attached to it at all? You realize, like in Los Angeles, I don't know what it's like where you are. In Los Angeles, there's one fellow, Ravindranath, who does all the weddings. He does all the Anaprasana ceremonies. That means at 4 months, the child picks the coins or the books. He does all the Shraddha ceremonies. That means a ceremony to purify the aura of the person who just died. He can also do Diksha, and he can also do Brahman initiation. They're doing it anyhow.
Yeah. My apologies, Prabhu.
In other words, it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
the
my
big
apologies.
deal is the disciple agreeing to follow the more regulated principles, chant 16 rounds, do everything according to the Prabhupada's requirement for initiation, and then accepting that Prabhupada is his spiritual master and has accepted the disciple's karma. Now, if you have somebody else, guru, some ordinary guy appointed by the GBC of all people to be guru, and he gives initiation, whoever he initiates, he accepts the karma of the person he initiates. And what happens when he dies? He has not been able to get rid of the karma. He's not been able to pass it up to the disciplic succession, so that when the person dies who took initiation from this insufficient guru, he goes to where that insufficient guru went. Just like if you go to any cult and you follow the cult leader, and the cult leader dies and you die, you go to where he went because you gave your vow to give your life to him. People don't realize it. And what is it like? It's like marriage. When a husband dies, the wife goes to where the husband goes. Children go where the wife and husband go. So why would a person want to go to Kirtanananda Loka when they could go to Krishna Loka by having surrendered to Prabhupada?
Yeah,
I mean, really, all I can say is, if you want to surrender to an ISKCON guru, be my guest. But I think the road ahead of you is going to be rather rocky.
No, I didn't want to. I didn't want to surrender to him.
What?
I didn't want to surrender to an ISKCON guru. I wasn't referring to the July 9th. I was thinking of the appointment tape. Sorry, it's the appointment tape that says his grand disciple. When I order you become guru, he becomes regular guru.
What appointment tape? Meaning the July or May or whatever it was tape.
Yeah, the appointment tape where he explains like specifically after.
Is it an appointment tape? When did it take place?
When did it take place? I don't know, but
Yeah.
there's a recording and Prabhupada's talking on it. Some people have said it was doctored, but like it does seem.
But you know something? The GBC.
There are parts of that tape which are not doctored, which are clearly audible.
It doesn't count. That tape does not count. You know
But
why?
There's Prabhupada's words on it, so it does count.
It doesn't count. And I will tell you why. Prabhupada one time said, and you may have heard this quote, when you're writing, you have to be very careful what you write. But when you speak, you can say any damn thing. His words, not mine. Prabhupada is well aware that that so-called appointment tape was not a legal document.
Ah.
And to give you even more emphasis, I was given a 7-hour deposition by the GBC over the Long Island Temple. And they came up with everything to try to prove that the Ritvik idea was concocted. And I was able to defeat them each time. And
we actually.
Why, if they said that the gurus were bona fide, why didn't they quote the appointment tape, what you call the appointment tape? Why didn't they use it once in the deposition to prove that the gurus were bona fide.
Because
They didn't.
wills and last will and testament has to be written. I mean, yeah, they accept video wills and things these days, but sometimes, but generally not really.
Yes, they will, but there has to be a court reporter there recording it in shorthand. There should be a videographer getting it on tape, and there should be lawyers there to bear witness.
Yeah. So it like really they don't really accept it. They don't accept it in the same way they accept written things. They only accept it in very certain
the appointment tapes
circumstances.
did not count to ISKCON, the GBC's lawyers. They knew I was a prominent voice for the so-called Ritvic appointment idea. And they tried to defeat me without mentioning two things. The GBC meeting of 1976 and where Prabhupada said something about should they have elections, Prabhupada said no elections. He meant for that year, but the point is, he said that on tape, they could have used it, they didn't. And they could have used the appointment tape, they didn't. The lawyers working for the GBC, that were trying to defeat me in the deposition. They could not defeat me, and their strongest argument would have been the appointment tape. But they knew that the appointment tape had no legal standing whatsoever. And guess who else knew that the so-called appointment tape had no legal standing whatsoever?
Buddy Narayan.
Try Srila Prabhupada.
Oh, okay, yes.
So then so you're saying
Srila
that
Prabhupada followed his own quote. When you speak, you can say any damn thing. I'm not saying that to make an excuse around legitimately, what's the guru? That whole tape, and you listen to it, there's some confusing double trip step backs in it also about who's actually the guru and what the disciple is actually the disciple. And there's parts of it that were undecipherable that got deciphered later. But the real point is, it's not admissible in a court of law. And the court of Yamaraj is the ultimate court of law.
Right.
So why would anybody?
So just picture of what you're trying to get a picture of what you are stating, that what you're saying the final order is, and you're saying the July 9th letter is the final order, and the order is that people become Prabhupada's disciples, but there is no guru situation. Like there is no nobody after the July 9th letter. The people are initiated as Prabhupada's disciples by the 11 Ritviks if they are following this.
No,
but then
the 11 Ritviks, that was just, Prabhupada was just handing that to them, just like you throw a bone to a dog.
Yeah, but the people become initiated as Prabhupada's disciples. And then the disciples, you're saying the disciples, let me finish. You're saying the disciples are then to rectify the situation and create something different after that. Like
different after what?
After what we're saying, the July 9th letter, in this example, we were saying that if the July 9th letter is the final order, because it's a legal document, then because the July 9th letter is legal document, then the disciples that are initiated are the ones who are supposed to rectify the situation from that position. The disciples who become Prabhupada, the people who become Prabhupada's disciples henceforward, they are supposed to.
It doesn't matter how they become Prabhupada's disciples. The July 9th letter is not necessary for them to become Prabhupada's disciples. Nor does the July 9th letter indicate that the only people that give initiation are those first 11. Otherwise, there'd be practically nobody left to give initiation. How many of the original 11 are still even alive? there was no provision made for successors to the successors. And by the way, the word, why I belittle the word Ritvik, term Ritvik, is that Ritvik became very popular amongst Muslims. The word Ritvik, they would name their son, their firstborn son, Ritvik, taking it from the Vedic Sanskrit. Anyhow, the main thing is Prabhupada had Ritviks, if you want to call them that. Kamal created, if you read that July 9th letter, another interesting thing about the July 9th letter is who signed it. Did you ever notice?
Tamal, is it?
Yes, Tamal signed it. And
it says also Srila Prabhupada's signature appears on the original.
Yes, and where does it appear?
I don't know. I don't have the original in front of me.
Okay, well, I'll just let you know. Tamal signed in big bold letters right underneath there. He had created that document essentially, and the conversation leading up to that document proves it. He signed it. He introduced the term Ritvik. Now, I did not surprise you by saying, why did he pick a word that nobody knew? And I'll answer you, he picked that word because nobody knew. Nobody ever heard Ritvik. Representative of the Acharya or officiating Acharya is something that everyone could relate to and probably not accept very easily. But when he said Ritvik, Prabhupada created the word Ritvik. He didn't. I think Narayan Maharaj created the word Ritvik and told it to Tamal. Because in his in Narayan Maharaj's highly offensive book, Priyabandhu, Shiksha Guru Priyabandhu, which is exactly the opposite conclusion of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, now is the time for friendly talks to cease. Narayan Maharaj says, he's my Shiksha Guru and he's my Priyabandhu, my best friend. And Krishna himself said that is not allowed in the Bhagavad Gita, which Narayan Maharaj should have been aware of. You see? So we're dealing with a bunch of scoundrels. So no, I never got to tell you the final nail in the coffin concerning what is the proof that Prabhupada knew that they were going to become regular gurus as soon as possible. And that is, he sent them specifically to take instruction from Sridhar Maharaj, ostensibly on how to be Ritviks. But Sridhar Maharaj probably never even heard of Ritviks. So what was Sridhar's role? Sridhar had been the brains behind, if you will call it brains, the brains behind having Ananta Vasudev appointed to be the Acharya of the Gaudiya Math against Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's express wishes, which was that the Gaudiya Math have a governing body commission based on the style of the British Indian Railway. And they refused to do it. The disciples wanted a guru. They didn't want, so they initiated homosexual Ananta, who later on committed suicide. His wife committed suicide. His son was going to expose them for the crimes they were committing. So they both committed suicide on different occasions. And Sridhar is the one who put that guy in charge. So Prabhupada sent them to Sridhar, a person he had criticized on and on and on as having destroyed the Gaudiya Math. So why would he send his favorite disciples that he had made into Ritviks? Why would he send them to Sridhar Maharaj when he didn't trust Sridhar Maharaj, and he'd spent a decade saying that he didn't trust Sridhar Maharaj? And the answer is because he knew that Sridhar would facilitate them becoming regular gurus. So if you really want to knock the socks off of poor Krishna Kant, my buddy Krishna Kant, take into account that Prabhupada intended for them to become regular gurus, not because he wanted regular gurus, but because he wanted to keep the movement from being split into pieces and destroyed.
Here's another interesting one. A lot of devotees, whether right or wrong, but they could be right. How do you answer this? They would say that the guru's instructions are transcendental and they transcend things like the law of earth. So because they transcend the law of earth, the appointment tape would also be valid because it's the spiritual master's sound vibration, and that sound vibration is absolute. So because it is absolute, as long as they have the recording, then that should be as good as law for devotees, especially for disciples who want to follow the spiritual master.
So would you agree that Kirtanananda's words should also be considered transcendental?
No, I don't actually. I have a quote to share with you on that, Ronald. If you could give me the host for the meeting, I actually found a quote which is very interesting about Kirtanananda and the fact that his link was lost to Prabhupada.
Really?
Yeah. If you could, it's a very interesting.
Well, the host is Ramachandra.
Yeah, Ramachandra, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I gave you the host. You're the host now.
Okay, cool. Hang on a second. I will.
So one more thing while you're looking it up, our official time is 10 p.m. So it's now 10:17. So what I can do, if Narayan Prabhu wants to continue, I'll give Greg Prabhu the host, and then he can run it. Yeah, you can end it whenever Narayan Prabhu is finished with you.
Okay. Yeah, it should be shared on screen now.
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, okay, Prabhu. Yeah, it says Kirtanananda may be eager to address in the Harvard University, but recently he has lost his link on account of disobedience. One who has not pleased the spiritual master cannot have any access in the realm of Krishna consciousness. By misuse of one's independence, one at once becomes a victim of Maya, and thus he loses all importance in Krishna consciousness.
Right, very important.
Srila Prabhupada's letter.
What's the date of that statement?
6th of the 10th, 1967.
And you're saying now that Kirtanananda is chosen to be successor Acharya. How do you reach that conclusion?
No,
I did not say he was chosen to be successor Acharya. I'm saying
because Prabhupada said. You're saying the words of the Acharya. Are you saying the Acharya is not capable of lying in behalf of his movement?
Well, anything is possible.
Well,
so anything is possible. So I'm giving you the hypothetical.
Possible, it's absolutely there. I heard Prabhupada tell lies.
Yeah, okay. Prabhupada said when he didn't have any temples, he said, I have 108 temples, and he didn't have 108 temples at that time. So that's there.
Vishesh has joined us now. So I believe he would definitely like to say something on this.
Vishesh, the lawyer for ISKCON, is here.
Vishesh Prabhu, are you with us there? Can you
Hare Krishna. We do need to wind this up, but that was a very interesting quote. If that is the case, how could Kirtanananda have been considered as a successor guru?
Yeah. Well, before we let Vishesh say something, there was this point which I said to you, which was that the point which I made to you was if the spiritual master's sound vibration is absolute, then his instructions in the appointment tape, I mean, they would also be valid. But I mean, I don't know. Are you saying everything in the appointment tape is a lie? Everything, like from start to finish, or are you saying there's no?
Like what? Is that these men are going to be the Ritviks? Why would Prabhupada take people that are poisoning him and make them into Ritviks?
But he did that in the July 9th letter as well.
Well, that's the same thing, right? Or the appointment tape?
But you were saying, why would he make them into Ritviks? You were saying that the July 9th letter is a lawful document.
Do you think that Prabhupada was so spiritually blind he doesn't know that they were poisoning him?
Okay, but your argument was that you were saying that why would he make them 11 Ritviks in the appointment tape, but in the July 9th letter he also made them 11 Ritviks, and you say that is lawful and bona fide.
I'm saying that he did that to save the movement from being destroyed by the very people that he supposedly appointed. If he hadn't appointed them, they would have destroyed the movement and just chopped it up into pieces and then gone to war with each other.
Yeah,
that's what happened with the Gaudiya Math.
yes.
Are we going to start finding fault with Bhaktisiddhanta for the collapse of the Gaudiya Math?
Yeah, Prabhupada writes that in the Chaitanya Chaitamrita, where they fought in the courts for 40 years or something, right?
Yeah. And is that the fault of Bhaktisiddhanta?
Yeah. If you
If
put
his
it like
words
that.
are absolute, if Prabhupada's words are absolute, why aren't Bhaktisiddhanta's words absolute?
Yeah.
But Bhaktisiddhanta said a self-effulgent acharya would appear, so there is absolute.
Well, he was a self-effulgent acharya himself.
But he said one would appear, so that would resolve his will.
Yes. So that was resolved.
Yeah, so his will was resolved. What was it that I will appoint a GBC, which he did. They fought for years, and then the self-effulgent acharya overturned all the fighting in the GBC. So, not overturn. It didn't overturn it, but he made it like practically useless because Prabhupada took the mission out of their hands.
Yeah, so Prabhupada was surrounded by rebellious enemies who were trying to become gurus after him without even the slightest qualification, unless you consider poisoning your guru is some sort of qualification. Do you consider that? Is poisoning your guru a qualification?
Well, no, it says here that if one is disobedient, it says here if one is disobedient, he loses his qualification. It says if one is disobedient.
Then all of them lost their qualification, didn't they?
Yeah, so they were not important in Krishna consciousness at the time. There was no importance to their actions.
The so-called appointment tape, they were poisoning them there too. But you say they're qualified.
I did not say they're qualified. I'm saying he simply gave them a position. Giving somebody a position does not mean you are giving them you're ratifying their qualifications. It doesn't say that you're certifying them as qualified. If you give someone a position, you can give an unqualified person a position. It's possible.
It's an opportunity, or it could be an emergency. Sometimes
well, there must be some reason for it.
An ordinary man is made into a sergeant or a colonel on the battlefield. It's called a battlefield appointment because there's no one else to do the job. But he hasn't gone through the training to become an officer, but he takes on the role of officer in order to get the job done. So basically everything that Prabhupada did was basically an emergency basis.
Okay, well, let us hear from Vashish then, and hear another side of from a different viewpoint.
Will you be able to join us on Wednesday?
It's possible. Yeah. Perhaps we can
want you to join. You're very intelligent.
Well, thank you.
You see,
thank you, Prabhu. It's Krishna's.
I lived through this. A lot of it happened in my presence. So
Yes.
I can't expect the same of you. You've heard from people and you've read things, but it's not the same thing as living through it because you didn't hear it with your own ears, or experience it or know what it was like or what the atmosphere was like in the movement at that time.
Well, if anyone has to leave, we can continue the conversation. And then if anyone wants to see the end of the conversation, they can watch it later. We can continue talking about.
What? Let's hear from Ashish. And then, but I just wanted to be sure that you come back on because your voice is very important.
Oh, I disagree, but I will.
Well,
I might come back anyway.
even if your voice were not important for any other reason, it's important because you're raising issues that can then be resolved and put on Facebook and projected into a potential 25,000 man audience. You see?
Well, I hope I can do something useful, but it's mainly important that I listen. And
what you've done tonight is extremely useful.
Jai Prabhu, Vishesh Prabhu.
Don't look at it as your opinion, my opinion. There's nothing to do with our opinions. It has to do with what happens.
No,
what happens is what counts, not what we think happens.
Yeah, we need to find the spiritual master's opinion, and that's it.
Actually, we need to find the spiritual master's purpose.
Both.
That's what he states.
Are they not the same thing?
Not always. Why would the spiritual master give sannyas to people that said that he is God? Being provoked by Brahmabhutas that were trying to destroy ISKCON, what his godbrothers wanted, Madhava Maharaj and Tirtha Maharaj and the others wanted, was to be able to say, see, Bhaktivedanta, he was a householder, he didn't even come to the mosque very often, but then he goes to America, and next thing you know, he gets so puffed up, he has his disciples saying that he's God. That's what their intention was.
Okay. So
otherwise, why did they go to the trouble of hiring a bogus, bogus corrupted Brahmin priest who could evoke Brahmabhutas, ghosts? Why did he do that? If they didn't want to defame Prabhupada, it wasn't a mistake on the part of his disciples. They were haunted by a ghost that was doing it for them, you see.
Okay, well let Vishesh Prabhu try and answer that question then, if you would like to.
Answer the question.
Hare Krishna. Firstly, I would like to ask Ramchandra Prabhu how much time is left for the Zoom meeting.
Hare Krishna.
We can go as long as you need to talk, Vishesh. It's fine. If anyone else needs to leave, they can leave and they can listen to it later.
Yes.
We're over the 10 o'clock hour. It's 10:30. So we can continue any way we like. It's being recorded. It will be published. So this is why we're doing it, is to set the record straight. But to set the record straight, first we have to know what happened. But it's hard to do because so many lies have been told and so much neglect and so many things have been left out of the narrative that people believe that what's happening in ISKCON right now is fine, which it is not. There are not that many things wrong with what's happening in ISKCON, but the main thing is the GBC not being elected has enabled gurus to be appointed by mundaners, meaning people that are accountable only to the government. The GBC is only accountable to the government, not to the devotees, because they represent ISKCON in the legal context with whoever made them into a corporation. So they're corporate directors. It has nothing to do with spiritual life. And that's why they're elected, supposedly elected. But they became tyrants. They became totalitarian. And that needs to be corrected. If you correct that one thing, the movement will breathe a gigantic sigh of relief, like a saintly person with a spear being taken out of their back. Well, go ahead, Ashish.
Yes, Prabhu, I'm hearing you. Actually, I appreciate very much. I appreciate very much the fact that some new devotees like Greg Prabhu, I think some 3 weeks he's been joining the conversation, the Zoom conversation. And even we have now a new devotee who's just joined, Agrani Krishnadas Prabhu. I think he's very, very knowledgeable. It is obvious the way he has he replied to Kaushal Prabhu's comments about the usage of Sanskrit term, the Nirukti dictionary, the Nirukta, the Vedangas, the way he was explaining it, it was very nice. And
Excellent.
Yeah, it was excellent actually.
And now your contribution.
Yeah. Kashish Prabhu, we're interested to hear what you have. Well, I'm interested to hear what you have to say about the July 9th letter and the appointment type.
What happened? She's got no
I don't
time
know.
to-
Yeah, is he Vashish? Are you with us?
Actually, I got removed kind of, yeah.
No, you're still here.
Okay. Yeah, what I was saying actually, well, I got cut off somewhere, I think.
I don't know.
Like I
We
was-
just heard you now. We haven't heard you say anything up until now. So.
No, you didn't hear me. Like I was saying. Like,
Oh,
when
sorry.
you-
Oh, yeah. You said, the last thing you said was that Prabhu made a very nice. This new Prabhu who came along, he made a very nice comment to Narayan and things like that. And that was the last thing we heard. And then
Agrani Krishnadas Prabhu and Kaushal Prabhu, and when I was saying like regarding the Ridvik appointment of Ridviks in the 9th July letter, I was saying that myself and Narayan Prabhu, whenever we discuss this, it always ended up in an altercation, right? And some which I shouldn't be doing. Actually, I lost. It appeared that I kind of disrespected him. Okay, on live on YouTube or.
I do not recall any altercation. I just recall that Ashish is very intelligent.
No, but hey, it's all thanks to means whatever I'm trying to present. It is what I've learned from my seniors, right? From my senior Siksha gurus, like or you say instructing spiritual masters as the English words. But based on the book Final Order, I base many people also base their many Prabhupada Nugas also base their opinion belief, right? Or the conclusion based on this book. So maybe we should try to read. We are reading a few occasions. We've been reading like the will. Recently, I saw you and Ramchandra Prabhu was reading the will. So we should be reading the will again. Read the 9th July letter again. And there are some important conversations like 28th May conversation. I don't think you have gone through these conversations very thoroughly. Maybe someday Craig Prabhu, Ronald Prabhu, Rupaman, Jari Mataji, yourself, myself, and Angrani
Which
Krishna Prabhu.
conversations are you referring to that we've not gone through?
Maybe I'll send it in the group. There are a few things that we need to study actually.
Like
I'll
what?
share it in the group. Like 28th May conversation, 20th May 1977 conversation. And
it doesn't make any difference because it's not accessible. It's not supportable by ISKCON's lawyers.
How can you say it's not supportable?
You know, I was in a 7-hour deposition and they very carefully avoided that conversation.
No. It's there in Prabhupada's Vedabase, original Vedabase. We have. There may be
so-called. Are you talking about the appointment, so-called appointment date?
Listen, Prabhu, listen very well.
Doesn't count.
So far we have 3 or 4 versions of this tape. So let's read the 3 or 4 versions. Let's go through them. It's not a problem. Okay,
we
let's
don't
go through
need
them.
any of them.
We should actually. We should.
What do you need them for? They're not useful. They're not legally effective.
Okay, no, it helps actually. Okay, if you don't want 28th May conversation, then maybe we should go for 7th July conversation then.
Well,
The 7th July.
the July 9th is in writing and it's a legal
Yeah,
document.
9th July letter is in writing. Very good. When we have the 9th July letter, we have the what to say, the indirect circumstances or direct circumstances which led to a
Yeah, but have you ever come to the point of explaining why did Prabhupada want to appoint 11 people that were involved in either homosexuality,
okay.
child molestation?
If you want a direct, see, I was telling you the importance of reading all these documents, okay? Because we need to have a knowledge
Well,
of.
since our conversations, I've gone over the July 9th, I've gone over the final order very thoroughly.
Okay. Whatever you said
And
about
if you
11
notice
people.
that Tamal signed it, Tamal was the main signer of the July 9th letter. And
He drafted it.
Prabhupada was the witness signer. You signed on the
Yes.
side.
Means he drafted the letter, but it was approved by Prabhupada. But also you shouldn't you shouldn't also discredit this thing that Prabhupada approved this letter. Right? There's Prabhupada's signature also in that. Approved by Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Okay? And there are many letters which
all Prabhupada wanted out of the July 9th letter is that the people that were, the 11 people that were on that, who were on the letter, he wanted to prevent them from separating into separate temples the way the Gaudiya Math did.
But still,
that's all he wanted.
But still, okay. But many people, many leading devotees at that time, okay, senior devotees at that time, they wanted to know. They were asking, how will initiation take place in the movement? They wanted to know that. So
Prabhupada had already set the standard, Prabhu.
Excuse me?
Prabhupada's standard was already established that the temple president performs the initiation ceremony. Whoever does the fire sacrifice is called a ritvik. If it's not the guru. If Prabhupada does the fire sacrifice.
You are limiting the role of the ritvik. We should.
Am I?
We should. Actually, whatever you're saying. Listen.
First of all, who introduced the term ritvik?
It doesn't matter who introduced the term Ritvik. Okay, Prabhupada was trying to give us this Ritvik understanding. This understanding of Ritvik, Prabhupada was giving as early as 1970, right? As early as 1970, he was giving the principles of.
Yeah, they were always doing Ritvik initiations in the temples from that time onward. The only time there was no Ritvik initiation was when Prabhupada performed the fire sacrifice, correct?
But temple presidents were not giving the names. Temple presidents were not chanting. Temple presidents were not chanting on the beads. But you know
they were at the end. They were at the end.
Chanting on the beads. Chanting on the beads. Yeah, maybe chanting on the beads.
Prabhupada 5,000 disciples. Do you think he chanted on all of their beads?
You yourself, you will explain it. You will tell everything. I'll send you some letters also.
5,000 beads.
But regarding the name,
was it not that the beads were sent in the mail? Did not everybody get the beads sent in the mail? Meaning they did come from Prabhupada?
No. In the end, Prabhupada had other people chanting on the beads.
Oh, well, okay. I did not know.
But it was done by responsible. Excuse me. Yeah, I've even sent you history of initiation. Okay, I got it from the seniors, and then the history of initiation. I think I also shared with Greg. You can read this, or you can share it, Greg. You can share it.
The history of initiation. What is that?
Yeah, it's a Word document. History of initiation.
The history of initiation. When did you share this with me?
I shared with you on WhatsApp or on Telegram. Just check it.
Today? Now?
No, earlier.
Earlier. Okay.
Doesn't matter. If today you can't put it, next time you can put it.
The question is why go through all of this ordeal? The actual fact is Prabhupada is the only initiator in ISKCON. for the ISKCON movement. He's the only person that can take you back to Godhead. And if you take initiation from some other person, like an ISKCON guru, you will go to their loka when they die, not to Krishna loka. Because unless the initiator is a pure devotee, Uttamadhikari, he will not take you to Krishna loka.
Prabhu, you have discussed this, you have told this 1,000 times. And for 1,000 times.
And we have supported it with Prabhupada's words and Shastra 1,000 times.
Exactly.
Vishesh,
so you have no argument with it.
Yeah, Vishesh, you need to, like, if you want to present like the documents and stuff, you need to find the quotes and stuff that are specifically of interest to you.
We did that.
Yeah, but he's saying that we should like read other things. He's saying we should read things.
Don't you remember you rejected the quotes?
Who rejected?
You did, Ashish.
Which quote did I reject?
Yeah, we send you all the quotes on Shiksha Diksha. You rejected.
I didn't reject it. You sent me the quotes. I agreed with them, and I sent you the quotes. Did you even go? I sent you the quotes.
I agree with anything coming from Prabhupada.
Then why don't you agree with 9th July letter?
I don't know where we're coming in, what part of the conversation we're in. All I'm saying is that let's not talk about, if you agreed, then I withdraw my statement.
No, why don't you agree with July 9th letter? It's very simple. If you say you agree with Prabhupada, then why don't you agree with the July 9th letter? Why don't you agree with Prabhupada's will?
He did say
anything Prabhupada has said, I agree with it.
No, on July 9th letter, you don't agree actually. You don't agree. I'm telling you what, you don't agree with July 9th letter.
I don't? What part don't I agree with?
Because later in July 9th letter, Prabhupada gives the role more explicit, is very explicitly the function of the Ritvik. Right?
Yeah.
The final instruction on the role of Ritvik is given in the 9th July letter. So you please read that 9th July letter again and see.
I've read it many times. What is it you want to refer to?
Yeah, tell us which piece.
Actually,
what are you trying to prove? Are you trying to prove that Kirtananda was a pure devotee?
Quick. And you see how you divert the topic?
No,
but you're not giving us the point. I'm waiting also, Vishesh, to hear the point from you that you're trying to, like, you should have the July 9th letter in front of you and you should be able to point to a specific part.
No,
that's
it's not only because of me. We have done it many times earlier. You can put it on the screen. We'll read it together.
Yeah, well, we can't go. Why do we shouldn't have to read a whole thing? But like,
no, you have to read the whole thing.
Ashish, what is it about the July 9th letter?
Yeah, what is the specific piece you're like? What's on your mind? What's on your mind, Prabhu? Tell us, please. Like, or do you just really want us to, like, this is what part of the letter is do you believe? Like, I mean, we can look to that specific part. I can put it on the screen. We can go to that part, and
but that's what I'm telling you to put it on screen. Put the 9th July letter on screen, and we read it together. That specific part.
Look, there you go. It's on the screen. Which part are you pointing at? Look, is it there's pretty much a bunch of names. There's a bunch of names and there's a preface and then there's a conclusion. That's pretty much it. So it's either in the preface or the conclusion.
Very nice, thank you.
And the names are people that were. Do you agree that the Prabhupada was making Ritviks out of people that were poisoning him and had been poisoning him for over a year?
Maybe 3-4 years also they might have been poisoning him, Babu. But
you don't agree that
okay, listen.
Do you agree that Prabhupada was poisoned?
Yeah, of course I agree. Okay, no.
See, who was poisoning him?
Agree or not, that's not the case here. Poisoning issue, just put it aside.
So you're saying that it's perfectly normal when someone is poisoning you that you make him your successor guru. Is that right?
Did you know? Okay, I have only one thing to ask you. At that particular time, okay, you were also a Prabhupada disciple. Were you aware that Prabhupada was being poisoned at that time? You at that time, and many other. You say that there were many devotees, many sincere, serious devotees. Yeah, actually there were. Yeah, but where were they at that time? Were they not having any clue that Prabhupada was getting poisoned?
Nobody was allowed to come to Vrindavan at that time. Very few people. Nobody sent out pictures of Prabhupada. They used to send out pictures of Prabhupada all the time. Nobody sent out pictures of Prabhupada looking on the verge of death. Only the poisoners controlled who could come to see Prabhupada. Get that?
Maybe
I
you
was
can tell
in,
us more about.
you know what I was doing at that time? What was I doing at the time Prabhupada was being poisoned?
Okay,
I was designing the illustrations for the Srila Bhagavatam in Los Angeles. And I was working at it full days without any stop. I was planning to go to Vrindavan because I heard Prabhupada had become quite ill. And Satrup sent out an instruction saying Prabhupada wants everyone to stay and not come to Vrindavan, when Prabhupada had said he wanted every single one of his disciples to come to Vrindavan for his disappearance. And they refused. And the people that refused were the people on the July 9th letter, weren't they?
Okay. We've heard this.
Okay, meaning what? How do you explain that the very people that are supposed to obey, succeed Prabhupada in giving initiations, went directly against his order to bring 5,000 ISKCON members to Vrindavan for his last days? As a result, my brother, who passed away last November, had a much bigger, fancier, more elaborate, and well-attended Shraddha ceremony than Prabhupada.
See,
My brother was put into Samadhi. Prabhupada was thrown into Samadhi.
Yes,
you can look at it.
Yes,
you can see it on the video, can't you?
Yes. You already told this, Prabhu. Now let me be.
Well, do you believe it or do you don't believe it? If you don't believe
point.
it, watch the recording.
Listen, Prabhupada we are talking here about the 9th July letter where Prabhupada, many people believe that this is the process of initiation that Prabhupada left the movement. So let's stick to that.
So how does it differ from Prabhupada being the guru of whoever's initiated?
Yes, Vashish Prabhu, speak into the microphone maybe a bit more because your sound is quite low.
Okay.
So Vashish, what part of the July 9th letter indicates that the disciple is not a disciple of Prabhupada?
No, it clearly says where you and I both agree. We both agree that Prabhupada is and will be the Diksha Guru for ISKCON as long as ISKCON or the Krishna consciousness movement or Hare Krishna movement is here. Prabhupada will be the Diksha Guru. That you and I both
so
agree.
What's the difficulty?
The difficulty is that you don't, that means the difficulty is maybe you're having some difficulty in understanding the role, the function of the Ritvik, right? The functions of the Ritvik.
Perform an initiation in behalf of the Guru.
Excuse me.
Narayan Maharaj claimed to be a Ritvik for Prabhupada taking sannyas.
Who?
Narayan Maharaj performed the fire sacrifice when Prabhupada took sannyas from Keshava, because Keshava didn't do the fire sacrifice.
We are talking Ritvik in case of officiating Acharya means.
So Narayan said that he was the Ritvik acting in behalf of Keshava.
He's a Ritvik acting on behalf of Keshava Maharaj for doing what? But it's also important. Doing what?
Giving Prabhupada sannyas.
He gave Prabhupada sannyas? Narayan Maharaj? Okay,
Did you know that Prabhupada took sannyas?
Yeah. Prabhupada
Do you know who he took sannyas? Who gave him sannyas?
Keshava Maharaj.
Yeah. But did Keshava do the fire sacrifice?
Okay, like you're saying, maybe Narayan Maharaj did that or he did that.
Not maybe.
It's not a problem.
He advertised that he did.
Okay, very good. So
Narayan Maharaj is the source of the word Ritvik in Tamal's language. Tamal was Narayan Maharaj was already trying to arrange for Prabhupada to be poisoned.
Prabhupada getting poisoned, not poisoned. There's hardly anything in regard.
Oh, you say Prabhupada was not? Are you saying that Prabhupada was not poisoned?
See, put this aside. Keep this aside. Why are you dragging the poison with you? when we
A
are
lot
talking
of
about
people don't believe Prabhupada was poisoned. Do you believe that Prabhupada was poisoned?
even if you knew Prabhupada was poisoned, what can you do now?
That's not the point.
Even if
The point
even if
is,
Prabhupada was poisoned,
who-
even if Prabhupada was poisoned, what can you do
Who
now?
engineered the poisoning?
Doesn't matter. Maybe that person also is not on the planet now.
Oh, he
But
he
you-
is on the planet now.
Oh.
No, Narayan Maharaj, she's not on the planet now. So you want to protect Narayan Maharaj from being accused of being complicit in the poisoning of Srila Prabhupada.
You are digressing from the topic. You wanted to
No,
know
because
about the
Narayan Maharaj is the person that introduced the term Ritvik to Tamal. You
Hey,
get it?
maybe when Agrani Krishnadas Prabhu will be here, when Ramchandra will be here, and when Rupa Manjari will be here, I prefer to talk. Not now. Okay, take care. Bye.
What's
Hare
the
Krishna.
difficulty?
And
You
and I'll be
speak
sharing
English, I speak English.
and I'll be sharing the important documents which we might be of relevance. Okay, maybe
Yeah.
for you
Prabhu-
and others. Take care.
Thanks to you, we've gone over all the important and great documents, and I will give you credit that you got us to do it. And I thank you.
Okay, Vashish has left. Yeah, I know. I was hoping Vashish would kind of get to tell us what the disagreement was, but I still don't really know what the disagreement is.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Well, one of his disagreements is he believes that an ordinary man can be a Shiksha Guru.
An ordinary man can be a Shiksha Guru.
But
Okay.
Prabhupada says both the Diksha and Shiksha Guru must become from Krishna Loka, like him, descended avatar.
So are you saying only Uttamadhamakaris can be Shiksha also?
Yes.
Oh, because yeah, he says in order to be a guru, one must
If
be an
we agree
Uttamadhikari.
with Prabhupada,
So,
let me
so
just say, if we
sorry, can
if you agree-
can I clarify this? You're saying that when he says that only an Uttama Adhikari can be a guru, that refers to all kinds of guru.
correct,
Okay, yeah, that's
except
clear.
except when
That
you
does
take
make
when you take guru with a small g, guru means anyone who knows something that I don't know.
yeah,
That's,
yeah,
that's, that's normal.
yeah.
Just
Like anyone is,
If I don't know how to make samosas, you know how to make samosas.
yeah,
and you
automatically.
teach me, then you're
Yeah,
my samosa guru.
yeah,
So that's not
everyone
that
is.
does not make you an acharya.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. But and you were saying that a shiksha is also an acharya, is it? Like shiksha, if it is done properly by an
There's only one
Uttamadhikari.
difference between shiksha and diksha, in that the diksha guru is the one that gives the fire sacrifice initiation, and the shiksha is the one who advises on the same exact platform as the diksha guru. He cannot. Prabhupada actually went to the extreme of saying that if there's a difference between shiksha guru and any difference at all between shiksha and diksha guru, then one or both of them are rascals.
One or both of them, what?
Are rascals.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
And you cannot even imagine anyone in ISKCON not being a rascal if he tries to be a Shiksha Guru, because he cannot exactly duplicate Prabhupada's instructions. He's not a self-realized soul, unless you believe that ISKCON Gurus are self-realized souls, in which case we're going to have a longer conversation.
no, we're not going there. Yeah, so shiksha, so both are passing on the transcendental link. So where's the
Well,
difference
both
there?
of them, they don't pass it on, they are the transcendental link.
Well, yeah, but an Uttama Adhikari can also. Is it true that all Uttamas can write transcendental literature? Is that true, or is that specific to only certain people?
Well, it depends on what they're supposed to do. Let's put it this way. Wouldn't you say that the associates of Lord Chaitanya were all Uttama Adhikaris?
Yeah.
And if they were all Uttavadakaris, did they all write transcendental literature?
No, but not necessarily. But I meant that the possible.
Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, it does. It's specific to some people. Like, yeah, there is a.
That's what you're supposed to do. Like, not everybody was there with Lord Chaitanya at the time of Lord Chaitanya. Everyone was there during his pastimes, right? But only Krishnadas Kaviraj was the one to write about it. And he wrote about it at the end of his life when he was so paralyzed from like arthritis or something, he had to write it standing up because he couldn't sit down.
Yeah, I have a nice quote actually to share with people on that on that subject. Yeah, this on this subject of yeah, it's on the screen now. So it says to write about the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not an ordinary endeavor. Unless one is empowered by the higher authorities or advanced devotees, one cannot write transcendental literature, for all such literature must be above suspicion, or in other words, it must have none of the defects of conditioned souls, namely mistakes, illusions, cheating, and imperfect sense perceptions. The words of Krishna and the disciplic succession that carries the orders of Krishna are actually authoritative. To be empowered to write transcendental literature is a privilege in which a writer can take great pride. As a humble Vaishnav, Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, being thus empowered, felt very much ashamed that it was he who was to narrate the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Leela, chapter 8, book 8, verse 72.
Oh, good. I would hope that someday, while he's busy editing Prabhupada's writing, the Chayadvaita reads that passage.
Yeah. Like this is a very good verse that it explains like the reason not to have edits in the books is because it creates suspicion. It casts suspicion on things that no suspicion should be on. It's like the point you made a few days ago in one of the things where you said that they took Prabhupada's books out of the colleges because they became suspicious.
Well, yes, because if you get a copy of the book, you expect, say, chapter, verse, this line, this word, and it's different in each book. That's not good.
Yeah, and this goes for everything. It goes for the books. It goes for the gurus. It goes for the leaders of the temples. Everything in Krishna consciousness should be above suspicion. There's other letters that back this up to say like the temple president should be above suspicion. You know, so everything in Krishna consciousness should be above suspicion.
Yes, but there's matters of degree. Like a temple president does not have to be an Uttamadakari to be a temple president.
No,
but he should not be smoking crack in the temple.
Yeah, but Prabhupada said that if one is following, like as long as one is following, if one is following, then he is considered to be as good as perfect or as good as pure. So as long as one is following, then so the main thing is that if someone has a fall down, as long as they get straight back up again and continue following, then it's excused. But the problem is when people are following and they stay fallen or they don't repent, then it's not.
Then they're turning it into a business.
Yeah. So like I can show you that quote there again.
That's wonderful.
But if we follow, but it's on the screen there. But if we follow Arjuna and Krishna, then we get the perfect knowledge. May not.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose of the Bhagavad Gita.
It may not be 100% perfect, but as far as possible, if we follow the instruction as it is, that much perfect. In this way, one will get perfection. So one has to follow. the same example, try to understand that a perfect expert technologist or technician or a mechanic is working, and somebody is working under his instruction. So this somebody, because he is strictly working under the instruction of the expert, is also expert. He may not be 100% expert, but his work is expert. Is that clear? Because he is working under the expert. Do you follow? So if you follow pure devotee, then you are also pure devotee. It may not be one is 100% pure, but because we are trying to raise oneself from the conditional life, but if we strictly follow the pure devotee, then we are also pure devotee. So far as we do, that is pure. So pure devotee does not mean one has to become immediately 100% pure. But if he sticks to the principle that we'll follow a pure devotee, then his actions are, he is as good as pure devotee. So that's from a lecture from Los Angeles in, it says the second of the first 10. That can't be right. Is it? 10?
What year?
Yeah, it says, I don't know. It says, it seems to say second of the first 10, but that would be like 2010 or something like that. I don't know. That doesn't seem to make sense to me.
What is the number? Yeah, it sounds, I think it was probably 1969.
It says second of the first, maybe that's not a date. I don't know. Oh no, sorry, that's the Bhagavad Gita. There's no date on it. It's got 681125 is the reference number, but
that probably meant 1968.
Yeah, maybe that's how they did the references. They put the year first. Yeah,
could be. But interestingly, at that time, Prabhupada went further with that example. I was there, and at least if it's what we think it is, I was there. And what Prabhupada did was he said, and this makes it highly understandable, if a man is a sculptor and he's making a very great piece of sculpture, and if he has got assistants and they are engaged in helping him sculpt, they can chop out unessential areas that don't affect the appearance, the final appearance of the sculpture, right? You can imagine, suppose you have someone like Michelangelo, you have so many assistants chopping areas that don't affect the final look of the sculpture, that don't define the way it looks. And if they do that, the work they're doing is as good as the work of the master. But if the student tries to do the whole sculpture, it'll be a mess. It won't work out at all.
Yeah, it's the same if someone is a master at pottery or something like that. Every
single
single
can
clay
give
pot.
an assignment to an assistant, and the assistant can do work on the same piece of art, sculpture.
Yeah, like all of the products,
but he can't cross the line. He can't chop off the nose or something like that. He has to follow what has been taught.
Yeah. So it's
as good as this. So if the sculptor says you've done a masterpiece, the sculptor can very kindly turn to his assistants who are working with him and say, I could not have done it without them.
But yeah, so the product, all of the products that leaves under the master's instruction, like it will be up to the standard, because he is not allowing anything leave which is below standard. Even though there may be some mistake, he will correct the mistake before the product goes out to market.
Well, there wouldn't be a mistake in a sculpture, because if you're not chopping away at an arm or a nose or a head or a foot, if you're just chopping can you imagine how much marble there is in a piece of sculpture that has nothing to do with the way it looks in the end? Probably in some cases, the majority of the bulk of the marble is something that doesn't there in the end. In other words, if you get like 5 tons piece of marble, when it's finished, it might be 1.5 tons. And 3.5 tons are chopped out.
Yeah, well, I was using the example of like if you have someone who's makes clay pots, and they're making clay pots, and if there's an apprentice and he makes some mistake, the master will correct the mistake and fix the pot before it goes out to, because he
Yeah.
is observing all the apprentices. He will correct the mistake before it goes out to market. So everything that goes out to market will be master product. You
Yes,
see?
yeah, that's exactly the right. I give the example of sculpture, you give the
Yeah.
example of pottery. It's the
Yeah.
same conclusion, the same.
Yeah, and the
concept.
conclusion is the product, like what people see at the end. So the Prabhupada, he gave this lovely example that we are still, if we are following, we are still pure, as long as we are following. So the key there is that if someone is following. Now you were saying, what was it you were saying there, that if someone is previous to this, we were speaking about yeah.
It's okay. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's in a sense, it doesn't matter because we agree anyhow.
Yeah.
We're in
No,
100% agreement.
well, yeah, but it was an important point that why
Okay.
we were discussing following, that it's the temple presidents must be above suspicion. Everyone must be above suspicion. So yeah, it was the point was that the temple presidents, they don't have to be Uttama Adhikaris, but they do have to be following the regulative principles, because if they're not following the regulative principles, then they will be casting suspicion on everybody.
Yeah, but everyone will understand that they are not the acharya. They are not the pure devotee. They are the servant of the pure devotee, and they're doing a good job. But if any question arises, that same person will direct you to the Uttama Adhikari. You say,
but
okay,
there's a difference.
Where's
There's
the
a
book?
difference.
Where's the tapes, the books? Right?
There's a difference. Yeah, like they can point you towards, and the book should be above suspicion, and if the temple president is following, he is above suspicion, and the guru is above suspicion because he is Uttama Adhikari. But
yeah, so you mean
if there is
some the books.
If there is some fall down, like if a temple president falls down, there's another verse and it says that if someone falls down, and it is temporary, then as long as they as long as they I'm trying to think of the quote now. I'll try and find it.
Well, they can rectify the mistake, but that does not. That's depending on the fall down. It doesn't mean they come back to temple president. It means they come back as disciple or devotee in the movement.
Yeah. But they would still be effective in their Krishna consciousness. They would not lose. Like, it is not considered disobedience to fall down, but it is to persist in the fall down and to.
Well, yes. That should be obvious.
Yeah, like I'm talking about, there's Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 30 talks about this. It's the verse about even though one may commit some abominable activity, if it is a temporary fall down, Krishna will excuse it.
Well, yes, because he understands, the spiritual master understands that this is a gradual process, and that we're dealing with fallible people. You know, just like anyone can be trained as a good soldier, but even a good soldier can make a mistake. If he makes a mistake, it doesn't mean he gets shot by the commanding officer. He could get shot if it's a bad enough mistake, but usually not. He just is disciplined, and he has to realize where he made the mistake and then act accordingly. Right?
Yeah, like this is the thing, that it's the realization that it was a mistake. Like if someone doesn't believe they've made a mistake, like in Alcoholics Anonymous or these programs, they ask people to say, like, the first thing to solving the problem is to admit you have a problem.
Yes.
So if you cannot admit you have a problem, then you're naturally going to
The 12th
persist.
thing of Alcoholics Anonymous is that there is a God, and it's not you.
Yeah.
You know that one? Anyhow, yes, I agree with you 100%. So what we're doing is talking about fallible people that are trying to represent an infallible spiritual master. Obviously, a fallible human being cannot represent an infallible spiritual master. But the Christians are trying to represent Jesus, even though they're not Jesus. Right? So when we're dealing with God, the Supreme Being, we're always dealing with a fallible person trying to represent an infallible being, namely God. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I found the quote that it relates to the chapter 9 verse 30 from the Bhagavad Gita, and it's from the Nectar of Devotion. I can read it to you.
Sure, read it.
Yeah, it's the Mystery of Bhakti. Someone has titled it that, but Sri Rupa Goswami also says that if one is regularly discharging devotional service, there will be no question of fall down. But even if circumstantially there is some fall down, the Vaishnav need have nothing to do with the prayasita, the ritualistic ceremony for purification. If someone falls down from the principles of devotional service, he need not take to the prayasita performances for reformation. He simply has to execute the rules and regulations for discharging devotional service, and this is sufficient for his reinstatement. This is the mystery of the Vaishnav devotional cult.
Yeah, because what we're talking about otherwise is sort of a Hindu thing, whereby you have ritualistic ways of becoming purified in the religion of the Hindu belief system. But we're not Hindus, we're transcendentalists. Therefore, if transcendentalist deviates or falls down, he has to pick himself up and act accordingly. There's no way he can get some magical forgiveness. Like the Catholics like to believe that if they give a penance and do a certain number of Hail Marys, that they will be forgiven for their sins. That's why so many Catholic priests have gotten away over the century, over the couple of thousand years, how they got away with molesting children, because they would just confess to it and then they'd be forgiven and that would be the end of it.
Yeah,
Prabhupada that's not how it really works.
Yeah, Prabhupada is saying in this quote, he simply has to straighten up and regulate himself. That's it. It's like straighten up, regulate yourself, and that's enough. That's enough to be reinstated.
It is enough, but it means one thing very important, that instead of putting his rectification in the hands of someone else, he must put his rectification in his own hands. He has to take responsibility for his self-purification. He can't delegate it to a priest or a pujari or a brahmin or someone like that. He has to take care of it himself. He knows what he did. He knows what he shouldn't have done. Now he does the right thing and rectifies, because we're transcendentalists, not religionists.
Yeah, but the problem,
if we're into religion, then you have to do whatever the religion says, which is usually something pretty stupid. But we're transcendentalists. We have nothing to do with religion. We're basically against religion, anti-religion.
So,
because there's nothing the religion can offer us, the transcendental spiritual life that cannot exceed 1,000,000 times over.
Well, transcendence is also the point of religion. So,
yeah, but it never gets there. If it got there, the churches would close. Okay, everyone's purified. Now we're going to close the church.
But Prabhupada would say we are perfect religionists. He said like that. Like he said, if we are a politician, we are a perfect politician. If we are a religionist, we are a perfect religionist. So
Well, yeah, and that was exemplified by Thakur Vinod, who wrote very great instructive writings that were religious. And also he was a magistrate. And he
that quote about being a perfect everything, to be a perfect politician or a perfect religionist, that actually is about following also. It's about saying that when one is following properly, one is like, yeah, what is it there? He says, so we are teaching this real religion. Sorry, I'll share it on the screen.
Yeah.
He says, so we are teaching this real religion. Here is deity Krishna. So we are thinking of Krishna, Hare Krishna. We are worshiping deity Krishna. There is no difference between Lord Krishna and deity. He's Krishna, and we are offering obeisances. So the same, therefore, it is real religion because we are strictly following the laws of God.
Yeah, but that's sort of like a manner of speech, because we know that it's not religion at all.
Ani Vilashita, we have no other business.
That a religion doesn't have something that we do not have.
Yeah, Ana Vilashita, we have no other business. So therefore, this is real religion. If you take or real culture, real society, everything real, because God is real. Anything in connection with God, according to his instruction, that is real. All other things are imitation. So always remember that if someone takes us as religionist, yes, we are religionist, but pure religionist. If someone says socialist, we are pure socialist.
But you get the point, right? That Prabhupada is speaking. Well,
if someone says politics, yes, we are pure politician. What is pure politician? Politics requires violence, so annihilate the demons and give protection. The politics means two things. The state government, what is that? Government gives protection to the good citizen, and those who are rogues, punish them, law and order. Two things are the maintenance of law and order. So similarly, Krishna consciousness is also the same thing. But as far as we are concerned, because we are not in political power, otherwise we would have followed the principles of Krishna.
Yeah, well, those are the Dharma. That is Vedic Dharma, and that's what we would be following if we weren't devotees. But the Vedic Dharma was finished as soon as the Mughals came into power. The Vedic Dharma went out the window completely, but the Hindus kept on going, and the fact that they allow themselves to be called Hindu is such an insult to who they are. You know, Hindu is I'd say the N-word, you know what I'm referring to, right?
Right, yeah.
So that's the N-word given them by the Muslims. And they go, oh, Hindu, Hindu. It's sort of like black people going around saying, nigger, nigger. Why? But the black people until recently did do that. They wouldn't let anyone else call them that, but they call each other that.
Yeah, so the point of bringing up the quote.
We have to give up the mentality of the N word, or in this case, the H word. The Hindus have to let go of it and try to return to what their real role is, which is Sanatan Dharma.
Yeah, like that is the same thing as saying here that you have to do things which are real. The quote is saying like things should be real. Like if we are really following, it is real religion because we are strictly following the laws of God. And then if you use terms like Hindu and these kind of things, which are based in not in fact but in like fraud, then you are perpetuating things
which
Hindu
are. Hindu is created by the enemy of Krishna consciousness. The Krishna consciousness would say Sanatan Dharma. But you see, Lord Chaitanya came to destroy the Hindu religion. Why?
Yeah.
Because the Hindu religion doesn't offer anything. What they do in the name of Hindu is that they do anything they feel like doing in the name of Hindu. That's why they like it so much.
They make a hodgepodge of so many different things so that everything becomes lost and confused.
Precisely.
So, yeah. So this point of like, if one is following, one is considered pure. This is the point of all of the different quotes that have been read.
Pure in principle.
Yeah. In principle, they are pure because they have the principle to. But the problem that sometimes seems to arise is that people use this to say that they use it to say that if they are repetitively engaging in sin, or they show no sign of repentance, then but because they put on a show of following, then they say, oh well, I'm also following, so I am considered as good as pure.
Yeah. Do you ever read the Harmonist articles in the Harmonist by Bhaktisiddhanta?
Yeah, I read one recently. Actually, there was one interesting one about actually no, I think it was yourself that used it on the one about the truth and how the truth should be spoken boldly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was the Falgun Krishna Panchami, I think, wasn't it?
Say again.
Falgun Krishna Panchami. The poem the Prabhupada wrote for Bhaktisiddhanta.
It might have. No, I don't remember that part. But I remember that there was one where you spoke about how boldly the truth should be spoken in a manner like whether it is palatable to other people or not. And this is the highest principle of the truth, is that it should be spoken in a very bold way. I spoke with Ronald, and there was another quote that somebody posted online about this on Facebook, and I read it to Ronald on one of our other discussions, and I also brought up these other 2 points about in the Iṣṭa-Upanishad. It says one should know the path of transcendence and nescience side by side. So
yes.
It means we like Prabhupada said, we should, in order to get the full benefits of spiritual life, in Iṣṭa-Upanishad verse 11, he states that we should know the paths of transcendence and nescience, it's synonymous with this thing of knowing the truth, but also knowing the difficult things as well. Like,
yes.
Yeah,
well, that's good. But the main thing is to clear the path to the single dharmic requirement of our golden age of Kali, which is to chant Hare Krishna. It doesn't matter what we understand. A person who's technically mentally retarded will make more advancement chanting Hare Krishna than a philosopher trying to figure out all the details,
Right, but he has to be following the principles, right? Like,
he has to. Well, yeah.
Yeah, because this is the thing. This goes back to the Kirtanananda quote shared earlier, and that's that if one is disobedient, like if one, obedience means following also. So if one is following or obedient, then he's linked up, and even his imperfections are excused if he does fall into them. But the point is that he picks himself up if he falls down very quickly, and he continues following and obeying. But if one is making a show of following, then he's dragging his heels, and that's not obedience. That's dragging your heels while following, and that's the difference that a lot of people don't seem to be able to discriminate. Like which are the leaders who are appearing to follow, and which are the leaders who are actually following.
Well, any leader supports an unelected GBC is not following. Anybody, that's as simple as it gets.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're not a bit like that's actually an interesting point. It's that what is the different levels of following, and like on the body, it's following the regs, and then on the mind, it's following the vani, and which they're disobeying. They're disobedient to the vani, and then on the soul, on the level of the soul, it's following the bhakti. So
Yeah.
it's regs,
But
vani, and
taking into
bhakti. And
account
if someone is not
this is-
following, like
But this is not abnormal. The Kanistha Adhikari makes this type of mistake, indulges in that kind of illusion, and creates that kind of problems while trying to be a Kanistha Adhikari. They just do, because they can't help themselves. Because the Kanistha Adhikari is still, and ISKCON is clearly still, an organization that exists on the bodily consciousness platform.
but even the Kanishta Adhikaris who are following, they're as good as pure. They're good association. So like Kanishta Adhikaris,
because they are following, but you can get the same association from Srila Prabhupada's books.
yeah, but you can never have enough good association.
In terms
So
of taking an ISKCON guru, that's great if you want to go to the planet that guru goes to at the time of death.
Yeah,
But that doesn't mean that he's going to take you back to Godhead. It means that you chose him over Prabhupada. If you chose him over Prabhupada, then good luck with the good result. If you chose someone over Prabhupada, congratulations. You just chose someone over Prabhupada. I hope you enjoy the birth you take, having done so.
Yeah, well, Prabhupada, there's one quote from Prabhupada that says that we should not surrender our intelligence. We should surrender by intelligence. One should have the intelligence to know who is deviating. He says he adds to that in that quote. He says one should have the intelligence to know who is deviating.
You should, but the point is, if you look at ISKCON right now, they should, but they don't. They follow so many things wonderfully well. The best deity worship on the planet is done at ISKCON temples, without question. So
it's not the yuga for that though. So it's
well, no, it is part of the Kanistha Adhikari platform. Deity worship. So whoever's following the four regulated principles, whoever is chanting Hare Krishna on their beads, whoever is kirtan, Prabhupada, you see, kirtan should not be chanted with anything but Srila Prabhupada's melodies. But people choose to not do that. The Maranga beats should not be the Chutananda drum beats. They should be Prabhupada drum beats. There's plenty of recordings of Prabhupada demonstrating melodies and demonstrating drum beats. So who has the permission to change that? You see? Who has the permission to change Prabhupada's example and saying it's no longer important because I want to do it a different way? I mean, how do they dare say that? You see? But they do. I imagine you've been at kirtans for Prabhupada melodies other than those by Prabhupada were chanted. And I would probably indicate that you didn't throw them out the door, the people chanting them.
Yeah.
But how does somebody dare chant a melody that was not by Krishna's direct representative who brought that melody from Krishna Loka? You see, it's only a person that is insistent on remaining in the material, in the bodily consciousness of existence. He says, I can chant any way I like because I am my body. I like this Indian song. I like this Hong Kong movie song melody. Who's going to tell me and enforce that that is not bona fide? Right?
Yeah.
But people do, but it happens continuously, doesn't it? In fact, you can hardly go to a temple, even on Prabhupada's, the weekend of Prabhupada's honoring Prabhupada, you will never hear one melody by Prabhupada being chanted. Now, how can you say someone's your guru if you don't like the way he chants? And if a person doesn't accept Prabhupada's chanting, how can he say that he does accept Prabhupada at all?
Yeah, I heard a story
Practically
recently.
speaking, it's kinetic proof that he rejects Prabhupada, except in name and in principle. Just like you can do so many things as a Protestant for Jesus, but that doesn't mean you want to follow Jesus. It just means you assume Jesus is going to save you no matter what the hell you do.
Yeah, I heard a story recently. I think it might have been someone's memories. But it was related online, and it was similar to this. Someone said that a devotee had heard Prabhupada chanting, and he was down in the temple room imitating Prabhupada's chanting, like he was chanting exactly like Prabhupada, and he was trying to imitate. And someone went to Prabhupada and said, "Oh, this devotee is downstairs doing like this. Should we tell him that's not right?" And Prabhupada said, "No, that's very intelligent." Like this is.
Well, why shouldn't they?
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. Like, I mean, if you.
But what sort of disciple doesn't follow his spiritual master?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is very evident that people they like to use all these kinds of melodies, but they don't
you
like.
cannot add nor subtract. No adding or subtracting. So how are people adding and subtracting while teaching that you cannot add or subtract? I mean, does it not stand to reason that your spiritual master is not your spiritual servant, but your spiritual master is your spiritual master? Right? At what point is the spiritual master a matter of opinion? And at what point is his words your absolute instruction? Does it make sense?
What,
it's a big thing to go for. And dancing. People should not dance except the way Prabhupada danced in what is called the Swami step. Why? Because when you dance that with your legs crossing and your arms in the air, your heart chakra becomes isolated. Have you ever noticed? Your heart chakra becomes isolated. When you play the mridanga, it creates a force that brings your consciousness to the center, to his rhythm. That focuses, and the kartals, when played, cut open the heart. Cut open the heart of the jiva. You see?
We're back
in other words, the heart is released in the fourth canto. It's described how the heart of the living entity is bound up in chains. Bound up. Karma bandhana. And then by the chanting, by the kartal sound, the heart is released. You see? The heart is released by using Prabhupada's kartals. But these devotees didn't want to be released. They wanted power. And to get power, you have to do things that make you dominant. And when you try to dominate in a spiritual context, you can't use the tools given you by the spiritual master to liberate whoever does it. The last thing the ISKCON leaders want is for the disciples, the followers of Prabhupada, to feel liberated. They absolutely want them to feel subjected to the rule and the authority of their so-called leader. I mean, is there any part of that that I'm making it up? So the way to escape from the leader is to follow Prabhupada. If you follow him, you will become free from anyone being able to control you using material tools. The only way you can be controlled is with absolute purity stemming from Srila Prabhupada. But people don't like that. They don't like it at all. Because they want to control others. Right? Do you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, that's essential.
So that's how far back it goes. When I was in Calcutta in 1971, Achyutananda was busy telling everybody that Prabhupada was giving insufficient guidance in terms of kirtan, because we were Westerners and we couldn't hear the real kirtan. He said the real kirtan is Bengali kirtan that he learned in the ashram of Madhava Maharaj, when Madhava Maharaj was cultivating as a dancing, that's where the word dancing white elephant came from, that he was making him, it was an insult, you see, dancing white elephant. He was making Achyutananda a dancing white elephant so he could get money and disciples.
Yeah, we should not want to control others. We should want to benefit others, and that may mean controlling them, but the benefit should be the first primary thing.
You don't have to control anyone.
Well, no, sometimes it is beneficial to control people.
Well, not really. You inspire them with kirtan, they will control them. They'll be controlled by Krishna directly.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Sure.
If a child runs out into the middle of the road, you grab them by the arm. This is controlling people, but it is for a good reason.
But as a child.
Yeah. So you're controlling someone. Yeah, you're controlling a person still.
But you don't control adults. You treat adults as equals.
Well, if someone, Prabhupada said also women are like children. So, like in this way, the husband is taking the position of leader. So there is some control.
Yeah. Well, that's the wife. That's not.
Yeah. So people, we just said people in general, but even among adults, you have guru-disciple relationships. So if there's a guru and disciple relationship, then there's control also.
No, not at all.
No?
There's self-control. The guru does not control the disciple, nor does Krishna control the devotee. Krishna does not control the devotees ever.
Krishna does not control the devotee ever, but surely it's the same as
never. Why would Krishna control anybody?
Why would Krishna control? The same as if a child ran out in the middle of the road, you grab their arm. That's that.
He doesn't do that. See what happens if a child runs in the middle of the road?
I'll give you an example. Like did Srila Prabhupada not chastise his disciples? Did Srila Prabhupada not chastise his disciples like a father would chastise their children?
Not in the same way, because he doesn't have any authority over the child unless the child is willing to obey him.
Yeah, okay.
The relationship with the guru is voluntary.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. That there is a voluntary.
Yeah,
there's voluntary, but once they voluntarily surrender,
is the ISKCON gurus want to be followed like a parent controlling a child. But that's not the way Prabhupada was. I spent years with Prabhupada, and he was never like that, ever.
He never got heavy with that. Like even not like just by verbally, he would be heavy with people sometimes. Is it not?
Yes, but he depended on their voluntary relationship to him, not his authority over them.
Yeah, that is the same thing I said, was that that there may be control, but it is the benefit is the higher principle, not the controlling people,
not the benefiting people. Not the benefit, because that gets it into Victorian authoritarianism. It's not the benefit that is at work. It is the willingness of the disciple to accept his spiritual master as absolute. Without accepting the spiritual master, there's no question of disciplining a person who doesn't accept the spiritual master as absolute.
Okay, yeah, so that kind of makes my point then. And the point
Go
was,
for it.
yeah,
What's the
so
point?
that makes the point then, that if someone voluntarily allows themselves to be controlled, then the spiritual master would then control a person.
No, he will give that person instruction, and that person will control himself.
Okay, so you're saying, yeah, he will control
The
himself.
spiritual master, if Prabhupada wanted to control people, he would have run the movement into the ground, because he was dealing with a bunch of uncontrollable people.
But okay, like yeah, on the spiritual platform, the spiritual
Any
master.
platform.
No, on the spiritual platform,
You
the
think that
spiritual
ISKCON,
on the
you think
on the
ISKCON
spiritual
was about
platform.
the spiritual platform?
Yeah, no, on the
ISKCON had
spiritual
very little to do with the spiritual platform.
yeah, on the spiritual platform, he would not control people. He would allow people to be free, as you were saying. Yeah, that makes sense. But on the material platform, things need to be practically done. Like if someone was the temple president, for example, or if someone was working for the BBT and they were doing something, like he would need to control them in that way. But that's simply like a boss, who someone works
Not
for a company or
control.
something.
He treats them like adults. He gives them
Yeah.
advice, and they're expected to follow the advice. That's not
But
control.
someone is employed.
That is
Someone is
giving
employed on a
instruction.
farm. If
What's
someone
the
is
use? No, please. What is the possibility of giving someone an instruction if they're not surrendered to accepting it?
yeah, that's what I mean. But if they're surrendered to accepting it, and like if someone's working on a farm,
that means the surrender comes from the disciple, not from the control of the guru.
okay. Well, let me give the point though. The point is that if someone is on a farm, and they voluntarily decide to work on the farm, they surrender to be controlled by the farmer. So this is also, it is control, but
Why look at it like that? If you're working on a farm, he is agreeing to do what's needed, and the farmer offers the right suggestion. If he has to be controlled, it means he's either a fool or a criminal.
No, but he's not only giving suggestions, he's giving orders. Like he's saying, do this, do this, do this. Because you're the Sudra who works for the Vaishya, is given orders by the Vaishya. And it's done out of voluntary respect.
Not the way we think of it.
But Prabhupada said in the teachings about Varnashram, he said in the teachings about Varnashram.
Does the Vaishya want to do the right thing?
Yeah, because Prabhupada said.
No, does the Shudra, I'm sorry, does the Shudra want to do what's needed?
Well, he said that everybody does. They all respect the higher orders. They're called higher orders
to
as well.
Do the right thing, then the Vaishya just needs to indicate what needs to be done without giving an order.
To indicate what needs to be done.
Without giving an order.
Yeah.
Why give an order? That is Western authoritarianism. It's based on essentially atheistic monarchy.
Okay, here's a different example. If someone is a king, a Kshatriya, and for the benefit of people, he may control people if they break the law. That's another one.
Oh, so, he can arrest somebody, yeah.
Yeah. So there is examples of people who are not.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the relationship of guru to disciple, not to criminal to the law.
So you're saying even on a farm, no orders are given. This is
Not really. I mean, if the Shudra's there to milk a cow, what order does he require?
You're right. He can say this needs to be done. You can say that. You could say this needs to be.
Prabhupada's instruction was not follow my order. That's the ISKCON gurus. His statement was do the needful. He left it up to the disciple to learn and understand and create an understanding of what was needed.
But I do
Do the
believe there
needful-
is.
Do the
is-
needful is not an order.
But I do believe there is a quote somewhere that says that one should follow the order of the spiritual master. I like.
Well,
is
yes,
that
of
not
course.
So that means
Order
there is
of the
orders
spiritual
that
master
there is.
doesn't mean that the
If there's
spiritual
orders,
master
that means
gives-
control. So
Spiritual master doesn't give orders. He gives instructions, and you can follow them or not. But if you don't follow them, you're not a disciple. If you do follow them, you are. Like Prabhupada said, create a elected GBC.
yeah, but voluntary order means also voluntary control, voluntary instruction. It's the
Yeah,
same.
but the GBC was created, but they never accepted the control.
Yeah, so you see, this is the
So,
thing. So
if
you're
that's the
saying
case,
yourself, you said
Did
yourself there
Prabhupada-
that
did
they
Prabhupada
can.
fail? Did Prabhupada fail because the GBC refused to be elected?
Yeah, so you're saying he is controlling people. He is controlling the GBC.
No. He
Yeah,
gave
you
the
said they did not
GBC
accept
as
the
a-
control.
He gave the GBC the gift of GBC, and it was up to them to follow his instruction,
Hmm.
not
But
the
you,
order, the instruction.
but you used the word they did not accept the control. So it's like,
They didn't accept what? No, they didn't accept they didn't accept the electing a GBC. They simply refused.
yeah,
And Prabhupada never told them otherwise because he depended on the voluntary relationship between the disciple and the spiritual master. It's a voluntary relationship. Just as if you go to Krishna Loka, do you think Krishna gives you orders?
I don't know. I guess in some, because the propensity, like, is not everything happening in the spiritual world that, everything is coming from the spiritual world, so everything exists there in its perfect form. So in its perfect form, like
No. In Krishna Loka, you don't get to Krishna Loka unless you're in your rasa with Krishna. And
Yeah,
rasa
so-
is voluntary and it's reciprocal. There's
I mean-
nothing that Prabhupada taught us that was not based on voluntary and reciprocal.
Yeah, I've heard something along the lines of that Krishna is even pleased when his devotees order him. So
That is in a different context.
yeah, well, it's the same.
Just
it's-
like Mother Yasoda takes Krishna and ties him up to a grinding mortar.
yeah. So there's
Is that Mother Yasoda forcing herself on Krishna? Or is it the rasa that Krishna has with Mother Yasoda?
But again, yeah, that's the thing, is it's a nice control. It's not controlling for the sake of controlling people. It's controlling
Voluntary.
for a higher benefit, and voluntarism.
Never mind,
benefit.
this benefit does not exist in the spiritual world.
Yeah, so but it is the same point I made. It's that there's a higher benefit, and it's done through voluntarism.
In the spiritual world, there are no benefits whatsoever.
There's no benefit. No, there's no
None.
need of benefit. Yeah.
Right. Everything
Yeah.
is voluntary.
But in this world, we need like order and benefit. We need benefit and order in the material world on a practical sense. So like practically, someone has to be a temple president.
Order.
Somebody has to be a
in the
temple
mat-
president to regulate things and
No,
things
the
like
temple
that.
president, or coordinates, but he doesn't order. He doesn't order giver. If he
Well,
is,
if-
then,
yeah,
he's not
if
a,
someone-
then he's not a real temple president. Because
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
not
It's only
depending-
if someone
he's not
breaks the
depending
law.
If somebody's in a temple and they have to be ordered around, then they're probably not going to stay in the temple for very long.
But yeah, okay. So yeah, it's only in extreme circumstances where someone breaks the rules or the law, then you would have to order. But
And if you have to
Yeah.
order, then you might as well tell them to leave.
Yeah. That means law breaking, like someone is smoking or something like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even that they have a chance to recuperate, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah. It depends on their attitude of how they're doing it. Like if they persist,
Exactly.
or if they're this kind of thing. But I don't know. I'm
See,
trying
what we
to
have
get my
to
head
do
around.
is say we are completely trapped by the GBC's idea of totalitarian control of devotees through temple presidents and gurus. The GBC has created the totalitarian nightmare, where there's nothing we gain by perpetuating.
Okay, I'll give you another example, actually, because we're conditioned souls and we make mistakes. Even though somebody may be an adult, they might not be a child, but you might have a friend, and they for some reason they make a mistake, and they're about to walk out into the street in front of a bus, and you grab them. You know what I mean? And it's voluntary.
Either that or you don't grab them.
You don't grab them. You let them walk out in front of a bus. No, I think most people, if they have a friend, they will try and save their friend's life if they can. If they see, they're going to walk into the street, they'll put a hand on their shoulder and say, "Hey, no."
Do you equate that with being authoritarian?
No, but it is control. You're putting a hand on their shoulder and you're saying, "Listen, don't go."
You don't have to.
You don't have to. It's not authoritarian. It's a simply control. It's there is some authority. Yeah, there is authority in it. Like it is control.
You know what that's called in Japan? It's referred to amongst the samurai as Bushido.
Okay.
Bushido is the energy that comes from the solar plexus. Bushido means if you save my life, I owe you a life.
Oh, yeah.
So Bushido is more to the point, because it's a karmic thing that you do when you rescue someone from getting hit by the bus. Yeah. Bushido means you saved me. Now, if I have a choice to save my own life or to save yours, according to the law of Bushido, I will save yours before I save mine. So if you go out and rescue someone, then they owe you a life.
Okay, but do you accept that then it is not inherently evil to control people?
If you save somebody's life, there's nothing evil about saving someone's life, unless the person whose life you're saving is a monstrous criminal and when you save their life, they go off to do horrible things.
Yeah, but you were saying only with children is controlling people because you have a duty, but when people are adults, there is no control. But the spiritual master could also, like, if you see the disciple,
as soon as a person is 16 years old, you no longer control them.
You no longer
have to be controlled by their own intelligence.
Yeah, they're controlled by their own intelligence, but you may also put a hand on their shoulder if they're going to walk out in front of a bus. So,
and if you save their life, then they owe you a life.
Oh yeah, okay, but it's still an example where it's not a bad thing. Like it's not a bad thing to control people. It's the intention, not the actual act.
It depends. It might be. Supposing you save the life of a mass murderer, and they say thank you, and they go off, and they say I owe you a life, then they go off and murder 10 people.
Okay, but that's an exception, not the rule. That's an exception, though. So if someone's a mass murderer, like generally we're accepting.
Out is
give people the benefit of the doubt.
You have to evaluate who you're saving and what you're saving them to be able to do. You have to make a judgment on who you're saving.
That's also control. Yeah.
Self-control, you control yourself.
Yeah.
Self-control is always allowed. Controlling others is only allowed within very narrow contexts.
Yeah, it's got like very small context, like children or friendships. Maybe if you want to save somebody, this kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to let go of the sense that the type
Yeah.
of control that ISKCON people have a feeling of an inherent right to, or gurus, ISKCON gurus feel they have a right to, is bogus.
Yeah, I accept that like it should be very, very strictly controlled, this propensity for control. So it should, that
No,
in itself should,
you just take away the word control and just say voluntary. Being a devotee is voluntary. And what Prabhupada said is that when people join a temple, treat them with great care and concern because they have come voluntarily. And they can leave voluntarily if they don't think they're being treated nicely.
yeah.
So why do you want someone to leave? But if you shame them, make them feel they won't go back to Godhead, whole bunch of bogus guilt trips, basically Catholic, Protestant guilt trips, which, practically Krishna consciousness has become completely modeled after the Catholic Church. You realize they rejected Prabhupada's model that ISKCON be a republic with elected representatives, that the temple presidents take turns electing each other to be GBC, to having a dictatorial GBC that has complete control over who can be a temple president. Right?
They don't have complete control. That they need, in order to remove a temple president, they need to have the support of the local congregation, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's a different category. If there's a problem with the temple president, what I'm talking about, the temple presidents say maybe in 30 temples, they want to have a 12-man GBC. So what they do is they put up a proposal of candidates on a document of maybe 30 people, 25 people. Of those 25 or 30 people, they have an election conducted by the temple presidents. And when the election takes place, 12 are selected out of the 20 or 30 that were proposed for 3-year terms. Re-electable, but they become just like they're exactly like senators. Each state that we have in the United States, not in the United States, but in the United States we have 50 states, each one has 2 senators. So those senators are elected by the state. So if you have if the temple presidents elect the GBC, it's just like that. It's a republic. Prabhupada wanted a republic, not a totalitarian structure. He didn't want it. He was asked in 1968 by a newspaper reporter, this is a long time ago, the same year as I was initiated, and shortly after I was initiated. She said, when you're gone, Swami, are you going to create a structure like the Catholic Church with a hierarchy to control your movement? We hardly had a movement, When I was initiated, we had maybe 5 or 6 temples, about a total of 50 to 60 devotees in the movement. And so Prabhupada said no. I don't think he used the word lowerarchy, but he said no, we wanted everything to be controlled by the grassroots, not by a hierarchy like the church. But they took upon themselves to make themselves like the Catholic Church. And the simple reason is the vast majority of members of ISKCON since 1970, when the GBC being elected was rejected by the temple presidents, and temple, big shots and whatnot, that when it was rejected, people of other faiths stopped joining ISKCON. In other words, Protestants stopped joining, Jews stopped joining, and everyone stopped joining except Catholics. And that is also exacerbated by the fact that we started preaching in Mexico and South America. Of course, everybody there was Catholic. Practically speaking, since from 1970 onward, gradually only Catholics joined. So like in New Dwarka in Los Angeles, everybody that is a big shot in the temple was born in a Catholic family.
Oh.
So they see nothing wrong with a totalitarian structure, because the GBC has become exactly what they had growing up, called the Vatican, called the cardinals. The cardinals are not elected, quite the opposite. They appoint priests. They're the final absolute authority of the Catholic Church. So they simply adopted that model, which was the exact opposite of what Prabhupada said he wanted. Now, how are you going to make advancement on a long-term basis going against the exact specific orders of your spiritual master? When that spiritual master came from Krishna Loka, and that the GBC being elected was not Prabhupada's idea, it was Krishna's idea.
Yeah, well, you're obviously not, but I have a quote to share with you about the self-control you were talking about. This the actual thing, what we should be doing. Yeah, it's shared on the screen at the moment. It's from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, text 23. And the translation says, before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is a yogi and is happy in this world. The purport says, if one wants to make steady progress on the path of self-realization, he must try to control the forces of the material senses. There are forces of talk, forces of anger, forces of mind, forces of stomach, forces of the genitals, and the forces of the tongue. One who is able to control the forces of all these different senses and the mind is called Goswami or Swami. Such Goswamis live strictly controlled lives and forego altogether the forces of the senses. Material desires, when unsatiated, generate anger, and thus the mind, eyes, and chest become agitated. Therefore, one must practice to control them before one gives up this material body. One who can do this is understood to be self-realized and is thus happy in the state of self-realization. It is the duty of the transcendentalist to try strenuously to control desire and anger.
Hare Krishna.
So,
Hey, have you been here all this time?
All this time.
so
Amazing. You got a chance to hear some very advanced conversation.
Oh boy, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for it.
so
You're very, 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 very welcome.
yeah, thank you both for engaging in the conversation.
Haribol.
Enjoy. So you got some pretty amazing ideas tossed in your direction, I would say, right?
Very amazing. Very amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this point is that the rule should be that we should generally control ourselves, and then that is as Prabhupada was teaching us, to be a acharya, to set by example, so to control ourselves. But my point to you is that there is some examples where there are exceptions, and we should control other people sometimes. But
Well, sure. When a policeman sees a man committing a crime, his duty, his dharma, is to act as a policeman and to arrest the criminal and prevent the crime.
yeah, so it seems like it's always
But that's
on.
we're not talking about that as the normal relationship between guru and disciple.
Yeah, well, it always seems to occur when there's a defect on the part of the other person. Like, for example, children, children are in a sense defective. They're born in ignorance, so there's a defect in them that like they do not know not to walk into the streets, so there is a problem. So it
Well,
is
some of
always
them,
when there is some defect, like
well,
this.
the thing is, don't underestimate the child, because whoever is a child may be in a child body, but they have all of the karma of their previous life accompanying them.
Oh, well, they
And
could
another
be.
factor to take into account is the fact that a surprising number of children do not become injured or killed growing up, considering how vulnerable they are, is because until a child is several years old, they are protected by the demigods, especially.
Yeah, well, that's proved as well in what else we said, which is that someone can be a fully grown person and they can still walk out into the road. They can still make a mistake. So this is.
Well, yeah, everyone can make a mistake. That's the
So-
nature of just the fallible senses. Is that
So-
we make mistakes.
Yeah, so this is the point. If there's a defect, then this is an exception, and then the rule of not controlling people can be breached. But it is only when there is a defect, and then it is for the person's the highest benefit, the highest good. Then you do something.
Presumably, huh?
Yeah.
If you protect Charles Manson, it may not be for the general good.
Yeah. But then if you know who he is, and then then you can act in knowledge of this. So
Well, a lot of people knew who Charles Manson was, and they liked him. All those people that became followers of Charles Manson that spent so many years in jail, they all liked Charles Manson.
yeah, a lot of people liked Kirtanananda as well. So
No kidding. So it doesn't really matter, you see. What people should have realized is that taking, it says in the Gita, those who surrender to worship the demigods go to the planet of the demigods. And those who worship me come to my supreme abode. What they don't connect is that as devotees of Krishna, if they worship a non-realized guru, they go to the planet of the non-realized guru. They assume that if it's a bogus guru, that automatically Krishna will accept them into Krishna Lokam.
but that point
But
there.
why should he? They have not made that. They have not made that. They have not made that choice. If they wanted to go back to Godhead, why didn't they surrender to Prabhupada?
Yeah, but they do not know this point that was given earlier in the quote, that disobedience leads one to lose all importance in Krishna consciousness. Like they still see these people as important. They think, oh, this person is an important person, even if there is some deviation.
But why take initiation from this important person?
Well, you see, that's why I raised this point earlier. I raised this point about how to discriminate when a fall down or a deviation means that someone's importance is not lost, and how when it becomes, what's the difference between disobedience and deviation? Like a fall down or a deviation doesn't necessarily.
By an initiating ISKCON guru?
Yeah. Like these people use these verses about a fall down being, excused if the person is following. They use these verses to say that their gurus are still important and that they are not disobedient. But I think it's very important to point out to people how to discriminate between disobedience and a mistake. Like when a mistake becomes disobedience, that's a very
Gurus don't make mistake. A guru doesn't make a mistake. So what is the question of mistake?
Yeah, that's a good point as well. It's like that if a guru is making mistakes, then he must be disobedient. Like if a
If the guru is
so-called,
making a mistake, it means he's not qualified to be a guru.
well, the being the guru part is the mistake to begin with, because so
why do you follow a person who is making the mistake of posing as a guru?
because
You don't have to go to ISKCON to see that mistake. You can go to anywhere. India has thousands and thousands and thousands of gurus and brahmins and whatnot that people consider to be worshipable. So what's wrong with taking initiation from them? Why ISKCON? Why should you take initiation from an ISKCON guru when you can go to India and take initiation from any Tom, Dick, and Harry and thousands of witches that are women, everything? Why not take initiation from them?
because they're all under the same umbrella of people who are disobedient.
Yeah, but then they go to an ISKCON guru and they don't question, is this person authorized by Prabhupada to be a guru? And I would say, if they're authorized, show me where in writing that Prabhupada authorized them to be guru. I mean, if you're authorized, you're authorized. How can you say my guru is authorized when your guru was appointed by a totalitarian board similar to the College of Cardinals?
Well, some people, some people will say that the appointment tape is as good as being in writing because it's spoken by the spiritual master, but that's as close as you can get to a reason for people being given.
If that's the case, then why would ISKCON's own lawyers not accept anyone can accept the people representing ISKCON in a court of law?
What were they trying to prove in that court case? What were they trying to prove?
That Prabhupada appointed successor gurus.
Oh, so they're actually trying to prove the Guru Tattva in that court case?
Yes.
Who made the case? Who made the case against them? Why was it even brought to court?
Oh, that was done by devotees in Long Island, which you may or not be aware of. But there was a temple there that became a so-called Ritvic temple, where they only initiated people. ISKCON temple, where they only initiated people as Prabhupada's disciples.
Okay. So
and the GBC tried to move in. They tried to take over the temple. They tried every trick in the book. They tried to get the people arrested, and nothing worked. So they then took them to court.
And the in court they tried to prove that they were gurus.
Bonafide, that the GBC was bona fide GBC, and that the gurus were bona fide gurus.
And what year was this?
Oh, what's it, 2000 something? Probably around 2008, maybe.
Whoa, that like when you were speaking about it, because it sounded like it was like, just after Prabhupada left sometime, but you're talking
no.
Decades later.
This is all very recent.
So so they use no. Okay, so they didn't use anything other than the July 9th letter. That was it.
They didn't really even use that. Because they were
There's
lawyers.
nothing in that. There's nothing in that they could use, because if they define the word Ritvic, then they can't use it anymore.
Right. So how could they use it? So the arguments are strong and unassailable when you're talking to a GBC member. But when you're in a court of law, the whole thing collapses like a house of cards.
But that's in a court of law, though. Most devotees will continuously bring up the point, like not most, but a lot I've heard will bring up the point that that the spiritual master is not bound by earthly laws. So when he gives his instructions, whether he gives them in written or in spoken form, they're the same. Like, where is the thing that says that they have, like
Prabhupada said, you have to be very careful what you write, but when you speak, you can say any damn thing.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say.
You don't think that Prabhupada was keenly aware of the difference between how does anyone know if Prabhupada was aware that he was being recorded? There's no statement. This is a recording between a formal recording of appointing successor gurus between Prabhupada and certain eager disciples. There was nothing. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Like, there's no, I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
So if
I mean, he might have known,
let's
but yeah,
take
it's
it.
speculation that he might have known it was being recorded. But yeah.
What difference does it make? It was not a formal legal recording.
But
You yourself talked about how there is forensic wills and stuff like that that are given.
yeah, but
Right?
but the thing is,
But
it
that's-
was
but that's
recorded.
done-
This is the
that's
thing
done
is,
for
though,
certain-
by Krishna's will, it was recorded. We know by Krishna's will it was recorded because it happened.
Okay,
So-
so let me just say, when Prabhupada was in Juhu, and I put up a big Ramananda, and I put up a big Pando, and I arranged for a sound system that we bought and installed. And Prabhupada was giving a lecture, and he said, and in America, I have hundreds of thousands of disciples. At that time, Prabhupada didn't have more than 300 or 400 disciples. So are we going to say that when Prabhupada said that, that is the words of the Guru, therefore it's true? Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati praised.
But the context is different in those situations. In those situations, he was speaking to a large group of people. It was kind of like,
Okay,
like,
but if he
everything
said
cannot be taken
you're
literally.
wait,
But in the appointment
it doesn't
tape,
matter.
in the
It
appointment
doesn't
tape,
matter. Now you're saying that because it was in a room, it's different than
no,
in
it's the
public?
context of the conversation. It's the context of how he was asked. And
Oh,
someone
so the
said,
spiritual master's words are absolute in one context and not in another.
yeah, like if someone specifically says to you, if someone specifically states to you, I mean, they're absolute, but absolute within context. Like he specifically said, we specifically want to know after you leave your body how initiations will continue. So he was asked a specific question. It's a difference to like to general
And who
enthusiasm.
was asking him?
Rascals, yeah, but
Poisoners.
yeah.
What would you say to someone that was murdering you? Would you tell them whatever you thought they wanted to hear?
Yeah, but there's many levels to like things Prabhupada said. Like if he was being intelligent, he could say whatever he needed to say to them. So
What
like,
are you saying?
He,
Who's he?
Prabhupada could have said, Prabhupada could have told them things, but also put things in that appointment tape which are for sincere devotees.
Who calls it an appointment?
Sorry, that's what it's called, the May 28th conversation.
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
By Prabhupada, right? Because you don't accept truth. Oh, you call it by the people who poisoned him get to name the tape.
No, I don't know where the name.
I
don't know where the name appointment tape came from. That's what I've seen.
It isn't called an appointment tape.
Okay, well, fair enough. It's the May 28th. Yeah, I don't know what it's
May
called.
28th tape. And guess what? Of the tapes that Prabhupada made from that point onward, hundreds of tapes were recorded and were seen in Tamal Krishna's safe in Houston or Dallas, I think in Dallas, and they vanished and have never been seen again. So we don't know what Prabhupada said on other tapes, do we? Or do we consider that if this tape survived, that means Krishna wanted it to survive, therefore we have to believe it? What if he said something entirely different on other tapes? We'll never know because Tamal destroyed them.
Yeah, so the concept is to work with what you have, and whatever Krishna provides you, you use what you have. And those.
Oh, so whatever Krishna provides means Tamal gets to decide what Krishna provides, right?
No, Krishna decides. Tamal's not in control. Krishna's in control.
Tamal destroyed the tapes or hid them somewhere.
Yeah, well, but Prabhupada said many times, Prabhupada said that like people think they're in control, like they think they're in control, but really Krishna is in control. They think they're doing, but they are not doing. So,
right. So I'm saying Krishna
so Tamal
is in control.
Tamal is not the decider of what everybody gets to hear.
Okay, so you're saying the May 28th tape is perfectly, even though there's questions of it having been edited, that it's a perfectly bona fide tape, right? That's your view.
Yeah, well, I'm exploring the idea that it's bona fide because it's Prabhupada's words and he's speaking them, so he's allowed to speak.
It's Prabhupada's words saying that he has 300,000 disciples. What's the difference?
But the context is different, obviously. Like
Who cares about the context? You're talking about the words of the spiritual master, are we not?
No. Context, even for the words of the spiritual master, there is context. Like,
oh, so because he was speaking to people that were poisoning him, he's speaking the truth. And if he's speaking to a bunch of nice people who are going to donate lots of money to him, he's not speaking the truth.
No, but we can't. The thing is, okay, even he is speaking his free will to people who are poisoning him, but we cannot speculate on how he will act in that situation. So we can't speculate on why he said.
Oh, so you think that if he was being poisoned, he owed them the truth?
No, he didn't owe them anything, but he can say whatever he wants to say.
Yes.
And we like how can you speculate that what like well you can't really.
Well, you're speculating.
How am I speculating?
You're saying that what Prabhupada said was meant to be followed as his divine order for the succession of the movement. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, he was asked the question, how will initiations continue?
Because you say it is the appointment tape. I don't accept that Prabhupada called it the appointment tape. You say he did.
I know. Right? I never said Prabhupada called it an appointment tape.
So where did you get the term?
I saw it was the heading of when I was looking it up. That's what the heading was. I don't know. So maybe they gave it. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they gave the name. I don't know.
Maybe Prabhupada didn't say, be sure to call this the appointment tape.
No. I wasn't using the appointment tape as an authoritative statement. I was simply using it to refer to the actual conversation.
Well, the point is that the conversation was between a murder victim and his murderers.
Yeah, that has been proven with the cat.
But you have what? But you like to say that the murderers were entitled to the truth because murderers always deserve the truth.
No, I'm not saying they're entitled to the truth. I'm also saying that
he might not.
I'm also saying that he might not have been lying. He might not have been lying when he told them things. He might have given them the truth, even though they weren't entitled to it. Like,
well, then why did he change that in the Ritvik letter?
The July 9th letter.
July 9th. Why did he change that?
Yeah, you're making an interesting point. Like, I'll agree, it's a very interesting point as into why he didn't.
If
Why
Prabhupada was
there's a
lying,
discrepancy? Why is there a
if
discrepancy
you're
between the
accusing Prabhupada
appointment?
of lying, then which time did he lie the most?
Yeah, it's a very valid point. Like that, the July 9th letter and the May 28th conversation, one of them states they're only representatives, and then the other one talks about gurus. So it's an interesting point as to why they don't both contain the same.
Prabhupada spent years
I'll give you that.
explaining the qualification of the guru. So when he said guru to people like Satsuru, presumably they didn't have complete amnesia as to what Prabhupada had said on the topic of gurus. I mean, the subject of guru is not something that you come up with off the top of your head. It's something that was taught from the first day people joined the ISKCON movement. Who is the guru? What is the qualification of the guru? This is taught from the very beginning in 1965. And now you're saying that he created the term guru in the May 28th date?
Yeah, well, your point is actually
you're making it as though that either you, them, or Prabhupada is extremely naive.
No, like I accept that you're making a very interesting point, and it does seem to be proved somewhat in the fact that they were Kanishtas and they proved themselves to be Kanishtas, and Prabhupada said Kanishtas shouldn't
Not
be gurus.
even Kanishtas. A Kanishta Adhikari cannot break the regulated principles.
Yeah, they weren't even Brahmins, so they were less than Kanishtas. And then
so, can you also suggest that
so the idea that they should be any kind of a guru, like even a regular guru?
What about a person that is poisoning somebody else? Never mind, it's his guru. Supposing if someone is poisoning someone, is that one of the qualifications of a Vaishnava guru?
No.
Supposing I poison my next door neighbor, supposing I poison my grandmother, and I want to become guru, am I qualified?
Yeah, so you've made the point, they're not qualified.
Oh, yeah, you say you are. So, you're saying, yeah, meaning that I am qualified if I poison
No, I'm saying you've made the point. Yeah, you've made the point they're not. You've made the point that they're not qualified.
Well, so why would Prabhupada treat them as though they were gurus on May 28th when they had already proven that they were murdering him?
Yeah, so I accept that him giving the position.
With a common view that Prabhupada was ignorant of being poisoned?
No, I accept that, like when he
you think he was fully consciously aware that he was being poisoned, or do you think he was some type of senile old fool?
I actually can't, like, I mean, I've heard that he was poisoned. I can't prove it. I wasn't there. I don't know the full proof. All I know is this Prabhu in America presented some evidence about cadmium poisoning, but
well, it started out with arsenic.
Like there's been evidence presented, but I've seen evidence presented in various forms that he was poisoned. But obviously it's like I can't even.
I thought you accepted the idea that Prabhupada was poisoned.
Oh, I do accept it. I do accept it. But like, can I prove it? I don't have enough things to prove it. But I accept that it's been proven by other people. But yeah.
Okay.
I accept like the things have been presented.
Well, so do I.
Yeah. So.
But I talked to a devotee who said he was following Bhavananda and Tamal up the stairs in Vrindavan towards Prabhupada's quarters, where they were discussing how they were poisoning Prabhupada.
Well, he did say that they should accept they're a disciple of his disciple, and then they become my grand disciple. So he was saying that they should have
that would be true. That would be true if they were bona fide gurus, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So he was
That's it true. If they're
whatever
not
reason
supposed-
he was doing it for in that conversation, he said that they should have some sort of disciples in that conversation. But
He didn't say they should. He said that if they have disciples, they would be grand disciples. But that presupposes them becoming gurus.
yeah,
If you're not
yeah.
a guru, you can't have any disciples, can you?
Okay, I see what you mean. I haven't. Yeah, I'll have to reread that again and have a look
Yeah,
at it. to
because
see.
that's what is happening is they sold a propaganda notion. Complete propaganda, and people are buying it as though it were gospel truth. And there's no basis for it being accepted as gospel truth.
But yeah, but it would contradict everything Prabhupada taught about. If he was to say that they should be any kind of a guru at all, and then to say that guru should only be an Uttama Adhikari, and these people weren't even Kanishnas. So it's
And as far as being poison is concerned, I suppose you are amongst those people that don't believe Prabhupada when he said somebody is poisoning me.
Oh no, I do. I believe him. Yeah,
So why would we doubt Prabhupada when he said that?
I don't.
Then why do we doubt that he was poisoned?
I don't. Yeah.
Then why do you say it's just a matter of rumor and not completely supported and all that stuff?
Well, I mean, yeah, no, it's like I don't say that it's rumor. Prabhupada said he was poisoned, and
Prabhupada said he was
there's other
poisoned.
evidence. There is other evidence. And Prabhupada, there is other evidence. And Prabhupada said he was
overreacting to a samosa that he didn't like eating.
No, well, there is other evidence than Prabhupada said, but my point that I was making earlier was, well, maybe I didn't make it very clearly, but if it came to being in a court of law, I don't know how I would prove it. But
The only way to prove it in a court of law would be to take tissue samples
enough
from Prabhupada's body. And
it's proven enough to me, though. So yeah.
Okay, so why are we debating it? You were trying to use that as an excuse for them becoming gurus, because you say that the appointment tape, which is your language, not mine. I never heard Prabhupada call it an appointment tape. Did you?
No, I didn't. No. Okay.
So why do you call it an appointment tape? The least you could do is say so-called appointment tape.
Yes, sir.
Why call it an appointment tape? You're giving them the keys to the.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see your point. Okay. Yeah. By referring to it as an appointment tape, it's suggesting the appointment happened. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, because they call it the appointment tape, then you go bah, bah, and call it the appointment tape because you follow them like a sheep. Right?
But I don't believe that it's a move. But since the beginning, I've been saying to you, I don't believe they're appointed anyway. So,
well, they were not appointed because to become a guru, you must be descended from Krishna Loka. They knew that, but they wanted to become gurus anyhow. Okay.
But you could also say they were appointed as Ritvik. So there was some appointment, like even in the July 9th letter, there was some appointment. So, it's the nature of what that appointment was.
They were appointed to be Ritvik. Okay, when does a person stop being a Ritvik?
When did they stop being a Ritvik?
Yeah, suppose you appoint someone to be
the second they deviated and took when they took the disciples on behalf of themselves. That's when.
Yeah, so can you be a Ritvik longer than Prabhupada is in his body?
Can you be a Ritvik longer than he?
Prabhupada when Prabhupada entered Samadhi, did that end the Ritvik appointment?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, what does Ritvik mean? What does Ritvik mean?
Ritvik means one who does on his behalf.
Yeah. So how could you do something on the behalf of a person that is no longer there?
Yeah, actually that's an interesting point. I've never considered that.
Ritvik means that when Prabhupada took sannyas, his sannyas guru was his godbrother Keshava, was sitting on a seat nearby, but he did not perform the fire sacrifice. The fire sacrifice was performed by a Ritvik.
So you're saying that there is no Diksha initiation after 1978 because
Not by Ritvik.
but how okay so how is there Diksha initiation after 1978 then?
Well, Prabhupada said, he said, what did he call it?
Informal.
Representatives of the Acharya or something.
Oh, representatives, but that is also Ritvik, is it not?
No, Ritvik is in behalf of somebody else.
But you said that the July 9th letter is lawful and binding and very important, and it's
Who said that?
Prabhupada. You said that the July 9th letter is lawful and it's very important because it's written, and
When did I say it was lawful?
because you said it was the only thing.
Yeah, but it ends when Prabhupada enters Samadhi. And they never pretended to be Ritviks after that, did they? Did any of those people on the July 9th letter ever suggest that they were Ritviks after Prabhupada entered Samadhi?
I don't know.
By that time, they were announcing themselves to be regular gurus. Now, do you know why Prabhupada created them as Ritviks? This is not widely known, but you know why Prabhupada created them as Ritviks. It's in the record, if you read it, but it's earlier. You know, I'll tell you if you want.
Okay,
Srila
so go ahead.
Prabhupada, Tamal and the others came to Prabhupada saying, there's a couple of thousand people that want to be initiated by you. That's because people began to get the suspicion that Prabhupada might not come back and recover and go back into the normal ritual of initiating people. So they want to be initiated. So that is when Prabhupada said, then I will appoint some of you to initiate on my behalf. Because if they did that, those 2,000 people, 1,500, 2,000 people, whatever it was, would end up being Prabhupada's disciples, which means that when Prabhupada entered Samadhi, there would be nobody for these guys to initiate as regular gurus. Get it? So they desperately wanted not to have Prabhupada initiate. So they came up with this whole idea for Ritvik, except they never did it. They could have initiated everybody as Ritvik if they'd wanted to, but what they actually wanted was a backlog of uninitiated people, so that then when Prabhupada entered Samadhi, they'd say, now we are Prabhupada's successors, you will become my disciples. They went so far in that direction by saying, not only you're my disciple, but if you took first initiation from Prabhupada and Brahman initiation from me, then you are my disciple because the Brahman initiation is the real initiation. You see anything good or Krishna conscious so far? I never have. So do you see?
So what were you saying is the Diksha after, you're saying what is Diksha after 1978 then?
Diksha after 1978 was them going to Sridhar Maharaj, convincing Sridhar Maharaj that Prabhupada had appointed them to be Diksha gurus, not Shiksha.
I mean real, not their nonsense version. I mean, what is the real, like, how do people get Diksha after 1978, according to you?
How should they?
Yeah, how should they? Yeah.
They go to the temple president, and the temple president determines they're qualified and has the temple priest who does all of the other ceremonies like weddings, etc., perform the diksha.
And then they become disciples of Prabhupada.
Of course.
After
Well,
Prabhupada has left his body.
Only if Prabhupada left his body. No, yes, if Prabhupada left his body, yes. If Prabhupada didn't leave his body, he entered samadhi.
But you said to me earlier, you said to me that someone cannot do something on somebody's behalf if they are no longer present in the world.
Right, so they cannot be a...
But you said somebody cannot do something on somebody's behalf.
Someone
if they're not.
cannot be a ritvik once the person leaves his body or enters samadhi.
Okay, so what is the temple president who is after 1978 performing on his behalf? You see, the thing is, it's even without the word ritvik, you're saying that the temple presidents after 1978 can give people diksha and they can become Prabhupada's disciples on his behalf.
Yeah, but they do not become the disciple of the person giving the diksha.
No, they don't. But you were saying that you can't do something on somebody's behalf after they've left this world.
You can't be a ritvik after they left.
No, that's not what you said to me. You can't do something on somebody's behalf after they've left this world. But now you're saying that the temple presidents can do things on Prabhupada's behalf after he's left this world.
That's not on Prabhupada's behalf. It's on the behalf of the devotee who wants to be initiated. Can you imagine anybody in their right mind that would like to go to Kirtanananda as an expert instead of to Prabhupada?
But so they are doing it on Prabhupada's. It's not on behalf of the disciple, it's on behalf of the guru.
Who benefits? Who is the beneficiary of the initiation?
They're both benefiting, is it not? They both get to do service for Krishna.
What? You think that Prabhupada benefited by giving people the initiation?
Well, he gets to do service for Krishna in this way, so there's some benefit, yeah.
What is the benefit?
Well, he gets to do service for Krishna.
Being poisoned by his disciples? Is that the benefit you're referring to?
No, he's getting to do service for Krishna. That's a benefit. Like any act that's done in service of Krishna is beneficial.
Well, that's sort of like saying a general benefits by leading the troops in a battle. Because he's
okay.
That's not a strong enough argument to really work in this context.
Yeah, it's more of a service. Yeah, he's doing a service. Yeah.
For Krishna, not for the disciple.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's not a benefit. It's a service. He's giving a service.
He's doing this because Krishna wanted him to, asked him to, showed him how to, directed him to. Lord Chaitanya empowered him to give initiation.
Okay, so you're saying
Lord
that
Chaitanya is ignorant of the fact that there was nobody qualified after Prabhupada to give initiation? Now we think Prabhupada's ignorant. Now we think Lord Chaitanya is ignorant. We have to cross over the bridge to the transcendental side where we're not identifying with our own and other people's bodies. If we identify with our own or other people's bodies, then we have to have an organization. Somebody's benefiting, the guru benefits, they give him guru dakshin, so he profits. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about Prabhupada descending from Krishna Loka. Prabhupada referred to Bhaktisiddhanta, "O my master, the evangelic angel, give us thy light, lit up thy candle." Something is suffering our human race, the only hope, your divine grace. He was not talking about how Bhaktisiddhanta was raking in the cash from giving diksha, benefiting. See, we become so ingrained into the idea that you've got to pay the guru to initiate you. that we don't understand. It has nothing to do with remunerations to the guru for initiating anybody. That would be a material business. Now, Bhaktisiddhanta, I was starting to tell you, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur did say that in the Harmonist, that when the Acharya leaves, the people that take his place are often criminals of such a low caliber that no one would even want them to invite them into their home. But because they have become the successor Acharya to the Acharyas that is departed, they worship him and give him their money. If it wasn't for Prabhupada, nobody would have go to any one of those guys, the king gurus, to take initiation.
But when you said that that the temple presidents would be giving Diksha after 1978 on behalf of Prabhupada, that makes them like officiating acharyas. And Prabhupada said we can call that Ritvik. Like he said, yes, that is what.
No, Tamal said we can call it Ritvik. Prabhupada did not choose that word, and he resisted using it.
He did, but Prabhupada said, Tamal said, is that called Ritvik? And Prabhupada said, yes.
So then you have to say that Tamal's view was superior to Prabhupada's.
Well, he agreed with him. He said, yes.
Why didn't Tamal use Prabhupada's choice of terms?
Because two things can be the same. They can use different words to describe the same thing.
So why didn't the disciple, so-called disciple murdering his guru, why didn't the so-called disciple accept his guru's choice of language, but rather insist that the guru accept his choice of language?
But we translate everything into two languages, English and Sanskrit.
Oh, so Tamal was more advanced than Prabhupada.
No, but he was, in this instance, he was simply taking officiating charya, which is an English term, and using a Sanskrit term, Ritvik.
Well, if Prabhupada was not stupid, why didn't he use the word Ritvik? Are you saying Prabhupada didn't have enough brains to do that?
No, that's putting me in a situation where you're asking me if I'm going to put down Prabhupada. But he didn't need to.
Yes, I am,
he used the English. The English was sufficient.
You're supporting Tamal.
The English was sufficient.
Yes. Why didn't Tamal?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That Prabhupada said, like, Tamal was the one in that conversation. Tamal decided
Prabhupada
to
never
use it.
uttered, in that whole conversation, Prabhupada never uttered the word Ritvik.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But Tamal said, does that mean Ritvik? And Prabhupada said, yes, but that's a question. It doesn't mean.
He didn't say it doesn't mean Ritvik. He says that's the same.
However, in the July 9th letter, Prabhupada signed that letter as well. So was he
the main signer?
No, he wasn't.
Who was the main signer?
It was Tamal, right? Sorry.
Big signature in the bottom of the page. Prabhupada signed on the side where a witness signs.
Okay. Yeah. So he gave witness to the letter to act as Ritvik representative of the Acharya for the purposes.
He did more than witness. He said approved, but he did it as a outsider, not as the author.
So yeah, it's the same then in the July 9th and in the conversation. He said yes to the word Ritvik in both.
He never said yes to the word Ritvik.
Or he did by signing the July 9th letter as a witness. He said yes to the word Ritvik in the letter.
No, is signing the July 9th letter. He said yes to Tamal signing the letter.
He said yes to Tamal sign. No, he said if he signs the letter, he says yes to everything in the letter.
Tamal signed the letter. But Prabhupada signed it afterwards.
But when one signs a letter, you're saying yes to everything in the letter, like everything.
He didn't sign the letter.
You said he signed it as a witness.
That's a witness. That means that he read it.
That he read it. Okay,
didn't mean
so
agree. Doesn't mean that he agreed with it necessarily.
I thought that was the point of signing something means you agree with it.
No, the point of signing as a witness is that you saw and read the letter.
So
When he
if
made
you-
the direction to wrote the direction of management, he had a whole bunch of devotees sign it as witnesses.
okay, and you're saying there's a different position on the letter to be signed if it's you're agreeing with it, and then a different position if it's a witness.
Right. Not agreeing. Tamal signed it as the author.
Okay, yeah.
Tamal signed it. Prabhupada signed it as a witness, but he also said approved by him, which implicates him in the letter, but not as the author of the letter.
But approved. Yeah, approved means he said yes to everything in it. That's what approved means.
But approved is not the same as being the main signator of the letter. Check with any lawyer. If you know any
Approved.
in your country, barristers, if you know a
Yeah.
barrister, if you meet a barrister, show him the letter and say, what does that signature on the side mean compared to the one in the middle?
Right, but
Who's
approved,
the
once
author?
the words
Who's
approved
the
are by,
author, and who's the one who's going along with what the author wrote?
right, but are you saying that the witness signature is not a signature of approval, like he would have had to sign in a different place or something like this?
No, he approved, but he did not approve as the author. He approved as a witness.
Approved as a witness. Okay,
Ask,
yeah,
ask your favorite barrister.
yeah, the only difference is if he had signed in a different place, it would have been approved as a secondary author.
If he had signed in the middle where Tamal signed, he would have been the undisputed author.
Ah, well, no, he would have to be secondary author, is it not?
No, 100%. If he signed where Tamal signed, that's where the author signs.
How can there be two? If Tamal and Prabhupada both signed in the middle, then who is the author?
No. Prabhupada signs in the middle, Tamal signs on the side. That reverses the role. Prabhupada would be the undisputed author, and Tamal would be the approving witness.
So you're saying there cannot be two middle signatures?
Yes, there can, but there wasn't.
Okay, but if there was, they would both then be
equal.
Equal. They would equally be saying, they would equally be authorized.
Almost equal. The one at the top would be the predominant one. The one underneath the one at the top would be secondary. And if there was a third, and the fourth, and the fifth, they would be in descending order of authority.
Yeah, that's what I said. So if Prabhupada had signed below Tamal in the middle, he would have been a secondary author. Yeah.
Exactly. He would have been.
Yeah. So I
didn't catch that part. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Definitely.
Yeah. Sorry, I said. I did say.
You're quite right. But talk to a barrister. I'm sure English law is just as tricky as American
I never
law.
picked it up. I never picked that up when I was looking at the original letter, the positions of the signatures. But okay, that's good.
Well, I spent 50 years as a contractor signing contracts. So I know where signatures belong and what they mean wherever they go.
Yeah.
And I never, in 50 years, signed a contract in the wrong place.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Prabhupada was quite aware of all these things, like even in
he owned
establishing
2 large pharmaceutical companies. He was a businessman, a Vaishya.
Even when he established the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, it was established as a society to be like a society means something in lawful terms, right?
Exactly.
He established a society so we could have a society, so we didn't have to be part of this other society.
Right.
So yeah, that's a very heavy
thing. You're getting it gradually, aren't you?
I think that could be a thing for devotees to talk about in the future as to why he did that. Like it's a good.
Well, the Ritviks are too stupid, and the Guru bunch and GBC are too wicked. So you have wickedness and stupidity on a collision course. Who wins between that except nobody?
Well,
you have to approach it from a fresh point of view which I will beg to say I'm doing.
But I don't know, like, it's okay. When I'm reading the July 9th letter here, okay, he said Ritvik. Okay, you're saying, okay, yeah, it really depends on whether Prabhupada is approving this or not. Like, he's approving the use of the word Ritvik or not. I mean, you're saying
he's approving Tamal using the word Ritvik. He is not approving himself using the word Ritvik, because he is a witness who approves of the document that Tamal wrote and signed.
Okay, but practically you're saying...
We have to be clear that that July 9th letter was not signed primarily by Prabhupada. Any idiot would know that. Unfortunately, the Ritvik idiots can't figure it out.
Okay, but you said that when temple presidents give initiation after 1978 on behalf of Prabhupada, they give diksha. So that's an officiating acharya. There's still an officiating acharya giving diksha on behalf of Prabhupada.
How? Where's Prabhupada?
What do you mean? So yeah, you're saying that Prabhupada isn't here, so nothing can be done on his behalf. People can't be given diksha. That's what you're saying. After 1978, there can't be any.
Prabhupada established ISKCON so that initiation can take place. It doesn't matter. All that stuff is just legalese that doesn't go anywhere. What difference does it make? That whole thing that Krishna Kant is strangling himself with is the word Ritvik, which was not even Prabhupada's term, it was Tamal's term, which Krishna Kant can't figure out because he's not that bright.
Okay, I'm a bit confused because I thought earlier you were saying that temple presidents can give diksha after 1978 to people.
Yes, of course, because they were giving diksha before then. The only difference is they picked the name, not Prabhupada.
Okay,
Somebody
and then
other people were already authorized to chant. A number of senior devotees were authorized to chant on the beads. How could Prabhupada chant on thousands of beads?
Okay, and a number of times you also seem to have said that people can't give diksha on someone's behalf. After you said, "Where's Prabhupada?" Like, where is Prabhupada? So
he's not giving it on Prabhupada's behalf. He's giving diksha on behalf of Prabhupada's organization, ISKCON.
What? How could it be impersonal on behalf of an organization? Diksha is always given on behalf of a person.
ISKCON in what? Prabhupada said, Krishna is my body. How impersonal is that?
Where you're saying that ISKCON is his body.
Prabhupada said.
But yeah, he did say once, "I am ISKCON," but that
ISKCON is my body specifically. You can look it up.
Yeah, but okay, but you can't. But if diksha is given,
is Prabhupada's body material or spiritual?
It's spiritual, but this is the
okay. So where's the problem?
Because my understanding of it, the problem is my understanding of the transcendental. The problem is
ISKCON, right?
Yeah, but the problem is my understanding of the transcendental link is it has to go directly to the spirit soul, which is Prabhupada, and then he has to be the diksha guru. So if something is done on his behalf, it's not done on behalf of ISKCON, the organization. It's done on behalf of him.
Same thing. There's no difference between Prabhupada and his body and ISKCON. ISKCON is a being, a living being. Just like the Mahamantra is a Shaktivesh avatar.
So if the same thing, then how can you say, like, okay, Prabhupada is not here, so it cannot be done on his behalf?
Prabhupada is here. Who said he's not here?
Well, you said you said earlier that I said, okay, you said that if someone is not present on the planet, then nothing can be done on their behalf. Nothing.
You said Prabhupada is not present on the planet. I can take you to Vrindavan and prove you incorrect.
Okay, but it wasn't me that said it. It was you that said it earlier, like that.
Well, if I said that, then I said it in error, didn't I?
I mean, it was because of
I was looking at it from a material point of view. Sorry.
You were looking at it from the lawful point of view in terms of like when someone is when a lawyer reads a letter and they say something will be done on somebody's behalf. You said to me that it can be done on his behalf while he's present, but then once he leaves his body, then you can't do anything on that person's behalf. So you were saying that
why not?
You were saying that the July 9th letter became ineffectual when Prabhupada left his body.
Because a ritvik, if you call that person a ritvik, that ends when that person is no longer there.
That's the part you're saying that something can't be done on his behalf.
Using the word ritvik is not acceptable.
Oh yeah, I'm still. This isn't.
Okay, we're getting there. Now look, we're
getting here, but like still more confusion. Still more confusion because it's like.
Okay, sure.
Ritvik.
Well, we're in fresh territory in one sense, aren't we?
Yeah. Things are becoming clear, but more questions are coming at the same time.
Okay.
Like this is interesting. You're saying that Ritvik, the word Ritvik cannot exist beyond Prabhupada's physical departure. But correct. You're saying the practice of officiating Acharya can.
Why not?
Well, it's just that the Prabhupada, like, because Tamal said to him, Prabhupada, does officiating Acharya mean Ritvik? Yeah, so then you can call it either.
No, does Ritvik mean, is Ritvik and officiating Acharya the same thing? And Prabhupada said, yeah.
Meaning. Yeah.
Within the context, but Prabhupada arranged that the temple presidents would be able to perform the fire sacrifice, which is what a Ritvik would do if there were a Ritvik. But no Ritvik is needed because the temple president performs that ceremony, call it what you will, as though it were a wedding. Where's the big struggle to get two devotees married with a fire sacrifice? Why is it such a big deal? If we believe that ISKCON is atheistic, and if we believe that there is no God, if we believe that there is no guru when Prabhupada is gone, then we don't understand that Prabhupada is ISKCON, that ISKCON is eternal, and that ISKCON is Prabhupada. And if you surrender to ISKCON, you surrender to Prabhupada, and it's Prabhupada giving you diksha if the priest does the fire sacrifice. It's when you use the word Ritvik that things get tangled up.
This is the thing, though. I don't see how you can. I don't see how you could criticize devotees for referring to the officiating acharyas after 1978 as Ritviks, because if they use
where did they get the term? Who taught them the word Ritvik?
Well, but you can use it as either. You could say either.
No.
And it
Who taught them the word Ritvik?
Tamal. Yeah, so they should follow Prabhupada.
Okay, so we are followers of. So tell them whoever wants to follow Tamal can use the word Ritvik.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
you want to follow Tamal? Go ahead. You'll be murdered in a car accident.
Yeah. So. Yeah, okay, yeah, I accept that.
You want to go where Tamal is right now? I wonder where people go who murder their guru.
So, officiating.
And whoever Tamal initiated is going to follow Tamal to his next birth, won't they? So good luck. Why are we so concerned that Tamal is superior in this conversation to Prabhupada? That's the assumption, isn't it? The word Ritvik is more important than Prabhupada's term. Officiating Acharya.
Well, actually, there is one point to that, right? That, I mean, I guess it's kind of well, the only point is that Sanskrit is a higher thing than English, but yeah, I guess you're saying that Prabhupada would have used it if it was important.
Well, Prabhupada used the word diksha.
Yeah, so diksha, like, yeah, if
The
the
reason- you know what-
officiating acharya is kind of it's a moot point, really, because the diksha is the important part, not the officiator. It's the diksha giver that's the important one.
Exactly. Ritvik
So-
simply means someone is doing on behalf of somebody else while
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
alive.
What while they're alive? Oh, okay. Ritvik means while they're alive. I get it. I
Yes.
get it. So
That's
Ritvik
why
is only.
the argument is that when Prabhupada entered Samadhi, Ritviks could no longer represent him.
Allegedly, the Gaudiya Math gave Ritvik initiation to someone recently, and the guru. It was after the guru had left his body, but the Ritvik initiation
That's
was still
because
given.
of ISKCON travail. It has nothing to do
Yeah.
with the Gaudiya Math.
But
When we're talking
allegedly,
about
this,
Gaudiya Math, we have to talk about the 1920s and 30s.
and this happened in ISKCON as well. But allegedly, you're saying that's because of ISKCON travail.
Of course.
Okay. So
Who's so stupid that they want to take on the karma of somebody else for just some money?
Ritvik.
So do you know why Prabhupada, the obvious reason that Tamal picked the word Ritvik over officiating Acharya?
No, I don't.
Two reasons that I can think of. One is that Narayan Maharaj had already used the term in his book where he describes giving Prabhupada sannyas initiation. And the other is nobody had ever heard the word Ritvik. Therefore, this was a magical new term that Prabhupada created and must be followed to give the Ritviks more authority than they would have as being officiating acharyas. Because if they were officiating acharyas, then who's the actual acharya? An officiating acharya means he's up acting for somebody else.
But if the officiating acharyas are continuing after 1978 and they're giving diksha, they still, like, in practical terms, they are a Ritvik. They are a Ritvik representative. They are a Ritvik.
They are officiating in behalf of Krishna, Prabhupada's body named ISKCON.
Yeah, but the thing is, they are a Ritvik representative because they're
Of
doing
ISKCON.
like where is the definition of Ritvik that says it's only while they're present? Like, and
Well, I have to say the only authority I have is Narayan Maharaj.
the yes, like, so where does it? I mean, is it, like, where does it say that it's
Well,
only
look,
while they're present?
It's mentioned
Other than
3 or
that,
4 times in all of Prabhupada's thousands of words. It's mentioned 3 or 4 times in his books. Why not look it up and tell me?
but it's mentioned in the July 9th letter. He says Ritvik representative of the Acharya. So
Oh yeah, that was written by Prabhupada, wasn't it?
no, okay, it wasn't.
Right. It was written by his murderer.
Yeah, but
And you're giving the murderer of your spiritual master more clout than your spiritual master. That's how good they are at brainwashing people.
I don't know.
You
But
accept the murderer's word over your spiritual master's word.
why would, yeah? But this is the thing. Like, if he signed,
We have already made the distinction that Prabhupada did not approve the word Ritvik. He just said
well, I
that
don't
Ritvik-
know that. I'm taking your word that I'm taking.
Well,
your-
read the letter, all the conversations around the July 9th letter. It'll tell you clearly.
Yeah, well, I've taken your word on the signature thing, but like, I don't know that for a fact. I don't know that. Like,
Talk
the
to
witness
a
signature-
barrister.
Yeah, that's what
You
I'd
know-
have to do. Like, that's what I'd have to
Well,
do.
find
'cause
one
I-
and talk to him.
yeah. Well, yeah. Find out, like, if that letter is
Yeah, you could
authorized.
go to a pub where the barristers go to drink a pint, drink 7-Up and ask the barrister who's half stoked on Guinness Stout, what is the secondary signature indicate, and show him the document.
Hmm.
Either that or go to a barrister that you happen to know.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, terrific. Yeah, the officiating acharyas. Yeah.
Officiating acharya continues to officiate. You see, the thing is, ISKCON is Prabhupada's body. Prabhupada is transcendental. His body is not material. Therefore, ISKCON is Prabhupada.
Hmm.
The ISKCON people want to turn it into a church. But it's not a church. It's not the Catholic Church in particular. If ISKCON were a church, it would have to be a Gnostic church, which was destroyed by the popes in the
Wait, but
early.
you're saying that July 9th. You're saying in the July 9th letter, there's okay. No, sorry.
The July 9th letter is simply a trick to trick them into not breaking ISKCON into 11 pieces.
So, okay, my question to you then is where does Prabhupada state outside of the July 9th letter that the officiating acharya system should continue after his departure?
This is what was going on before the July 9th letter. How do you think people were getting initiated?
Yes, but where does Prabhupada state in your view, where does Prabhupada state that this thing of initiations continuing after his physical departure, which is unprecedented in Vaishnava culture? Where was this order given by Prabhupada?
So if you want to, how do you have people who are not Uttama Adhikaris preaching the next step of Krishna consciousness beyond Prabhupada if they're not descended from Krishna Loka?
Sorry, what you gave me a question in response, was it? What's the question?
Yeah. If you want to know where Prabhupada said the temple presidents can perform the initiations, go back to all of his letters and communications starting in 1970 or so and read it. There's tons of them.
Okay, but what is to say that Prabhupada wanted the initiations to continue after
so you
his
think
departure?
He didn't want anyone to be initiated?
But he would. But in order for him to have, like, it seems like there would need to be some indication to give posthumous initiations, like, because that's never been done before. So if you, that's the big thing about the Ritvik debate, is that people say that posthumously there was never.
Didn't give. You defeated your argument, didn't you? Ritvik is not bona fide then, because it calls for posthumous initiation.
But you agree with this posthumous initiations. You say there should be posthumous initiations. So the burden of proof is to you to say, okay, well, this is where Prabhupada said we should do this.
Yes, but he didn't say for those guys to be the only ones to do it. He said for the temple presidents to do it.
But he said for them to do it while he was present. Where's the posthumous order?
Where's the posthumous order that these homosexual, child molesting, murder, poison givers are the only ones to do it? And what happens when they die? Then you cannot have nobody gets initiated, right?
Yeah, you said that whole conversation was invalid. Like, so, but now you're saying that that's where it is. That's where it says that they should be the ones.
He did that to trick them.
But where? Yeah, okay. But outside of that, outside of the thing, outside
Oh,
of
you
the
was
thing where
looking
he
for
said,
Prabhupada writing a
outside of,
statement somewhere that he was tricking them?
but in the
No,
May 20,
he
in
had
the May
nobody he could
28th,
trust.
in the May 28th conversation, he said to them, you can do it. But where's the thing that says that temple presidents can do it outside of the conversation? Where's the thing that says temple presidents can posthumously
Well,
continue
who was
with
he talking
initiation?
to? There were
He
temple
was talking,
presidents there.
yeah.
May 28th, there was all sorts of people there.
Well, now
He
we're
was
back.
talking
To,
to,
we're
he
back.
was talking
we're back.
to all of his disciples, not just GBC.
Now we're back to square one, saying that the May 28th conversation is very, very important because it's
No,
the
it is
only
totally
thing that
unimportant.
says it's
What
the
does
only.
it prove?
But you're saying that the May 28th conversation is the only thing that states, yes, posthumous initiation should continue, which is your position. You said,
No, there's tons of stuff that he said, and Tamal destroyed most of the tapes.
well, you're saying now that the May 28th thing is the only thing we have left, which says it.
Doesn't matter. He said no, because he said it many times in many letters to many people.
He said it.
Look them up.
Yeah, but they were about those letters. Are they not all about like when I'm physically present, temple presence can do things on my behalf? But
Right.
Is there anything in those letters that says when I leave my body, keep going?
Well, what did he say? That you should close ISKCON stores? What's your argument? Prabhupada wanted ISKCON to end?
No, but
So what do you think Prabhupada wanted?
No, I'm not saying he wanted ISKCON to close its doors. That wouldn't be very
You're saying
logical at
that.
all. No, I'm not saying he wanted to close its doors.
No more
Well,
initiation. No more initiation.
I'm asking where is the instruction? Where is the instruction to continue? Because no other, like that's what most of the other people who debate against the Ritvik thing, they say that one of the main things they say is that in other Vaishnav sampradayas and other gurus, they never continued initiations after their departure. So for a precedent like that to be made as a change of time, place, and circumstance, there would need to be some instruction for it. And the only instruction we have is the May 28th.
No, read the letters. Letters are documents. Tapes are not.
Okay, but in the letters, is there anything about when you are not currently with us?
Read them. You tell me.
Which one should I read? Like, if you give me a reference to find it.
All of them.
All of the letters. That could take a while. All of Prabhupada's letters.
Well, you could try searching according to topic.
Yeah. But I'm not sure what topic I'm looking for initiations.
You figure it out.
And we're back to the same thing as Vishesh. Like, you're giving me a needle in a haystack. Go find a needle in a haystack. It could take me years. That's like you need to. The burden of proof is on you.
Well,
it's the same as
if you don't, no, it isn't.
It is.
You say that the May 28th letter is proof. I'm saying it cannot be proof in legally speaking. You cannot counteract that. I can counteract that because their own attorneys refuted the May 28th letter, but you are upholding it.
The May 28th conversation, you're saying is not.
It would defend the case against me if they had used it against me, but they knew that I knew that they couldn't.
But your position is that you believe that after Prabhupada's departure, there should be officiating acharyas in temples, and they should continue giving initiations posthumously.
Pujaris.
They should.
People look. What's the difference between?
That's your position, and in order to support that position, you should from the letter.
Are you aware? Do you know the Sanskrit for the initiation, the wedding, the Shraddha, and the Anaprasana ceremonies? Do you know the language that is used in those ceremonies?
No, but if that is your position,
ask any pujari, and they will tell you. It's practically the same language. It's a formality. with a fire sacrifice. You're making it into something that it isn't. It's a formality.
What's it?
You know what Prabhupada said to Vaikuntanath? Vaikuntanath said, you're printing so many millions of books, and how can you initiate that many people? And Prabhupada said, if anyone reads my books, accepts the conclusion, follows the instruction, and lives according to them, that is Diksha. My touch is only the formality. So if you want to know where the real Diksha is, whoever reads the books and follows the instructions.
Right, but for formal initiation to continue, people want to see proof that this would go ahead.
Yes.
And you say that there's some proof in these letters. So the burden is, if that's your position and you want to present it as your position, the burden of proof rests on you.
I don't give a rat's ass for the position. You're the one that cares. I know what Prabhupada wanted, and he made it clear. You don't believe it because you want to believe the appointment tape as stated by Tamal.
Where did he make it clear? Where did he make it clear then? Where did he make it clear?
Over the years, I was in many conversations with Srila Prabhupada, what I was overhearing. It's not my job to search it out for you. It's your job to find it. You're the one who does. You're the one who wants to accept Tamal over Prabhupada in 2 cases.
No, I'm trying to find where Tamal said it.
You accept Tamal. You accept Tamal.
But the thing is, if you present
and you accept Tamal appointment tape, who do you think called it an appointment tape?
So you're saying Prabhupada has made it clear. Prabhupada made it clear to you, but when we're speaking to other people, they're going to want to know where it is. So find it. So find it. Yeah.
Okay. Why do you say you should follow whatever Tamal says, and that will get you off the hook, won't it? No. Honestly, you should not bother looking. You should say follow whatever Tamal said, and you got it.
I already told you I don't want to do that.
That's what Krishna Kant did. Krishna Kant accepts whatever Tamal said, right?
Well, I already told you I don't want to do that, but I said to you, like, is there anything that
do it? Why not do it?
Do you remember any words in any letter that you believe is making this clear? Like,
not my job.
Not your job. Well, if you say without giving a reference, then there's no, like, Prabhupada said, if we speak anything we speak without giving a reference has no ground.
So I'm recommending that you accept Tamal as your absolute authority. And then you have no more problem. You can do whatever he said. Because so far in this conversation, your 2 main arguments are based on Tamal. Its authority over Prabhupada's authority.
No,
if you accept Tamal over Prabhupada, go for it.
No, I've forgotten about Tamal's additions to this. I don't.
You say the appointment tape, that's Tamal. You say Rithik, that's Tamal. So if you want to accept Tamal,
I'm only speaking to you about.
I'm not going to stop you.
No, I'm only speaking to you about officiating Acharya's continuing as temple presence. That's that.
I have no idea, nor do I care. I'm already initiated.
Right, but Prabhupada said in one instance, he said that if we speak anything and we don't give reference to that thing, then what we've spoken has no ground. So, like, if anyone is listening now and they want to take seriously what is being said, they're going to need to find a reference.
Then I withdraw and retract everything I said and say, just listen to Tamal and listen to officiating appointment tape, which is also Tamal, and leave me out of the equation, and you have the problem solved, don't you? You accept Tamal's word, and then you're safe, because that's what the GBC does.
I don't have to accept. No, I don't want to accept Tamal's word either. I'll accept Prabhupada's word. Where
Then
I
go
see
find them. Go go find them.
Yeah, well, that's where that's back to square. I mean, we're already doing that. We're
You
trying to
want
find
me
Prabhupada's.
to do your homework for you, and I tell you, I have 9 children, and I didn't do homework for any of them. They did their own homework.
Well, I wasn't asking you to do homework. I was only because you raised the point. I thought, okay, maybe you might know where it is.
Okay, I withdraw the point. Forget it. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't affect me. I have a certificate saying that Prabhupada gave me initiation.
But as you said, yeah, Prabhupada said
September
Diksha is
20th,
only a form.
1968, he gave me initiation. I have a certificate and calligraphy work by Jamuna stating that I took initiation July 20th, 1968, and Prabhupada signed it. But that didn't stop the GBC, of all people, from excommunicating me and telling me that they had the power to invalidate my initiation by Prabhupada. So if you're really into the GBC, then you can say that I'm not even a disciple of Prabhupada, according to them. How do you like that? How do you like that?
Well, I like that you've been initiated. That's nice. It's good. And
Well, no, I've been de-initiated by the GBC.
But they can't do that, so you're still initiated. No problem.
Oh, how do you know they can't? They said they could.
They said they could. They said.
It says it in their bylaws. They even said in their bylaws that they can rewrite anything Prabhupada says.
Oh yeah. But this is they said. These are rascals.
Oh yeah, they said. So you're going by appointment tape. That's they said. You're going by Ritzik.
The appointment tape.
They said.
Prabhupada's on that conversation as well. He's also there. So
where?
On the conversation, the May 28th conversation. He's in it.
And he said, please call this the appointment tape, right?
No, he didn't know.
Why not? Why didn't he call it the appointment tape?
Anyway, initiation.
You say it's the appointment tape. I'm holding it as an appointment tape. So how does it become the appointment tape unless it was said by Tamal? Well, no, we are accepting Tamal over Prabhupada, so there's nothing I can say.
We covered this earlier. I agreed with you. I said that.
Sure, I'm not against you. I'm just trying to say we have to operate in good faith.
Yeah, and I agreed with you earlier. It's appointment tape is their concoction. Yeah, the idea that it was an appointment tape is their concoction. But he pointed,
it wasn't even their concoction at the beginning.
There was a
concoction.
What the appointments were was there was appointments going on. Like Prabhupada was appointing people as like he did. He witnessed. Okay, you're saying he didn't witness that letter. Okay, that's So but you said oh wait, well it doesn't affect you because you've taken.
Let me give you a death blow for Krishna Kant. Okay? The death blow for Krishna Kant is that Prabhupada did not expect or want them to be Ritviks. What Prabhupada wanted was for them to become regular gurus. And that's what they did. How do you like that? Prabhupada intended for them to declare themselves to be regular gurus. Can you accept that?
You told me that was the May 28th thing was not true. That it's like he didn't want them to become.
No. I'm talking about the July 9th letter. The purpose of the July 9th letter was so that they would declare themselves immediately to be regular gurus, and that they would initiate all of the people wanting to be initiated by Prabhupada, so they each would have a cluster of a couple of hundred disciples each, so that they could then establish that anybody else that wants to be initiated has to come to them to be initiated. Whereas if they had stayed, if they had fulfilled Prabhupada's Ritvik order, they would have initiated the 2,000 people when Prabhupada was still, before he entered Samadhi. And if he had initiated them before he entered Samadhi, they would have been Prabhupada's disciples. And when Prabhupada entered Samadhi, there would have been nobody left to initiate, and that nobody would have believed that Prabhupada made them gurus. But when they came up with the Ritvik letter and then declared themselves regular gurus immediately afterwards, people accepted it.
Where in the July 9th letter? In the July 9th, it doesn't say anything about gurus, though, about people becoming gurus.
No, but he knew what they were going to do. Are we saying that Prabhupada was not Trikalagya?
No, I'm not. I agree.
Okay, he knew exactly what they wanted. He wasn't, in case there's any doubt, Srila Prabhupada was not stupid.
Oh, you should.
He was also
explain for Mahatma
also
Prabhu.
not spiritually blind.
Yeah, you should probably explain Trikalagya from Mahatma Prabhu is and the other people listening as well. Trikalagya means
Trikalagya. Are we still on the air?
Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing. So Trikalagya means they can see past, present, and future.
Yeah.
3.
Foresight.
Yeah.
Like,
well, beyond foresight, they can see the past also. Tri means past, present, future. Fully conscious.
So
like tomorrow, right? Just like tomorrow.
Well, as you said like, for your purposes, you're initiated, and many others like you are also initiated. And then for others now who are here now, initiation is only a formality. So it's not.
No. Initiation should never be a formality. Initiation be giving your life and soul to the spiritual master. In this case, Srila Prabhupada.
Well, yeah, I was making the point that
if you want to give yourself life and soul to a fallible human being pretending to be a guru, go right ahead and do it. There's no law against it at all. You're entitled to if that's what you want.
No, I meant that people can still take Prabhupada as their guru now, informally, and as long as they're sincere and they follow, then it's
exactly. So you don't have to take.
It's very powerful.
You don't need a fire sacrifice to become a disciple of Prabhupada. But if you want to join an ISKCON temple, and if you want to be a pujari, you need to be a Brahmin initiated person.
Yeah, well, it's not only
you need to be given the Gayatri mantra.
Yeah, it's not only very powerful, but they can get what it's the powerful thing. But
there's no reason
for practicality purposes, people might want to become.
We came in with a magic wand, and suddenly the GBC ceased to exist. Supposing the GBC ceased to exist, and the temple president said, "What are we going to do without a GBC?" Then we come up with the direction of management. Oh, let's elect a GBC. And supposing that the gurus, the so-called gurus, cannot, without the GBC, the ISKCON gurus cannot exist, because the ISKCON gurus are appointed by this board of directors that works for the state of the country that they're in. The GBC works for, represents the government that gave the ISKCON its nonprofit status. And they're appointing gurus. So supposing the GBC suddenly becomes mute, and they don't, and the temple presidents go into a panic, what are we going to do now? Say, well, let's elect gurus for 3-year terms. Where do you get that idea? Well, Prabhupada wrote it, and a bunch of people signed it. In fact, a lot of people who were GBCs and later on became gurus in ISKCON, they signed that same document, like Bhagavan Das and others like that. So why not do that? Say, hey, that's so crazy, it just might work. And so they do it. Right?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to like, yeah, people are gonna have a lot of questions about this, like, where is this?
Why not just let it rest in peace? And if supposing you could do it, supposing GBC was gone, supposing that it's gone gurus for just senior godbrothers giving advice for free instead of being paid to sit on a red chair designed by Narendra Randas. I know I built the original Vyasa for Prabhupada, and that's what when they became gurus, that's what they wanted me to do for them. So in any event, why don't we just say there are no Ritviks, there are no gurus, there is no Prabhupada. So what happens if you want to get initiated? Go to the temple president. He said, I can arrange for the pujari to perform the fire sacrifice. He's the same guy that does the weddings. He's the same guy that does the Anaprasana ceremony. It's the same guy that does the death ceremony, the Shraddha ceremony. So that same person will do it. Is that okay with you?
Are you saying that when you said Prabhupada made it very clear to you, did he make clear that the initiations should continue posthumously? Like, was that the thing he made clear to you?
That initiations, that people should continue to be initiated?
Yeah, like when did this come up? This thing of when Prabhupada is no longer physically present, like that posthumous initiation should continue. When did that come up?
Well, just for the July 9th letter. That's what Tabal was fishing for.
But you were saying that before that, like previously, Prabhupada had made it clear to you, either in conversations personally or in letters, or like somehow it was made clear to you that we should continue with initiations after Prabhupada has left the world or left his body.
For a disciple, talking about the disappearance of the spiritual master is too painful for discussion.
So yeah,
you're
saying that people wouldn't have brought up this subject in his presence.
I've shared with you the best that I can share with you. And from that point onward, I recommend doing some research.
Okay, Prabhu. So,
as far as I'm concerned, Prabhupada said to Vaikuntha, my touch is only the formality. So if my touch is only the formality, then what's the difficulty? You see what I mean?
Yeah, okay, Prabhu. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, if does anyone else have anything? There's Mahatma is still here. Maybe he has a question or he'd like to say something.
How many people are on?
I think it might be only us. Like it's Ronald. This other Prabhu is still here as well.
Prabhu?
No. It's Ronald. Ronald is still on, and so is Mahatma. But I don't think they might not be with us.
When you say Ronald, you mean Ramachandra?
Yeah, Ramachandra's his account is still signed in, but he might not be here. I think he left a long time ago.
Oh yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
it's okay.
We can wind it up here, yeah, because it's
Mahaprabhu might or might not still be on, but he has to go to work. I imagine he doesn't go to get this late.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anyhow, it's been a wonderful experience. I thank you. Let's research, but at the same time, when Prabhupada said, my touch is only the formality, he meant, to put things simply, Prabhupada said that the purpose of his writing books was so that people would understand why to chant. The only thing we do in coming from Lord Chaitanya is not philosophy, it's not history, it's not pastimes, it's chanting. And the chanting means it evokes the mood of Radharani. Radharani's mood is created by gathering all the bhakti of devotees of Vrindavan and gathering up their devotees, their bhakti, and bringing it to Lord Chaitanya. I mean, bring it to Krishna. Since Lord Chaitanya wanted to know Radharani's devotion for him, then he created a situation where gathering the bhakti is what he was doing by delivering the holy name. So by delivering the holy name, you're delivering everything about Krishna. Hare Krishna is Radha Krishna. That's what it means. So because it means Radha Krishna, delivering the holy name indicates that delivering the holy name indicates that the mood of Radharani is being broadcast throughout all the fallen souls who are typically not entitled to hear the Maha Mantra. But because Lord Chaitanya broke open the storehouse of love of God, there are no longer any hard and fast rules for chanting the Maha Mantra, which were there before because the mantra was kept in a secret place. That's the meaning of no hard and fast rules. Not that you can chant any melody you can hear on the radio.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the deliverance means delivering the holy name. So salvation means to get the path, but then you have to actually use the holy name. You have to actually walk the path.
Not really. All you need to do is to hear the holy name once. And if you deliver the holy name to others, even if it's the roots of the trees near your house,
But
you can deliver the holy name to them. They will go back. They will go back to Godhead.
But what I mean is that salvation is when it's delivered to you, and then sanctification is when you deliver it to others.
Right.
Yeah.
But how quickly will you go back to Godhead? For instance, how long will it be before a tree goes back to Godhead? It could be thousands of births, but he will go back to Godhead. How long will it be for an ISKCON devotee to go back to Godhead? It depends on when they get over being so bodily conscious and they're willing to share themselves with other jivas by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra in such a way that other jivas can hear it for the first time.
Okay,
The more you chant, the more you will become compassionate to others. And the more you become compassionate to others by chanting, not by some other means, but simply by chanting, the more you want to include other living beings in your heartfelt experience of surrendering to the mood of Lord Chaitanya, that's how quickly you will go back to Godhead.
Jai, Hare Krishna.
So if a person is selfish and thinks, I don't give a damn about anybody, I want to go back to Godhead at the end of this lifetime, and I don't care about anybody else. Okay. Why do you assume that you're in control of when you're going to go back to Godhead? You see?
Yeah, that's a good point. This is
No, Nobody's in control of when they go back to God.
This is thinking in a non-surrendered mood. It's like
Right. And why would anyone be allowed into Krishna Loka in an unsurrendered mood?
yeah. So it's a sort of it defeats its own purpose. It's like I'm gonna go back really fast, but you get there and you can't use it. So it's like,
Well, you can't get there. The
yeah,
only way
but that's the other
that's a
point is
whole
yeah,
other conversation.
getting there.
But
Getting
going
there.
to Krishna
doing it
Loka
the same.
depends on you developing your rasa with Krishna, which means you cannot enter Krishna Loka until you are a resident of Krishna Loka, which means that you are an Uttama Adhikari. I mean, person would have to be insane to think that non-Uttama Adhikaris are admitted into Krishna Loka, and that they practice there. They don't. You have to be in a rasa with Krishna before you go back to Godhead, not
Yeah,
afterwards.
Yeah, Jai Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Yeah, that's the meaning
hopefully,
of Kanishta Madhyam Uttamadhikari, is the process of how do you develop your rasa with Krishna from the present state of Kanishta Adhikari up to the point of Madhyam and then Uttama Adhikari, and that can be accomplished, but you're not going to go back to Godhead before you've done that.
Jai Prabhu, this is a nice conversation on Bhakti. And we've also had this conversation on Guru Tattva as well, which will hopefully inspire some more conversations on Guru Tattva later, and we can get into it.
Yeah, it's good, but it's much simpler than it seems. And it's not like a church. It's not a religion. It's not based on one embodied one embodied saintly priest dominating some other saintly priest. It's about pure, unalloyed love of God, which is the natural state for ourselves, because we are jivas. We are not our body. I'm not my body. I'm spirit soul. So if I'm spirit soul, my relationship with Krishna is not based on anything pertaining to my body and everything pertaining to my being spirit soul. So anyhow, are we ready to go?
Yeah. We can wrap it up here, and God willing, we'll be able to have another conversation soon and talk to other people.
Yeah. Are we still on the live?
Yeah, we're still live streaming. I'll end it like just now, and hopefully we can have more conversations with people at a later time. And thank you, Prabhu. Thanks for.
The next time is Wednesday. 7 o'clock California time.
Yeah. Well, 7 or 8. You'll have to
Saturday
ask
and then
Ramachandra.
Sunday California time. So 8 o'clock.
Yeah. 8 o'clock. Okay, Jai Prabhu, Hare Krishna. It was
It has been an honor to speak with you.
Oh well, thank you. It's been a pleasure speaking with you also, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. I wish you a good rest, and until we meet again, safe travels. Hare Krishna.
Absolutely.
Jai. Very well.
Hi, Prabhu. Hello.